I demand retribution. Ah! I'm feeling bad, man. You know why? It's been a simulation breaking week, man. It's been crazy out here. Holy shit, it's been crazy out here, man. And you know what? Today I made a promise that I would clean up every single animal roadkill I see on the ground. I would go out and put it in the woods because no one else would do it. And you know what? Because all the snow is melted out here. And it's now 48 degrees. All the animals woke up and got hit by cars immediately, and there were fucking 15 of them. And I had a lot of shit in the back. If you don't know, I do a lot of shit in my day-to-day, man. So I was on a mission, and I just, every time I passed it, I was like, fuck, where's my glove? And then I found one glove, and then when I saw him, the shit was full, and it was a skunk, and it smelled, and then I was like, fuck. And there's too many cars, and my wheel bearing's gonna fall off. So I'm like, I didn't do it. And now I feel real bad. But you know what? It is what it is. It is what it is, chat. I feel good. No, 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 no. Connect to God. Connect to God just a little bit. Haters mad, man. Watch this. There's 0 people in the chat right now. There's 0 people watching. It's just me. White people are the worst race that has ever graced planet Earth. They're epigenetically dysfunctional in every way. They've been institutionalized and programmed by the Jesuit order for thousands of years to replace their ability to critically think with pride that they are better than others. So now we live in a world where they just hold all this garbage above everybody else, and they can't function if they can't feel that sense of pride. So they've been programmed to attack everybody and anyone. I hate white people, man. I went to a store today. I went to the Dollar General. I go into the store. I'm feeling really good. It's been a great few days for me. I'm just crazy shit happens and I heal from it. It's been pretty good. I haven't been stuck in the suffering as much. I get over it and I'm getting back. It's been pretty good. I go into the Dollar General immediately as soon as I walk in. It's like Five Nights at Freddy's. Everyone standing there goes, like, let's say they're looking this way, and then I walk in, they go, and then immediately I'll feel like the tether, like they're trying to pull it to them. All the energy in me, they're trying to pull it to them. So I'm like, oh my fucking God. And I go to down the aisle and I immediately know there's already 2 people following behind. Hey, I went live for you, Heather. What up, man? I never get good vibe from the Discord, man. I don't like it. And every time I've done it, you know, down the line, if 100 people want to join, I'll do it. Can I get a Hail Satan, brother? I don't know who Satan is, but you know what I thought recently? The cross upside down looks a lot like the sword. When King Arthur pulls the sword out of the stone, it kind of looks like that cross. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man, a bunch of these fat white losers followed me through the Dollar General today, and they just wouldn't stop twitching and coming near me. And I finally, because they were just like, the whole time I'm standing here like this, just waiting to check out at the dollar store to get my Tupperware and get cash back. And finally, I just went in front of everybody. I went, you know, men who think that they're playing dominance games with other men are gay as fuck. And then everybody started, like, the guys started pulling away on both sides, and they, like, moved like this, like robots. And I went, yeah, it's fucking gay as fuck. Live your goddamn life. I'm so tired of dealing with all these other people bullshit. Why don't you focus on having fun in your life? What does it matter what the fuck is going on with the other men in the room? And I felt like they had drained it from me because they went, ha ha ha. Because they're demonically possessed. So as soon as you say anything, they'll just find a justification for why they're allowed to magnetize your consciousness out. You know? But I still had the girl at the register blushing, and I don't know what the fuck she was. She looked like Filipino, almost. But she was cool, and she had very good energy. and she helped me get more cash back than they were allowed to give me. So I gave her a Monster energy drink. What's your opinion on the Hugo Boss collection from the 1940s? If you don't know what it is, check it out. It's really cool. And check out on stream. It's really nice clothing collection from the 1940s. Private Snowball, I don't have a second phone, so there's no way that I could look up anything. I've heard about Hugo Boss before. I think on Kanye West. I think Kanye talked about Hugo Boss at some point. But I don't know Hugo Boss, man. I'm just talking about how much I fucking hate living in rural white America because everybody's brainwashed. You know what was cool though? There were these two people in front of us. So it was me, this older guy who keeps doing the power games, and then this guy behind me who was old in a flannel, same kind of thing I was wearing, and his hair was long like mine, and he just kept smiling like this, staring at me. And he followed me through the store. Like every aisle I go down, he's going down the same aisle, but all he had at the end of it was a pack of gum. I was like, what was the point? Why was he following me 3 aisles? Why is he behind me? And then the other guy standing there like doing the power game shit. And then there's 2 white people in front of me. One guy's got a huge case of beer at 9:30 in the morning. And he's like, seems put together. You know, he seems like he's in his 30s. He's clean shaven. He's got decent clothes. Like his truck wasn't muddy. He put it in the car. He seemed like a decent guy. You know, but he was telling her, yeah, these kids lied to the cops and said that I ran in and attacked him, and I didn't. I just ran up to him. I didn't attack him. And then the other white lady was like, what? And they're both in their 30s, I think. She went up, well, you didn't even attack him. You didn't even attack them. And they're making it like they're loud in the middle of the line. So, knowing that they could hear me, I went, you know, they talk a lot of shit about that, lying to the police, but you know they would do it to a homeless man in an instant. They act like they don't do the same shit. So, everyone was mad at that girl. But I felt drained and empty, and I had to drive in the car going, I reclaim all my power. I reclaim all my power. I reclaim all my power. I am unaffected. I dispel any hindering influence. I am attracting back everything that is meant for me. I am asserting myself. I am still here. Anything that was stolen from me is now indebted to me and comes back in infinite abundance. And I just had to go. And I have a surprise tomorrow. I'm going to make a short about something I was able to get with the donation money, which is really good for me, and it's going to be really exciting for hopefully the church when I see them tomorrow. It's going to help a lot of homeless people. And then I'm probably leaving. I'm probably leaving the state, man. I'm out. I don't need to be here. And there's just nothing for me here. I drove around. I hit every single part of the state except 2. There are 2 parts of this state that I haven't been to yet, and I got a little taste of what that last one is. I don't go down there because it's right by where I grew up. It was just, you know, my family, either I was distracted with my Pokemon cards or something and I didn't take in the view, or, you know, we had a gas guzzling truck. So I don't think my dad really took me that far out. Maybe I would fall asleep, or maybe I was just a snot-nosed brat and wouldn't have been able to enjoy it anyway. Maybe I needed to get off electronics or something. I don't know. Maybe I needed to get away from electronics and go camping in the woods and stuff as a kid. I don't know. I think it was just my mom's influence. I needed to get away from my mom. You know, my mom is a spoiled brat in a lot of ways. I don't know, but either way, I didn't get to see this part of my state, which is it's like only like an hour away from where I grew up. And I'm just starting to go out there because I look at land a lot. If I'm driving around, I get a bunch of places on Zillow, and I go look at the land and see like what I want to devote 4 years to working, to live here and raise children here. And usually, no, but I could do like, you know, if they do $10,000 down, $1,000 a month for the rest of their life. You know, if I could find not $1,000 a month for the rest of your life. I meant like a really, really small monthly payment that would give them passive income, and they get rid of land with a down payment to go enjoy their life before the world ends. You know, if I could find a property where they're willing to do like 3 acres for $90,000, and the 3 acres are like up this hill on this like plateau overlooking these beautiful mountains in a place I really like, in a community I really like, I'm down to be like, hey, would you take 15 down? And then I'll give you like $300 until it's paid off, which will be a long time from now. But if I get bonuses or other stuff along the way, I'll throw an extra and keep track of it. But for the most part, you know, worst case scenario, in 5 years, if I don't make it in life, I'll get on disability because I am disabled, and I'll just throw you the whole thing, and then have this piece of land, and then get a couple black labs or something. That's what I'm really looking around for. I'm also looking for like 10,000. Sometimes you'll see like somebody sells a half acre for 10,000, but it's like right nestled into an area where homes go for $1 million. Like in some of these areas, the average home price right now on Zillow is like $300,000. You can find like really bad fixer-uppers, or like ones that are in bad areas, for $100,000. And sometimes you can find like 10 acres for $100,000, but that doesn't happen a lot, and it's usually in places where it's a lot of money to clear the trees. You can't really do anything in there. So I'm just looking. Sometimes you can find a $10,000 plot, and it's just like 1 acre, and it's not in a great area, but it's good if you're somebody that likes to just walk into the woods, have a little thing where trees won't fall on you, and then you have trees blocking your view. So then you just put a fence in and no one can see what you're doing out there. And then that you could put like a storage shed. Or I'm thinking like, I don't know, once when I was 22, I went to I used to live outside of a Home Depot, and I hooked up with a girl once in one of the Home Depot sheds. And the whole time I was like, I don't want to give her a splinter. Man, I should have brought a pill. I should have at least brought like a foam mattress or something. And then I went into the next day I went into the 2-story shed where you go upstairs, and I stood there and I felt like I felt like I was way too big to be in the shed. I was like, man, I'd have to like contort myself into extreme depression just to feel comfortable here. But it was bigger than an apartment, so I don't know how you guys do it. Like I live with the sky as my roof. I walk around with like giant wide open spaces as my walls. Like mountains are my walls. Like I'm in a giant crib. And that's the only way I can function. When I try to like get in there, it just feels like it destroys me completely. Like going to work at this point is like a humiliation ritual. Don't you think when you go look at the McDonald's, doesn't it, you know, they're working and they have a life, but doesn't it seem kind of pathetic to work a job at this point? Like, just give up and do a righteous mission. It seems like way more honorable to go on a trip through a different country, making things better for everybody, than it does to like be really proud to be standing at a register and your mind is just off and you're putting on a show, like you're just faking it, you're playing pretend. It just seems like a bunch of bullshit to me, man. It's 2026. We're gonna have robots in 4 years, man. We're gonna have robots that will be walking and talking like people. They will be able to do backflips and front flips. You could take the robot on a trampoline with you. I'm sure people will be putting fleshlights in the robots, dildos on the robots. And that's just gonna be everyday life. It's only 20 grand. You know, I see people with Cybertrucks all the time. You're gonna see people with robots in the car that will be cooking and cleaning and doing dishes. And you know that the government only gives you things like 10 or 15 years after they've already created it, in a way where they know that you'll never be able to do anything with that. You know, like they give us the technology once they've got it completely under control, and they've been doing it for 10 years. Like Will Smith, I think like 2019, he made a video where he showed everybody that all of it was AI. None of this was real. It was all AI the whole time. And that was 2019. So I'm assuming that CGI was probably not... You think that CGI is a bunch of really trained teams of people, like a whole warehouse full of people on computers, meticulously working on the design for the CGI monster or these action sequences. No, they probably used AI and they just ran the generation enough times and then they hired one guy to clean it up a little bit. And then they raked in millions of dollars. They just didn't tell you they could do that to give the illusion of this greatness. Like Avatar, Fire and Ash, it was pretty good, but it wasn't, for the amount of money that went into it, they could have done a much better job on the design. The CGI wasn't that great. The action sequences weren't that great. The environments weren't that put together. They could have done a way better job. I don't know where the money is going. Because aren't they supposed to be involved in the biggest industry in the world, sex trafficking? Where's this shit coming? Like, what are they doing with their money, man? The only thing I can think of that they're doing with the money is trying to prolong their lives. All their money must be going to some type of research for how to keep themselves alive longer. Because if I had that much money, that's all I would be doing. If I wasn't helping the world, it would all be going towards some type of maybe they're having auctions, or I'm seeing that I don't know if this is true, but I'm seeing if they have auctions. I'm seeing in my mind right now, it was being shown to me that they have auctions where they're auctioning off tickets onto a spaceship. So a lot of people like the Duffer Bros and all these people are just pumping out, like politicians with political action committees, they're just pumping out enough money to secure the rich people a seat. Everybody's panicking. Hell is not real. Universal salvation is a fact. God will save everybody. Yeah, but people deserve to be punished. How do you think that happens? A lot of people have kids they're responsible for, bro. That's the only reason I keep going to my job. Yeah, I'm kind of on the fence about, maybe I want like Atreyu as a kid, like God of War, where you have your kid and you're just on a canoe and traveling through the woods, hunting and going on adventures. I'm thinking I might do that. But also, it's so easy. Just get a decent toothbrush. Like, try to find a good deal on Alibaba or something for an electric toothbrush. And then find somebody that you think is attractive and ask if you can pay them to record a video of them brushing the teeth with the toothbrush. Do like a simple, just a video premiere of what the toothbrush does. Like stain your teeth with like, I don't know, like food coloring or something to make it look like it, and then just brush it off and say, look how quickly it brushes off. And it's already a good toothbrush, but it's just a cheap deal on a toothbrush. And then just pump out just every week. It's like, instead of going and getting a scratch ticket, gamble on the TikTok ads. See if you get any bites. And then you only have to buy one toothbrush. Whenever somebody buys a toothbrush from your eBay store, Shopify store, TikTok affiliate thing, then you can buy the toothbrush with the money that they had just given you, and then you mail it out. It's just going hunting for those products. The only reason I didn't is because I got trespassed from the laundromat. I made a TikTok called Good Finds, and I was starting to post videos of people. I would just download videos other people posted of products and then put the product on my own Shopify store. And I was about to get some traction, and then the guy came in and attacked me with the baton. So I stopped and I went into crypto instead, because crypto was blowing up at that point. There's no, life is so short. There's no one way you have to live it. And most people are retarded. People are really dumb. People are really dumb. I mean, the collective consciousness is almost at the point where we're starting to see the enemy. As a collective, we're almost ready to be able to watch a YouTube short and see if that person is inauthentic. That's what I'm waiting for. That's revelations. When the entire collective consciousness has this full awareness of self, so they're able to see when somebody is inauthentic and what they're really saying just by looking at them. And some of us are already got the software update, and the world, those bots that are not ready to wake up will see you as a threat. A lot of guys are sexually unsatisfied, and that's contorted themselves into these rampaging social spiritual rapists. So they spend all day trying to collect and harvest and dominate everybody, trying to get them to a point where they feel good enough to finally go and approach the girl, thinking that they have to get this right energy correctly so that they can do it right. Even if they don't really understand what's going on, that's what's happening, is that they're just trying to yank and pull everything around them. And it's all to validate their sexual inferiority complex. Hopefully that will go away soon. I'm trying to fix that by putting public gyms in every town, where you just go downtown and there's a gym right there and you don't have to pay for it. And then I'm trying to install public showers for everybody, so you can go to a public gym and go to a public shower. Yeah, it's going to make Planet Fitness mad. It's going to make all these gyms mad, these private gyms. But then you would go to the private gyms to get away from the, that would be the reason for a private gym. You go to a private gym because you want the space and quality and solitude. When it gets filled up, because everybody's going to be doing this, you're going to need the public gym. I'm starting to generate the ideas in communities about opening up communal spaces, like big spaces for people to for this energy to come back through, so that when they socialize and party. I know my dad went to Hawaii for 10 years and we can't escape the polar bear stuff. And also Hawaii is huge. I've got a plaque in the back I found that says Ohana means family, and family means no one gets left behind. Hawaii is going to be a big part of my life. You could find a video of me when I was 16 and somebody just randomly recording me, and he says, "Hey, my friend thinks you're cute." And I go, "Who's your friend?" And my friend's just recording me. So I went, the first thing I was inspired to say, I just thought it was funny. I didn't know anything about my dad living in Hawaii for 10 years. The first thing that that came from my consciousness was, "I'm having a luau. You want to come to my luau?" And I have dreams that I'm throwing parties. I think I might just be here to be the guy that throws parties. I think I incarnated to be like the Great Gatsby. People congregate around me. Like when I have a secure, stable place, if I don't have a friend who's a Leo, if I have a friend who's a Leo, we usually end up there, but I'm the one that goes out and gets the people and brings them back to the Leo or Cancer's house. But when it's just me and I have a place, it's like a month goes by and then I kind of realize, whoa, I was by myself a month ago and now there's like 7 or 8 people here. Every day, 7 or 8 people are showing up at my house and we're just hanging out, having fun. And even in shelter programs, people would all congregate around me. I think I'm just able to be somebody that is like, I don't know, I got a notification for a reading that was all about Saturn and Taurus. So I was really able to understand, like the guy went in depth on what it means to have a Saturn and Taurus. Mine's in my first house. So it really reminded me about, like, I always think that people, they take my too seriousness as draining. It was the first time I was able to identify something about myself. I didn't realize that, like, one of them, like, that I'm pretty much all, like, as a like a whatever, my astrology is all Saturn. I'm pretty much just a 10th house person. Like, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 out of 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Exactly half of my astrology signs are in Saturn, which is unheard of. I'm like all Saturn. It's probably why I'm suffering all the time. The B system has ruined everything. I don't know. We should try to figure out what parts of the world aren't affected by it. But I'm like, yeah, Argentina got taken over by the Nazis after what was the was it Paperclip? The one where after the Nazis were defeated, um they all assimilated back into government positions in the United States. Like all the scientists joined American science teams, all the government figures joined government positions, and the ones that didn't had a breakaway society in Argentina, which is why most Argentinians are white now, because there was this huge mass exodus that wasn't publicized, where like half of Germany went down there. There's really no place, like even if like the Aboriginal tribe and like the Maori tribe in New Zealand, maybe like Siberia, like top, but that's still Russia, like the Siberians up there, maybe. If black people are really if like a lot of people that are black are actually mostly native, I guess inner cities would be like if you can find a way to strip away and like really discern and be able to see their influences and be able to see inside those influences and look for flares up of behavior that would seem unaffected by the influences around them. Maybe you'd be able to see hints of the world before. Sometimes I can. Like sometimes when I'm driving down the road, all of a sudden, like a big flood of information hits the side of my head, and I'm able to see like memories the trees held of what life was like, and what like I'll just feel like an old lady's happiness of when she was a child, and I can just experience what it was like back then when the world was more in Pisces and Aquarius. But for the most part, I think the B system is touched everywhere. But look at all of our stories. I think Prince said once that every time you sit down to create, the product of that creation is just wherever you're at, it's the next step closer to God. Everything you create has to be the next step closer to God every time. Every time you try to create something, it's no matter what you're trying to do, it's just the way it is. It brings you one step closer to God. So if you look at things that like people normally create, all the stories about the defeating the beast. Sometimes the beast wins in stories and people are like, that's crazy. Things don't have to have a good ending. That's expert writing. But for the most part, anything you sit down and try to create usually falls into the hero's journey. Like most of the human condition is just the hero's journey. And at the end of it, there's a climax. There's the resolution. Pretty much every story and every one of the cycles that we end up on, when we go through our individual hero's journeys, eventually we find resolution. Where all the distorted, contorted drama, all the crap brings down, eventually we find a way to and it all goes away. And we've changed, and that's the point. We individuated through the hero's journey. So as a collective, yeah, we've been manifesting an enemy to defeat for a long time. And in the Bible, 2,000 years ago, it said, yeah, it's going to happen eventually, and when it does, there is a resolution. We do figure it out. So the B system hasn't ruined everything. It's given us a really unique position to be brave inside of. Like, it makes everything about social situations so cool and different. I don't like the torture. Like today I was laying in the back. I slept, because I told you I hadn't slept in 4 days. So I went to bed at 6 last night, and I woke up at 6 a.m. So I closed my eyes and woke up, and it was the same time, and I thought that I was like, I didn't even sleep at all. And then I checked it, 12 hours had passed. And I was good until all of a sudden, when I was laying here trying to think, I saw like a spirit come through and start to like formulate. It looked like a mouth, and then I started speaking a word. Like something came down and showed me, oh, it's been able to make me speak whenever it felt like it, and I had no idea I was unconscious. So then I learned how to resist that, and I was like, I don't want to deal with that ever again, where you just like peered your soul, your spirit into mine, and then started moving it, and it started actually controlling me for a second. That was crazy. But then as soon as I was able to bring it back for a second, I had some clarity, and then the crows showed up, and then I realized that just as soon as the crows sat in the tree, all of a sudden I was hit with the realization that for the longest time, every culture in the world felt like when you consume the animal, you take its power. And then I realized, oh, the crows live as consumers of power. I was right. They are harvesters of energy. They live to consume the life force of others. And then the crow went, ah, 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 ah. And it would, as soon as I was onto them, they wouldn't leave me alone. And they sat there for an hour. Every time I had a thought, they went, ah! And then I saw it get pulled, and then I got cold, and then I felt like I didn't have a consciousness anymore. I was just empty. All the ego that had developed, all the individuation, all the knowledge and wisdom I was storing in me, it felt like they consumed it. And then when I was gone and lifeless and empty and couldn't function, I couldn't do anything. I was like a corpse. They had actually eaten all of the spirit. Then they just flew off. So then I was like, God, why do you keep hurting me? Pretty much every day I'm like, why do you keep hurting me? Like I always, over and over again, I'm like, I don't think God should be in this position. I think God needs to be fired, man. It shouldn't be this way. I shouldn't wake up in the morning and by the end of the day I've been traumatized. And and then I'll get a cool reward. Like I'll find something cool. Let me see if it might be right here, it might not. Yeah. Like I found this. It's a little cardinal. And it's facing right to left. So I can keep it on my dashboard like this with my super glue. Like I'll be like, and then I'll find something cool like this, but I'm like, does this justify what the police did the other day? When the cop pulled me over, he said, where are you guys going tonight? Talking about the deer in this. And I was like, the way that he spoke to me, man, that guy's out of control. His ego's crazy. They thought they were hunting down a homeless guy that was on drugs and doing crimes, and they were being big bad wolf, and they were trying to spiritually rape me. The way that they hit the back of the car before they came up here, it was like a sport to them. And I'm like, man, the people that they do this to have been sexually abused and traumatized and jumped and hurt and kidnapped and all sorts of terrible stuff. And this is what they have to deal with while they try to rebuild their life. People that the power's gone to their head and they're not smart, but they can't tell the difference. And it was because it says my license was covered, but it's mud season. I've been looking at the cars. Pretty much every car I see is full of mud, and you can barely read it right now. We're in this like cusp of like the shit is still frozen on the back, and then it thaws, and then water splashes and it builds up the dirt and salt, and it's just not warm enough yet to go to the car wash. So nobody's really, it's too cold in the morning. People don't really do it. Plus, mine wasn't as bad as the other people's, because the cop had already wiped it off the other day. So I think he saw the buck head, and they were like, I wonder what else he's got going on. Come to find out, he said I had a speeding ticket in 2023, and that's why my license was suspended. I didn't have a car in 2023. I don't know what happened there. I tried to get a hold of the guy who said that to me, and he won't answer the phone. So I was like, what was the point of making that up? Why did he lie about that? It doesn't make sense. I don't know what they were trying to do. Because the only reason they were going to tow my car and take it for themselves. But at the last second, I went, I have nobody. Because they were trying to be like, well, if there's nobody you can call right now to take your car, we're going to take it. And I went, I have nobody. And they're like, oh, well, actually, you can park up there. And then we won't follow you. So it's up to you if you want to take that risk. And drive it was like a mile to the state where my license isn't suspended. I don't want to hear about crows from other people. Live outside and tell me you don't agree with me. Go live outside for 6 months and tell me that you still like crows. The only reason I like crows is the same reason that I don't hate all cops. Is that some people do need to have that shit done to them. Like, I saw a video today of a homeless guy in the woods, and he went, I'm homeless, but I sleep in the woods because I'm not a fucking piece of shit that sleeps on the sidewalk, and I'm tired of seeing lazy pieces of shit on the sidewalk. And then one of my favorite artists, Les Blackwell, camera cuts to him and he goes, what the fuck? Obviously you have some type of ego trip about camping in the woods, but some people go through so much in life that it's hard for them to function. I don't think you have, so I went off in the comments section. A lot of people like to just say, like, that guy has we don't claim that guy. He has no idea what homeless people experience. If there's a homeless person sleeping on the sidewalk, it's not because he's a lazy piece of shit. So I've said, I think we need to find that guy in the woods and teach him what it's like to be trespassed so that he has to sleep on the sidewalk. That guy needs a police brutality. Someone who brags about being homeless but trashes other homeless people for stuff he obviously doesn't know anything about. He doesn't know why they're on the sidewalk. He doesn't know what it's like to suffer like that. He doesn't know what it's like to be traumatized so much you can't move. And people have stolen everything for, like, the self-esteem and self-worth and dignity when they dominate you and they hurt you and they take the shit out and there's nothing you can do because they're hiding behind the law or they are the law. And the whole society's wrong. And you're just trapped and alone. When they take that from you, you can't even get back into your body because it's like that whole traumatic moment has cemented that feeling of powerlessness. So you can't even reintegrate. You can't even reinsert yourself. Homeless people have to figure out how to incarnate themselves every day. When they wake up, the world has eaten them alive and there's nothing there. And they have to get up and try to figure it out. And usually they have to, like, the reason that they're like screaming animals is because they've tried to hold on so much and hold that in. That's the only way to keep that little thing of that little tiny version of themselves alive, is by hiding in this monster. And that's how they function. It was at a point like I couldn't get up. Like some days I just couldn't move. And I had to just keep trying to reshift back into myself and rebuild my insides. And then I could try to get up, but it feels like there's 300 pounds on your back and you got ball and chains covering your arms and legs and it's hard to move and you can't think because they took that from you. So you have to like really try. So all I could really do is think about the next thing that I'm going to do. And then once I get there, then the next thing. And then once I'm there, the next thing. So it would be like really hard. And I'd end up walking a lot slower than I realized just to get and kind of waddle with like rashes on my feet, just like 150 feet into the woods, and then I'd have to lay in the woods again. And then the next day, I knew around like noon probably, I would usually be able to be energized to get up and grab a couple things and go. But I ended up, it was hard. I ended up like leaving my stuff under a porch, thinking that because I had permission to charge my phone there, that they would know and they wouldn't mind, or they wouldn't see that I didn't have it in me to carry everything that day. And then they just fucking threw all my shit into the road. So I lost my nice chair that I was really proud of. I had this camping chair that was red, and I really liked it. And they chucked that, all my notebooks with my songs in it, all the stuff that was precious to me. I tried to hide in a safe place, and they literally threw it into the road. And I didn't know for a day, because I don't want to go during the day, because that's when they would throw beer cans and gardening tools and metal scrap at me and try to hit me with the side mirror. And I didn't want people to see me, because I knew that small towns play telephone and then angry mobs show up. So I waited till nightfall to try to go grab it, and I saw that most of my stuff was just all over the road. What hadn't been taken was destroyed. I get it. Like, those homeless people are sleeping on the sidewalk because it's probably the easiest way for them to get to and from the one thing that helps them, whether it's, for me, it was 2 Arizonas or 2 McDoubles and a Coke from McDonald's. But for some people, it's heroin. They're just trying to get back in themselves so that they can do whatever they need to create a little bit of something that makes them feel strong enough to start to shed away all the shit on top of them so that they can function again. And sometimes it's so bad that some of them give up. A lot of them give up. They're no longer even trying. They just let the demons guide them wherever. Like a lot of homeless people, it gets too much. It's not for the faint of heart. It gets too much. It's not for the faint of heart. And that's why you see like the real zombies in shambles. But they're brave enough to call you out on your bullshit. Even the worst heroin addict that's slumped over is like a zombie. If you still try to come in with that fake pride, so like pussy ass sophistication, where you don't have enough experience to have a real perspective on anything, so you walk around in institutionalized programmed delusions as a lemming in a hive mind, and you try to do that shit to them, they'll immediately be like, ha! And they just push you back. And you don't even know what's going on, but everybody else is like, that guy's pretty funny. It's just a crazy time we're living in, man. Where some people are literally controlled by an artificial intelligence and programmed institutionalized delusions that allow for a demonic entity to govern them and pilot them at will in government contracts that were there before you were born. And just ritualistic spell work controlled by a hive mind, perpetuated through Masonic institutions. And now they're upgrading their technology to do it more. Complete control. So you're unable to think about anything else. You don't have the alternative to change your perspective. Once you got the mark of the beast, you got the mark of the beast. There's no going back. I'm like, what are you guys gonna do? Right now, I'm trying to make it easier for homeless people. And I'm just slowly working towards growth over consistency to make my life better to a point where I feel like it would be a net positive to hang out with me. Like, I know I don't want to, and I don't think I'll ever be able to be like the people that I'll meet on the trails when I go on the trails. And I'm not willing to, like, be inauthentic, I guess. So I feel like I have to overachieve and outperform so that at least my value, it's like I can only function as a leader, I guess. So once I get there, I think it would be really easy to just go through these amazing trails to these like nice lakes and stuff. And enough of me will be enough that the judgments won't be able to affect, so that when I speak, it allows the good energy to go without the bad bullshit that they treat me with now that they think that they can. Which is what I did in high school, and that's what got me all my girlfriends. So I think I'm almost ready to be like a high-performing adult, as long as I don't let the stuff get to me. Like when the crows take it and everything and I can't think. Back then I didn't have anywhere to go, so I would have to be in the tent and have to suffer and deal with it. which makes it worse. Now at least I can go for a drive and have a Monster Energy drink and play a song. And I'm at a point where I can I should be able to start being more independent. Like, I've been relying on handouts for a long time, just because I was at an impasse where there was nothing I could do. Like, even walking around with a shovel and asking people if I can shovel their driveway for $5 didn't work. And I couldn't be out in the woods, so there was nothing I could do. Now I'm starting to see stuff. And I'm always, if I get, like, I'll say one of the times I got a donation, I got an air fryer, and I was able to give it to a church that had given me the same, like, pretty much the same amount of money that the air fryer cost. But I know that they have these big auctions all the time, and they're doing pretty well with their business. But they also, like, the auction business and the thrift store business, but they could have used an air fryer, because the wife cooks for everybody. And they have like a little shop where they sell food. So I knew an air fryer would go a long way, so I gave her an air fryer. And I'm working on I gave another homeless guy who was newly homeless, or I don't know, maybe he might be living in somebody's house or something, but he didn't have a mattress. He was just on the ground. So I got him a mattress. It was for free. And they were giving 2 twins for free, but it was like 110 miles. So I used a donation money to go get myself a bed, and I got him a bed and blankets and sheets. Pretty soon, it'll be once I have my own income. I'm not going to use donation money for it, but I do have a guy who's going through a lot, but he made a lot of money in the past with like drop shipping, and I don't remember exactly what else he was doing, but I know that he didn't file the taxes. He didn't tell anybody about his income, and then the IRS came for him when he got like 200 grand, and they took everything he had, so he became homeless. But he was at like 20 years old. He had a lot of money from crypto and all this stuff, but somehow there was a government loophole that fucked him, and he lost it all. So I'm thinking he's a horse. I think he's a water horse. It's a horse year. He's 23. 23, I say, was like one of the best years of my life because it was my elemental year. It's going to be his elemental year. The guy's a Capricorn, so it's going to be all about money for the rest of his life. It's going to be all about whatever. Right now, he's kind of suffering the ego stuff because he doesn't have the money, and he knows he lost it, so he feels worthless. So it's kind of like that, and he's newly homeless. So I'm giving him a couple months. He might be watching. I gave him a couple months by himself because he had a registered firearm in his name. It's legal and everything, but I couldn't stop thinking about killing myself. I've been through too much in my life. Like, the only reason I keep going is because I can't kill myself. I've tried. And I know, like, it would be so easy just to, like, he even showed me it. I didn't hold it or anything, but he did show me. It would have been so easy. I know he probably keeps it loaded just to flip the safety off and blow it real quick. So I don't hang out with him because of that. I might blow my brains out if I hang out with him. Everyone I love is dead or so fucked up mentally in ego games and just destroyed, or they've settled and they've lost themselves. So they're pretty much dead to me. Like, when I talk to them, they're nothing like they were. And then nothing good has come from it. They've only lost. So they've just degraded. They might have money, but that just makes them judgmental. They're trapped in the power games, and all the good things about them are gone, or lying so dormant deep in the sunken place that the only way to get them out would be this weird equation that sub-communicates to them to accidentally realize what they had lost. And that usually happens once I leave anyway. Like, I could try to save him, and I did try to save him for like 5 years, but eventually it was just, they were like, I found out they were all talking shit about me behind my back, laughing at my suffering. And all my exes have kids or are getting married or have been in long relationships. Everyone I love has moved on. All the girls I liked have moved on. And I just don't think it would be good anymore. I missed out on an amazing life because of stuff I had no control over. And I just don't see a point to life anymore. What is there really? I could go to Italy and go to the beach and lay around. I could go work at a jet ski rental place in Hawaii and rent jet skis to rich people. Maybe just have a conversation with one and he'll give me $1,000 out of nowhere, and then just do that 100 times and throw that into find someone that knows investments. Just get myself into good environments with rich people and find out all the sneaky loopholes they do. And then what? And then I have money and I'm buff and have a place, and then I just go to bars and find a girl who's had sex maybe 1,000 times with like 100 different guys, and it would just be an everyday thing. Or you find somebody who's Christian or whatever, and then now you're in a house with them with kids, and that just seems boring. I'd play video games, I'd have a shed, I'd mow my lawn. Maybe we'd go to the water park or an amusement park or go on a hike. Maybe I'd take up archery in the backyard. It seems like I've done that 1,000 times before in a bunch of different lives. That doesn't seem like, it seems like I've already done that. Like this isn't my first rodeo, and I've had that life. Like I think in a past life I used to ride a horse and I had weapons, and we would go kill bad guys that were trying to invade the lands and rape the people and hurt everybody. And I'd go up to uncharted territories where nobody's ever been and look at views of places where nobody lives. Or like I lived and I traveled and I met people in different places from different cultures. And we all played card games and drank and went out on trips through the wilderness. Came back and built something cool. I think I lived as like spiritually an ancient tree, but probably like a king on a throne. And every day people would come and give the gifts and ask for help, and my roots would grow through the community as the influence spread, and the wizards would teach me the magic to help the influence grow. And I think I became the wizard. I think I was both. Learning how to utilize belief systems to spread conscious influence as a king. I wanted to say a monarch, but it would be a patriarch. There's just not a great word for a male ruler other than king. And I think I was a bird or something, like a giant bird. Like a massive eagle. Back when oxygen was way more, so animals grew a lot bigger, like a dinosaur. Probably like whatever a T-Rex really is. Because it used to have wings, and it probably had feathers. Like if you look at a fossilized chicken, they look pretty similar to T-Rexes. I think I was one of those ones. And a polar bear, like deep in the mountains that like just touched down in Siberia, or North Canada, after going along from Ireland and going up to the north, and came down and they, for the first time, exploring the new lands. I think I've just been thousands of years of exploring, and now there's just not really much to do anymore. It all seems pointless and boring. I think it'd be cool to have an army of kids. Not like Michael Jackson, but like Casey O'Brien, like where they're my kids. And we go on adventures. I don't know how I could have a daughter, though. I don't want to prepare somebody for their whole life just to give them away to somebody else. Like if I want a daughter, like I hear a lot of fathers say they have to cope by understanding that the daughter will love the dad more than any other man that will ever enter her life. You know who told me that? MGK, about his daughter Casey. In a McDonald's once. And also, I got a really cool thing from a girl named Casey today. You should read the poem by Edgar Allan Poe, Dream Within a Dream. Life sometimes feels like that. Yeah, we're in an ayahuasca journey. Everything but your free will is not real. Like the whole point of the Matrix there is no spoon is to realize that the only thing that is actually real is the inner world that has the awareness of the spoon. But everything that you're seeing with your eyes isn't real. And for the most part, all of this is also being controlled. Like, we don't really have conscious control over this anyway. Like, most of them, our movements in our daily life aren't even us. Most of us live in fear and have accidentally outsourced piloting most of our everyday experience to extra-dimensional intelligences, which could be our ancestors or aliens or spirit guides or God or good and bad things, depending on the accidental psionic contracts you made with the constant influx of chaotic thoughts that come from this interdimensional network we're gaining more awareness of. Like, I'm not even here. I'm not even sure if I'm the one that is speaking. Like, most of the time I'm checked out and I'm just looking around, and I'll talk for hours. And my eye, like most of my mind is just like looking out at the view, and I'm just speaking, and it might not even be me, because it's just impulses. I could have outsourced to like a team of Nephilim, and I'd have no idea. Because I say some profound shit without thinking. And I sound a lot like when I look at like spiritual public speakers with hundreds of thousands of subscribers. We talk pretty much the same way. Like if you go watch an Owen Cook video, you're like, whoa. It's almost like the same person. Lara Leroy, what up, Lara? What are you looking at with those big ass binoculars, man? It looks like you're staring directly at the sun. That's not healthy, Lara. What the hell? Look at Laura, man. She's looking directly at the sun with binoculars. Do I have all messages on? No, I don't. Laura, why are you looking at the sun, man? You can't be doing that. That's not healthy for you, man. Chat, should I get a BB gun to shoot at crows? Should I get a crow scare rifle? It won't be I'll never put it to a point where it will actually penetrate the skin. Like I'll do it on the light. I'll get like a crappy Red Ryder that it doesn't hurt. It's just like ah. So when they come to yell at me every morning, I'll just get one in the foot. Chat, should I shoot a crow in the foot? Type 1 if I should shoot a crow in the foot. Send your mother a gift basket and say it was from me. Chat, file your teeth to look more intimidating. File your teeth into points to look more intimidating. It's the 49th law of power. Shit in a cup and cut it up and sprinkle it all over your lawn. Bring your neighbor out to look at your shit. Tell him his dog shit and make him clean it up. That's what they don't teach you in school. Piss on your neighbor's plants when he's not looking. Yeah, you got to exert dominance, man. Put a little alarm of a dog in a house right before the people buy it, and at random times play it so it sounds like there's a dog barking all night, just out of view. Where you at right now, bro? You know me, man. I have to drive. Well, tomorrow I have to do something. And then the next day, I have to do 3 things. I have to write an email to the state of New York saying that I got a fix-it ticket in 2022 for a headlight out. And I forgot to respond to it. And because I didn't have a car at that point. So I was like, there's no real point. I don't have a car. Come to find out, now I owe him a bunch of money and my license is suspended in the state. So I called the town court and they said, oh yeah, you just have to email us tomorrow and we can just lift that for you. But then another cop said I got a speeding ticket in a time that I didn't have a car. So I don't know how I got a speeding ticket with no car. So I have to and we can't figure out what he was talking about. There was an instance where I got pulled over for speeding, but the town court didn't have it on record. So I don't know what the cop was talking about. Then I'm gonna have to drive 5 or 6 hours to a different place where I don't plan on going live or making content. I don't want people to know where that is. It's not where I uploaded the last video. That was just passing through. I'm much further out past that. I don't even go that way. That's just where the nice mountains are. Yeah. It's not even really elements, is it? It's hard to imagine that this movement itself is billions of cells being electrically stimulated to move. But I don't even know if that's real, because you can make your hand move very easily in a VR video game. And now we have graphics that make it look just as realistic. Like you can make video games now that are completely indistinguishable from reality. And all you'd have to do is just fix the electric signals to give the feeling that you're actually feeling what the person in the video game is feeling. But in reality, you're not even in the game. You do martial arts for 20 years. Could your dojo take me in like the last samurai and train me for a few months? So that in my travels I more confidence that I can handle myself. Because right now I just have some pepper spray. But when I don't have a chubby belly and I have a six-pack, people come up to check me all the time. So I'm going to need to learn martial arts at some point. I just don't like places that are like spiritual cults where they're trying to harvest energy off of the people around them. And they play these stupid dominance and sexual social hierarchies and shit. You live in Portugal? Namaste. Have you ever eaten a trout? They have trout out there in Maura. Is it Maura Diaz? And they speak Portuguese, and that's different from Spanish, I heard. How the hell did Portugal conquer Brazil? That makes no sense to me. You're telling me that they had a musket that takes 2 minutes to load, and then you fire it, and then half the time it blows up and kills you, or half the time when it shakes in the barrel, it flies off and kills one of your own. And then you have to reload it, which takes 2 minutes. You have to pour the gunpowder and then pour it in. So you're mainly just trying with like a shotgun. It's like once they get closer, then there's a greater chance that like the explosion from the barrel does something to them. Against hundreds of people that can fire 30 arrows a minute, that know the environment and can scale a tree in 5 seconds. You're telling me that those guys beat those guys in a battle? I think it's full of shit. I think they shit in rivers. I think they would shit and they would burn piles of shit to spread the poop particles. And when they got them sick, then they came in later, and then they just dressed it up like a battle. Because they didn't even have to take pictures back then. What real proof do we have any of those battles really took place? Because if you don't have pictures, you can just say anything. Oh, the Battle of West Texas. And you go there, there's not even a graveyard. Some people just said a battle happened there, and that's why we won and own the land now. I think they just shit in rivers, man. I'm pretty sure the colonizers just pooped in the rivers. I think they would throw things like Thanksgiving, where they threw feasts, and they would just poison them all at the feast. There's no way that the musket people beat the bow and arrow people, because muskets just weren't developed enough. You couldn't do enough with a musket back then to actually win against somebody that can shoot 30 arrows a minute. Like, have you seen videos of like people in Africa with the weird spears that are like slingshots, and they're throwing like a stick with a piece of metal arrowhead on it, and they can whip it across a football field and get a melon? Against a musket that boom, and then your friend's dead because it flew off this way. I don't think they beat him that way. I think they just bullshitted. I think they're full of crap. And I think being full of crap is how they won, because the poop was toxic. Because of the bacteria. They won by spreading disease. They use tribal rivalry. I know the CIA says that they invented ISIS and that they just used propaganda and CIA agents. They're posting videos now. I don't know if you've seen it yet. I think I just saw it in Asman, but I'd seen it in other places too. If you go to places like in the Middle East, you'll find a really put together, like full, like nice, well-kept beard white guy wearing the clothes that they're wearing, and he's very meticulously cooking the food, but you can obviously tell he's pretending to look like he's stressed because everybody else is stressed. But the way that he's perfectly making these things and the way that he flips it and zips it up to give people the food at the market, you know that's a CIA plant. You know that's a special forces intelligence officer undercover. So I'm thinking a lot of that tribal warfare stuff was engineered beef. Like, all you really had to do was hide in a tree. And you knew what type of arrows the tribe used. So you just you find your best marksman or whatever to pick one off. And then you leave the stuff that looks like the tribe left it there. And now all of a sudden there's a long-standing beef. Like, I didn't really hear a lot of stories that tribes were actually beefing back then. I heard a lot of stories that in Jeremiah Johnson, when he went in and he gave the tribe a gift and the tribe was mad that he gave him a gift because now the tribe has to give him a better gift. So it was disrespectful to give them a gift without like accurately talking it out. If that's the way it was back then, there weren't any beef. That sounds like a culture of, if you have a problem with somebody, you go handle it by yourself, both of you. Not the entire tribe going to war with each other. And it was so abundant back then. There wasn't any fight over land or resources because most of the tribes were nomadic and actually really worked well with trade routes going through all the way through Appalachia, down all the way to South America. Most people got along. The whole tribe was based off of getting along. Most tribes were socialist, where they shared all of the resources with everybody. I think those beefs were either engineered or just made up. Yeah. Somebody in my state posted a video for $100. It's the worst carving of Jesus with a chainsaw I've ever seen in my life. It looks like Baldy from Baldy's Basics holding up a Lego piece. And he cut down a 200-year-old tree for that, and he's selling it only for $100. And I said, I messaged him and said, why did you cut down a 200-year-old tree? Imagine growing and experiencing life for 200 years just to be like mutilated and raped by an inbred lemming, just to end up as the ugliest thing I've ever seen and only be worth $100 for 200 years of growth. It saw 200 winters. And trees can store memory. And all the memories that you store, that gives it a sort of wisdom. It gives it like a potency and a difference. And nature is always innovating, so that tree had grown in tons of different ways. Every tree is unique. It's experienced different things. Its makeup is different. Its memories are different. The energy that it puts out is different. The oxygen that it makes is different. So we cut that shit down just to make a piece. Nobody wants it. It's been up for months. Nobody's bought it. Nobody wants to put that in their yard. So I check my phone and I've got like 6+ messages from the guy. I'm not going to answer it. In Africa, most colonizers say they built railway, but the railway goes from the colonizers' minds to the shipping ports. None were built to connect the villages, so the railway was built to steal, of course. There's no differences between race, and white people didn't. It's looking more and more like that a lot of these buildings and stuff was left behind. I don't think you're allowed to carbon date a lot of the buildings in like those nice architecture that looks like crazy, like you can't believe that they built it. And it's like so precise too, the measurements and everything. I don't think you're allowed to carbon date those things and see how old they actually are. It's always been about resources. Like I'm thinking a lot about if you gave Africa all the resources, because their culture was just built around that they didn't want to take resources. You'd have pop-up armies that would steal gold and stuff, but then they died out and went away. But then you look at like the Moors in Morocco and Africa, and those were societies that developed that were black, and they were just as sophisticated. A lot of these ancient places had mystery schools that taught white people a lot about everything. For a long time, most of other cultures' histories is about the times when they went to the tribes of people that came from the Caucasus Mountains and helped them with sophistication and order, and they had all these predecessors to society. And then at some point the resources flipped. I think there was just too many of them. Like there's just no proof about these battles that took place. They say Sparta were these great warriors. But Spartans could only threw the spears. They didn't even have the way the Africans were able to chuck the spears with those slings that and you can throw it across a football field. Spartans didn't even know how to do that. Like with enough sticks, Africa could whoop a Spartan because they couldn't reach him. And then it's just whoever had, like, whatever armor the Spartans had, you'd have to have something sharper that could get through it. And then they're just dead. Toothpicks? Cutting a tree to make toothpicks? What were people eating back then that they needed toothpicks for? Because I don't get anything stuck in my teeth. Thanks. I think you can fit the entire world's population in just the Midwest of America. It was supposed to rain. That's what I'm waiting for. I'm only staying awake because it was supposed to rain for the next 2 hours. So if that happens, I have to go, because it's really windy, I have to go try to cover all my stuff so that my tent doesn't get moldy. stomach hurts, man. Strings from some plants are strong enough to floss too. Just? Is that the big nose? What are you talking about, Jess? Back then, they used the little bones from the cooked meat. My stomach hurts, man. Is the ground wet? Yeah, it's cold out. The wind is cold. Oh my god, a deer! There's a fucking deer in my car. Do you know that toxoplasmosis makes men gay? Most cats have a parasite that make men gay. Did you know that? I bet you didn't know that. Don't Muslims hate dogs? I thought I heard somewhere that Muslim people don't like dogs. Can I pet that dog? I don't really like dogs either, man. To be honest with you, I don't think I like dogs at all. I mean, like, they're cool, but I'm alright on dogs, man. Pets in general to me. As long as that's not, we're cool. Driving down the road, sitting on the toilet, Have you guys started spring cleaning yet? You got to get on that, man. You don't want to waste tourist season when you're supposed to be walking around out in the woods. Don't spend that shit slowly cleaning your place. Just clean that shit now so that you can go outside and spend your days outside on the days you would be cleaning. Maybe I just haven't found, I'm looking for the right dog. I don't want just any dog. And I had a cat that was really smart, and it was social, and it knew how to communicate with people. The cat had like super empathy. And the cat was like my therapist at the same time. I got my headlight fixed. Planet Fitness tried to take my money again, but I had it locked. And now I have to put my boots on. Some started clearing my allotment to grow some veggies. That's what's up. Does Portugal have microgreens? Have you thought about growing microgreens and selling them to health food stores and restaurants to put on their avocado toast? Because in cities, that shit goes for a lot of money. You can make a lot of money off microgreens. It's real fucking windy, isn't it? Make sure my fly ain't down. Check out the new fit. The new fit from the thrift store. And I'm kind of chubby. But you know what? That's alright. Because it's going to go away soon. What? And I got new pants, man. This shit's nice. I'm gonna leave you here while I take a shit. There's nothing you can do about it. You know what? Like this. Yeah. I'm doing alright. How are you doing? Wow, that's a big one. Oh, this shit hurts. Ow. Oh, fuck. That shit hurt a lot. What the hell? That shit ruined my night. That ruined my night, man. What the hell did I eat? I didn't eat anything. I haven't eaten in a while. You know what it is? Hot and spicy McChickens. It's the hot and spicy McChickens from McDonald's. Burns on the way in and the way out. I need to start eating raisins and apples. Let's have a moment of silence. chat. If a Wendigo wanted to get a job and you worked at a supermarket, would you hire it? If a Wendigo came looking and wanted a job at your establishment, would you hire that Wendigo? It's been heavy on my mind lately. I'm never going to get a prostate exam in my life. If I have prostate cancer, shit, I'm just dying. I'll never know. That shit was juicy. The fuck? You guys are still here? I only wash one hand because I only have one hand. Ready to work. I haven't. It's going. Wendigo. $4. You'll be my woman, even when the sky comes. Yeah, this. They only have this orange. It's bubbly. Yo. I think it's mold, bacteria buildup that's making it puffy like this. Alright.
This is awfully coffee.
That's what I'm saying.
I guess they just seal that. Should be fine.
Alright. I have food stamps, so I offer people a drink if you want one. Yeah. No, I'm saying if you want a drink, I got you. It's a way to give back.
How do we...
I think you just run it.
How do we...
I don't need a receipt. Thank you, man. You too. You'll be my only, even when the sky comes falling down. That's not good. My left tire's lost a lot of air. But it's too windy. I'm not doing anything while it's windy, Chad. I don't know if you know this. I hate wind. Wind is like, it's up there. Like wind is almost close to crows. Not really. I'm doing a disservice to wind by comparing it to crows. But it's definitely on like top worst 50 things. Wind is pretty close. I don't like wind, man. Some of you out there like breaking wind. I think you need to be put down. Okay. Is it about 10 o'clock at night? It's only 8:30. Let's drive up the road, I think, mayhaps. Let's just like totally drive up the road and see. Like, let's try to like go to like a supermarket or something, and I kind of want just to. I want to get a smoothie. Bye, Mora. Get the fuck out of here, Mora. Get the fuck out of here, Mora. Let's drink my drink. You know what? I think I'm gonna go to get a down payment on land. That's what I'm working towards. I'm working towards paying the car off. That's $840. Wheel hubs. I just bought the replacement for the wheel hubs, so I know I don't have to give the high school money, but it seems like they're not. Now they're trying to get $100 from me for the wheel hubs. But for most shops, it'd be something like $300 to $600 for it. So a third of the price. That's not bad. Then I'm trying to get probably a gym membership. Oh, there's a fucking deer on the ground, man. You know what that means? That means at 1 o'clock in the morning, I'm going to come back and just kick it off the side of the road into the grass. Achoo! Achoo! Then I don't know, phone service is $45. Title, registration, and insurance, I don't know how much that's gonna be. But I'm trying to get I'm trying to get money in savings for that. Then I'm trying to get computer fixed, tablet. And then at some point, I'll be able to get to the next level of this shit. I think I'm gonna go on a lot of hikes this year. I think a lot of this year is just gonna be me walking through the woods by myself. It's seeming what it's gonna be like. I have to sneeze a lot. And I don't know where, I don't have any apparatus. These are clean socks. I don't have anything to blow in. I never remember. What's this? You ask. Even when the sky comes falling down. It's a bag with a thing of ranch in it. I'm gonna blow my nose right into the paper bag. Well, that didn't do anything. It's just all over my cheek now. Fuck it, I'm gonna use I'm gonna use a clean sock. I drive the speed limit and I let all the cars pile up angry behind me. Demon Hunter, you made a friend from Portugal and she does martial arts. Maybe you could get your passport, and then you guys can open up rooms in your homes for each other to come visit. Maybe once we put the retaining wall on that goddamn hillside, then we can build this cool stone room with a staircase at the bottom, and then buy up that property next to it and make it a parking lot, so then people can climb up that spiral stone tower staircase, and it climbs all the way up to a room, and then the room connects to your house and with like a big dinner dining hall section, but it's like a stone cobble bridge so that cars can drive under it and go to where the garage is in that back area. But on top of it, it's the whole fucking house there. An extension dining meat hall with a cool view. Big open room at the extension there. And then you could add a porch over the hill and sit on that porch. And you could do wellness retreats up there, where you fill up that swampland full of dirt and gravel and then extend it with aggregate over the top and open up that back section, have it covered by arbor vitae so there's privacy. And then you go out there and do fucking shamanic drum circles and invite the people to come worship there. And you do an outside Bible study, and we get giant mosquito net that drapes over the whole thing so that everyone can be out there. And you do Bible study. And I'm thinking build a trail and don't tell anyone you're building a trail. Make it like unofficial. But make like a walking path up the back and have like a bunch of cool little nooks on the way up that hillside to the top. I think that'd be pretty cool. Man. I don't know. It seems kind of cool. Like, I don't want Brian to lose customers because he's truck driving. I don't think I'd really would like to live down there just yet. I'm kind of like in the journey I'm on right now. But a bus ticket only costs like $80. And you do have an extra car down there. So potentially I could go down and I think it's probably exhausting work, but I don't think it's very complicated to do the landscaping stuff that he was doing. So if he wants to truck drive and he needs somebody to pick up to help keep his client base, maybe for like a week I go down there and do some jobs. And I wouldn't ask for any money. Maybe I'd pick up a night job at a McDonald's and day job just going and doing that. You'd be a manager, not a helper. Does he already have helpers? He just needs people to go and kind of direct them on what to do. Like today we're installing the mulch, and we're digging up the spot, we're putting in the tarp thing, and then we're putting the mulch over it, and then we're planting the tree. I could do that pretty easily. I could do that. Watch out for Bigfoot, homie. Bigfoot like the female Bigfoots, I think they like me, man. I think Bigfoots are probably more intelligent than humans. We just equate them to be stupid because we think they look like monkeys, when in reality, they probably don't look like monkeys. I'm pretty sure they don't look like monkeys. And I'm pretty sure they have a bigger brain than we do. And I think they have embedded innate understanding of quantum physics, so they're able to transcend reality at will. Because we don't tell our cells, the trillions of cells inside us, we don't engage every single cell just to move a finger. We don't even really put any thought into it. So I don't think they have to put much thought into transcending reality and just blipping out of existence and going somewhere else, then blipping back into existence in a different time. I think it's just natural for them, because it's a natural byproduct of evolution. Over time, it becomes very easy to do. Death by snoo. Hey, the white race is gonna die to Latinos being better at sex. The death of the white race will be Latinas and BBC. The white race is literally dying by snoo. And I'm proud, I'm happy, I'm excited. I hope when I'm 80 there will be barely any white kids in any schools. They will all have died by snoo. And the world will be like 10% less inbred. I'm going 50 and a 40. That's not good. Oh no, what if I get pulled over by a cop? Oh my god, wouldn't that be crazy? Wouldn't that be just like really crazy if I got pulled over? Oh shit. Oh, don't do it. Or I'll pop a cap at your ass, fool. My ex is fucking rich. Her grandma is very wealthy. She didn't know her family. She only knew Graham and Graham's lesbian partner, Karen. She didn't know anything about the hood. But when she was 18, she found out her dad was Puerto Rican and he used to be a gang member. And she never spent any time with him. But once she found out that her dad used to be a gang member and he was Puerto Rican, all of a sudden now she thinks that she's black. She messaged me because she told me that she was cheating on her baby daddy with a handful of guys. So I called all of the guys' girlfriends and told them what she told me. And she messages me, this 5 foot tall, you wouldn't know she wasn't white. I think she's 24 maybe at this point, but she's lived in luxury her whole life. She texts me and says, you need to stop speaking on my name. Quit speaking on, she said, quit speaking on my name. I'm like, bitch, do you have multiple personality disorder? Your current boyfriend is one of the biggest dorks I've seen in my entire life. And I found out her new man's address. I know what house he grew up in, bitch. He was wealthy. He had money. You're both meant for each other. You're perfect for each other. You're both spoiled fucking brats that pretend that you're harder than you'll ever be. I'm harder than most people I know and that I've ever met. And I don't play. I have gang members that say I'm official, and I don't walk around saying, motherfucker, you heard me. But it's in me. Because you force it, it's obvious. You don't know shit about shit, bitch. When she was 18, she was one of the baddest girls I've ever seen in my life, I've ever met in my life. But then she cheated on me when I had a brain injury. And afterwards, I couldn't be attracted to her because I had lost all my self-respect. I thought it was the most pathetic thing in my life, knowing that there's a chance that I might not find somebody as attractive as her and that I might regress my brain injury. So it's better to just keep hanging out with her. But after she cheated, I was like, damn, I'm like a cuck now. But she only cheated because I wasn't as entertaining as I had used to be. Like, I've met several girls that have been with the guy she cheated on me with, and they've told me that he is not packing, and that I am packing. And low-key, I think that might be the only reason that she stayed with me. So at some point, even though she was the baddest girl I've seen, I thought after that, I thought she was fucking gross. Like, I looked at her with disgust. How could you lie to my face? She would write me love letters about the kids we're gonna have and how special I am and how much she loved me. And I'm like, bitch, I could open up your phone and see that you're living in 5 different love stories right now with people that you're leading on. I'll never trust you in my entire life. If we married, I'd end up like Brad Pitt from Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, where he took his wife out fishing in Florida and shot her with a harpoon and said that she fell and drowned and got eaten by a shark. Like, he kills his wife and we don't know if he kills his wife, but we're pretty sure he killed his wife, and then fed her to a shark and said that it was a shark attack. That'd be me if I married a liar. Someone that could lie to my face? No way. I think inauthenticity and lying you lose your humanity to me, man. Like, I can't even see you as existent in my mind once I find out you're a bullshitter. Bullshitters are like pretty close to cops, cunts, creeps, and crows. Goes to Cass and his goals. Your idea of romance comes from horror movies. I didn't watch a lot of horror movies. I watched a lot of Scrubs. I watched a lot of Dexter. I watched a lot of South Park and Family Guy. Sometimes I'd watch American Dad after Family Guy. I watched a lot of... I don't know, I didn't watch a lot of like Zack and Cody and all this stuff, but when they had a crossover episode, best believe I'm watching the crossover episode. Didn't watch all of Phineas and Ferb, but best believe if they have a crossover episode, I'm watching that shit. I live for Disney Channel crossover episodes. Fucking That's So Raven saying she has a vision of Hannah Montana. Holy shit. I like crossover episodes a lot. I want my content to evolve into one giant crossover episode where Casey enters a bunch of other people's content. And you see what it's like. Speaking of Will Survives, I'm passing Willie's Lane. Right when I'm talking about that one day I want to go and invade Will Survives' place. And the Casey story invades Will Survives' story. How cool would that be? A big crossover. Casey v. Will. Casey X Will Survives. I don't even want to go to the Hannaford. I don't want to go to Hannaford. I don't want to go to Hannaford's. I don't want to go to Hannaford's. I'm not even hungry. Not even hungry. I don't even want to go. I don't want to go to Hannaford's. But you need the orange juice. But I have orange juice. I just bought some. What if it's bad? What if it's bad orange juice and you need good orange juice? Yeah, but it's expensive. We call it can't affords for a reason. You're bored and you need to do something. You gotta get something cool. Yeah, but that robot kid just twitched when I drove by. He's possessed by the mind flayer. He's gay. Move on. He's cringe and weird. Move forward with your life, Casey. You must go into the can't-affords and get yourself something to drink. You need nourishment. You need it. But what if I get gang-stalked? What if that red car shows up and he's following me through the store? Then crop dust him. If you get followed, just crop dust him. Which one of you took my fucking wallet again? It's right here on the floor. These hoes ain't loyal. Crop dust your gang stalker. Oh, that door's closed. God, I'm gonna piss my pants on everyone. I'm gonna whip my thing out and piss on the floor. Yeah. I'm tweaking a little bit. I'm just looking for a drink. Ooh, shit. What they got in here? Oh. I'm looking for a smoothie. Something that will give me heartburn. Oh my god, peach mango drink. Oh my god, what's all the nutrients on the back? That's how you know it's not real. I need things with a bunch of numbers and letters in the nutrition facts. Or I'll get mad and freak out. Where is it, the Naked? Or is it Bull House Farms? Who was that? I saw him twice. Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola. I have to talk to because of the copyright music. So that's what I talk about when they just throw the head down like that. But usually it's more violent and aggressive. Like that was just shy and polite. But usually... Oh, I saw me walking in the mirror and I was like, what the hell? What's this? See, this has stuff in it. This is like orange juice. This doesn't even say what it is. Pear juice? This is fucking pear juice? Man, I want orange juice. But I want to treat myself with this mighty mango machine. Let's just get these two. Which means I can't buy it. I can't get anything with my food stamp card for 2 days. If I get these. But you know, that's fine. It ain't so bad. Mango juice smoothie. Yo, can I ask you a question? Am I tripping out? Or is that like black liquid? Is this normal?
I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say no. Unless the bottle is like that, unless it's like dark. Yeah. Try looking at like another one that's like a different flavor and see if it does the same thing.
I'm gonna go with you. I wanna see. I mean, this kind of has it too.
Yeah, it's weird.
Am I just dumb?
Never buy that.
They're really good. But I'm not going to spend $8 on it. It's like... watch
It's a darker color.
Watch me look at all of them.
I guess maybe that's the way the bottle is. Because they're all like that.
I don't get it because I'm like, the light, it should be... It does look discolored, man.
These are different bottles though. Oh wait, that's not even the same brand. I think maybe that's the way the bottle is. Because they're all like this.
The hell,
Look at the
$4.50 for this?
Yeah, these aren't all made, so...
That's why they call it canaffords. Man.
It must be the way the bottle is. Unless
Alright.
that's just how they settle, I don't know.
Okay.
Do you want to get like another one just in case, or does it really matter? I mean,
Let's just grab one that's the expiration date's farther away. They're all May. Yeah. Fuck it. I'll let you know afterwards. Yeah. Yeah. Alright. It's $4.50 for this. You know they call it canaffords? We call this place Canaford.
Okay.
We're just gonna say fuck it.
It's just like weirdly dark in the center.
Yeah. How the hell did I know that that guy was gay? I called it. I knew that guy was gay just by seeing how he twitched when I entered the environment. I knew that that man was a homosexual, and I don't know why. And I didn't steal anything this time. I had it. If you like pina coladas. I tried to make small talk and she didn't care. I went, you know, they call this place Can't Affords? And she just gave me the zombie look. She gave me the 1,000-mile dead stare. She didn't know what to think of it. If you coladas. I need a haircut, man. Cause of my shit. Isn't that funny? Don't look at me, car. I'll kill you. I'll get out of here. I'll get out of here. Can anyone find my hair tie, man? I want to go Last Samurai in this bitch. Nobody better be looking at me. All right. What are you talking about? There's green. I don't want a green machine, man. I lived off of green machines for 6 months. The green machines last longer outside than the other ones. So I only drank green machines when I lived outside. Every month on the 1st, I would get 3. And also there was something with the way that it froze and thawed. So in the winter, if you get green machines out there, I'm a skinwalker. I'm trying to remolt. Let me molt back into alignment. There, I just fixed my eye. I fixed my eye and then that person twitched. Okay. Are we ready? I don't want to hit her with my car. I mean, she was cute, but she had some... She was like kind of chunky. Oh my god. I'm just not a fan of people that look like the hippopotamus from Madagascar. It just doesn't do anything for me, man. I'd rather the girl lion from the Lion King. Num 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 num. Let's get the fuck out of here. Oh my god. I'm freaking out, man. Oh shit. I'm getting kind of high off this pina colada. Can you stop fucking beeping, chat? Shut the fuck up. Who turned on my windshield wipers? Can I go right on red here or not? Ah! Jump scare. That car came out of nowhere. Somebody just hung up a bunch of pieces of paper over there. I don't even know if I'm going the right way, chat. I don't even know who I am anymore. What? I thought Samurai Style was where you kill yourself with a sword. Senpai. That better not be a police. Oh, my headlights are off. I'm probably gonna get pulled over for that. And no one fucking told me either. No, officer. Basically, I dropped. It was during the blinker process. I dropped my phone, and I went to catch it with my other hand and turned my headlights on accident. I didn't know because you can see, sir, my headlights also, when they're off, they have two other ones. But I have turned on my headlights since, so we're all good. No need to try me. Cause I'll fucking watch your whole family through a window in the Beninging. I will put tapioca pudding under all of your beds and let it sit there for weeks before you notice. Cause I'll put an air freshener, and after the air freshener dies, you'll be left with the most disgusting pile of crap you've ever seen. I'll break your drywall and then I'll fix it and you'll never know what happened. I'll put my smegma in your coffee at the gas station and you'll drink it. I'll gift you a pie and there will be nothing bad in the pie. I'll just gift her a pie. Watch me, I'll do it. Am I even on the right path? Because it's raining out, and that's kind of raining on my parade. How am I going to feed a family of raccoons when I can't even get a orange drink that doesn't have a dark bottom? That place used to be an automotive center. Now it's a cannabis dispensary. I love lasagna. I love lasagna. Chat, I love lasagna. You ever think about that? Hey, Vsauce, Michael here. Welcome to Film Theory, where we show you Let me make sure. Well, why does Garfield like lasagna? So we're gonna explore bugs and the Italian root of orange cats and why they prefer lasagna. Welcome to Film Theory, where we find out would cats have joined Italy in seceding from the European Union and joining the Nazis with Japan? Because that seems... Oh, I almost hit a possum. It seems like a thing a cat would do. If there was an animal I would say would be most likely to be Nazis, it would be cats, probably. I fucking hate cats. Welcome to Cat Theory. Why do they show us their butthole? Is it because they have parasites controlling their brain? Chat, what would my gamer subs flavor be? Fuck you and your cats. What would my gamer subs be? Would it be dead? Would it be dead crow feather in the winter? My gamer subs flavor would be picking apart a frozen crow in the middle of winter and getting kicked out for it. I'm still looking for video editors. Editors. I need a video editor, chat. If anyone from the garage is listening, I've been waiting on your clips. We're passing Clapper Road. I thought it said Clipper. And then we're passing, guess what? Catamount. Because we're always at Catamount. KC and Catamount go hand in hand. Hand in paw. God, I want to run my car into these cars, man. I just want to like fake one out and watch him fly off the road and keep going. Road work 500 feet. What happens after 500? Road don't work? Put me in the penitentiary, man, because I'm lighting myself on fire. Here's Johnny slamming through your dining room table. Feed me your scraps. I'm a garbage disposal. Let's hit this car real quick. Whirr. Chat, it's middle of winter, you're out there in the woods and a tauntaun is lying dead, fresh. Do you cut it open with a lightsaber and crawl inside? That's just a thought I had just now. Chat, you're starving to death and it's your last life. And you're on your last legs. You're like gonna die in 20 minutes. But if you eat an entire turd, it's like a fresh, solid, warm Duke. The person only ate Jimmy Dean breakfast sandwiches. The only way you're gonna live is if you inhale that turd. You doing it? You don't get a chase or anything either. You dying or you just eating the turd? Chat. $500 to your bank account right now, but I snot rocket into your mouth. You doing it? You have to swallow it. A bridge is just a road that's brave as fuck. No, because someone had to make that road. But a bridge that falls over. Like the bridge is just like, I'm fucking tired of being walked over. And it just falls apart. That's pretty brave. Let's kill ourselves. Woo! If I had a gun, I'd do it. If I had a gun, I'd kill 7 people and kill myself. We're passing Ray Road. I might have been wired. You probably need coffee. I tried to keep chips on my shoulder like dip, so come get it off me. I desperately care. You're hopelessly on me. I know you stay pissed. Doesn't that look like a UFO? Looks like UFOs from sci-fi films. Do you think that the red pill YouTubers are gay? They seem kind of gay. I don't know, Nick Fuentes seems pretty gay to me. Andrew Tate, he's starting to seem pretty gay. Clavicular, he's starting to seem pretty gay. I ain't even gonna cap chat. I'm pretty sure that MAGA red pillars are gay. They seem pretty gay. I don't know how they can like they can contort themselves into such sick people. But they do, man. There's some weirdos out there, man. There's a passing Rainbow. We're passing Rainbow Road. Literally, it's Rainbow Place. That's one way to intake it. What that means? You said, huh? Chat, I'd rather be playing basketball. I just don't have any friends. I don't know. I think all I know is loneliness, to be honest with you. I don't really know anything else. I've been alone my whole life. When I was born, they took me in a helicopter and flew me away from my family and put me in an incubation chamber. And I've been sitting by myself, alone, since. I've been alone my entire life. Occasionally people would come over, but those people were users that would use me and didn't appreciate me. I was too quiet, so they filled in the blanks about who I was, instead of actually getting to know the me on the inside. They would project onto my attractive face and body whatever they needed to. My parents are narcissists. They'll never be able to see me for who I am, and my mom is in this weird competition where she needs to prove that there's something wrong with me and it's not her fault. It has to be my fault so that she can be allowed to play victim until she dies. She bought everything that I would need and she coveted it and then fished for an excuse to sell it because it's my fault. She would just sit next to everything that I needed when I was homeless. I had a portable power station, this camping stuff, and she sat with it next to her, coveting it and like taking pride that she had the means to help, but she wasn't. She's not going to, because of whatever she can make up and spew out in gossip to somebody who's just as sick as she is. Prideful, narcissistic pieces of shit with no accountability that survive at the expense of others. I might have been wired. We probably need let's kill ourselves. Whoop! Sometimes I do that for fun. I'm just kind of quirky like that, chat. I'm just kind of zany. You know what I'm saying? I'm just like a kook. I'm just like a total kook sometimes, man. It's nuts. Should we drive off the bridge? Everybody type 1 if I should kill myself tonight. If 5 people type 1, I'll drive my car off the bridge and drown. But hey, this pina colada, it's pretty nice. Can you guys see the view? You can kind of see the clouds. We're going over a very large body of water right now. Whoa, there's a car parked over there. The worst part about driving is when people are behind you. And in other states, usually they're going 30 over the speed limit and they're slamming on the horn, screaming at you, trying to run you off the road when they pass you because they're so mad that you're going the speed limit. And I'm like, life is not, like, how the fuck did these people end up that way? And there's just something wrong with police. Something needs to change with the police. They're getting too mentally fucked up. They're fucked up people. Something needs to change with the cops, man. Something needs to change with institutions and schools. There needs to be more diversity in life experience. Something is making these cops fucking crazy. I don't know if they already were nuts and they went into it specifically for the power, and they were already mentally fucked up. Especially young cops, like cops that you see that are in their 20s. There's something wrong with them. There's something really wrong with white people, man. And I have to assume it's that their predecessors were institutionalized and programmed over generations. Like, I know I can communicate with my ancestors. So if their ancestors were a bunch of slave owner, rapist, fucking inbred lemmings, these fucking monsters that would eat black people and skin them alive and torture them for fun, and they'd all get together in groups and do it. Like, part of they would do like these massive social rituals where they would hang and torture and rape and beat people just for like looking at a white woman walking down the street. And I'm like, that's what's in the back of these people's minds, influencing them the same way that my ancestors helped me play the violin. Like, I have an ancestor that was really good at playing violin. So when I'm out in the woods, that ancestor shows me her memories. And I can see how she used to dance and play the violin in like this grassy knoll. And like flowers on her windowsill that she would look out, and then she would go outside into the small little grotto, and she would dance around by herself and play the violin. Some of these people have fucking their ancestors showing them how they would rape and torture black kids. And I'm like, yeah, I could see why they became cops. That's a true story too. I finally figured out what it was the other day, because I would see flashes. I would start seeing flashes of a place I'd never been, and energy that wasn't mine. And then finally, once we hit Pisces and I was able to attune to Neptune and open up more of the portal to see more of the vision and allow for more emotional information to enter the space, I was able to see more of the image, and I was able to understand that it was an ancestor. And I was able to recognize more and more about how exactly our epigenetics coagulate how all of our ancestors are us. Everything our ancestors did is present in our DNA. Every choice they made, everything they experienced, their conscious creativity, what they individuated into through relationships and memories in the tree of life, this tubules of information and all this. Like, one of my ancestors, I don't know if it was a Viking or a barbarian or something, but I thought it was like this freakish monster. But then the light shined on it one time in like deep at night, when it looks like I'm just in a dark room. I'm like in a dark abyss, and things are speaking to me. That's the 8th house. That's Scorpio energy. Just this dark abyss where you can communicate in spirit to things. And the light shined, and they stepped out of the light, and it looked like a caveman, but it had red hair, and it was really skinny. A cave woman. And then something told me, that's one of your ancestors from a long time ago. individuated. It's like you go through life and things happen, information enters your system, and you make conscious decisions, and your life choices result in a change in your behavior. And after you go through many, many, many trials and tribulations, eventually it all compounds together, and for a while you become something different, until eventually it's shed away and you become who you've always been since before you were born. It's like a more complex version of character development. Individuation. If you're reading this, you're not watching the road. That's funny. Stay too long, they'll get too aggressive. You just have to leave vaguely. Sometimes that works. Those that follow in that way, I find, are actually very delicate. They need you around, but they don't really want you around. You're not killing yourself. Please stop talking like that. It is. I'm just joking. Gross, Casey. Yeah. I think I have cancer. So that's why I got this orange juice. I'm trying to break apart all the shit from the vape. It's getting bad. Because I go manic and panic, and I don't even feel anything anymore. I'm just dead inside. But I like feeling the pain, because it like centers my focus, and then eventually the blood accidentally shoots like a shit ton of nicotine, and I feel like pain. I like that, to be honest with you. Because that mixed with caffeine, it hurts, but you get this sense of focus that I really like. My ear's ringing, like somebody pointed a death ray at me. You ever just like feel like nothing's real, and then all of a sudden your ears start ringing, and then you realize that there's a spiritual entity that's like dug its way into your ear, and that's like everyone has that entity in its ear, and that's what worm tongue was from is it Lord of the Rings? That we all just have like an entity right here in our ears, that like dull pressure, where it feels like there's just like something there, but you know that you could stick your finger in your ear and there's nothing, but you feel it. That's why Half-Life had those head crabs, and Alien had the face huggers, and Stranger Things had Vecna shoving that phallic tube inside those kids' mouths in Stranger Things season 5. Because if we were aware of electromagnetic energy, we would be able to activate our sixth sense by understanding that our senses are just our body's ability to perceive change. So then you would just hold your awareness and wait for something to change, and then you would be able to activate your sixth sense. I feel you hopefully realize it's a holy entity. It's not a holy entity. Just because you're judged at the end of it doesn't mean that everything's good. Like, I don't know why they support us. I don't know if it's because they love us or because they're just helping us get to a place where it's easier for us to get higher, denser information for them to harvest and feed to the demiurge. I don't know if these are angels. Like, when you get to the moment where you realize everything loves you, that could just be the universe getting you high so that you feel bliss so that they can harvest it. Are you anti-LGBT and trans? You've already asked me this. You trying to get me again for what? Shoot up a school. I don't care. I would try the supermarket next. I think they need to go too. I hate them too. Fuck these people, man. I get it. I was not. Pink Fur obviously was probably born post 2000. The answer I gave you last time is it's the same thing. I grew up in Brattleboro, Vermont. Brattleboro, Vermont, people walk down the street naked. People there's like full-grown 38-year-old men that are really skinny standing outside on the street in Daisy Dukes with their ass hanging out. Like Brattleboro is the episode. It's like is it Seattle is like the place with all the whatever? Brattleboro is like the Seattle of New England. And it's also one of the coolest places I've ever been. They every summer on the first Friday of every month, they close off the town and they throw a festival. I don't care, man. I think I also told you that the best masculine role models in my childhood were lesbians. What makes you think I don't like them? I don't like white people. I don't like power hungry. I don't like going through a fucking Dollar General and all the guys come in like monsters and they're staring at me trying to harvest my energy and run off with it. And if I stand my ground and they can't take it from me, they completely derail their entire day just to turn into my aisle and try to push against me. And I can't stand in line at the Dollar General because everybody's twitching and trying to steal my energy because I'm an Ophiuchus, because I don't have an elemental charge. I'm pure raw ether, and I'm an 11 energy, 33 life path. So it's just too dense for this realm. So everybody thinks it's like really magnetic and attractive to people. So everybody wants it for themselves, and they think that they can harvest it and steal it from me because they're trapped in their institutionalized Masonic programmed social hierarchy games, like lemmings, just and trying to use it to game the girl at the register. And I'm just like, man, I hope that I can focus long enough to say something and seem human. You know? You gotta learn to close off, maybe. It's hard. It's impossible. If you enter my life physically, your life becomes a cartoon movie, basically. Like just really exaggerated stuff. Like spirit, like God is just extremely obvious in my life. Anybody that comes into my life. Like, my life is just like lessons for people. Like one time, Demon Hunter here came into my room and sat down in the middle of it, and then a bunch of like 7 or 8 flies flew in the window, just a fly just in a circle right above Demon Hunter's head. And then right when Demon Hunter left, all the flies just flew out the window. One time when I was struggling to learn how to fight off all the energy that I feel from the entire community, 60 flies flew into my apartment and like scattered all over the place, and they wouldn't leave until I Spirit told me to play binaural beats, and then told me that I can create my own binaural beat and I can be a binaural beat. So then I did that, and then all the flies just politely exited the building all at once. Just don't want to be judged or not welcome. What? I'm like the island of misfit toys for real. I don't care that you're trans, man. We're going to have mosquitoes that have COVID vaccines that are going to fly and inject us with nanoparticles and then try to control us remotely. I don't care. I don't care who you like. I don't care what your gendered identity is, man. I just hope that you can grow some microgreens and enjoy your life before shit hits the fan, man. Come on. Heather, what happened to the cats in your room? What happened to those cats? Did you rehome the cats, or did they you've been feeling down with all that's going on in the world? Scary. They went off to their forever homes. Okay, cool. I've been feeling down with all that's going on in the world. Is scary, and there's a sense of panic. I know that getting buff, being healthy, getting rest, self-care, cleaning your house, organizing your space, getting a to-do list, whiteboard, planning out your day, getting a bucket list, spending a lot of time thinking about what if this was my last day on earth, what would I do if this was my last day? If I knew tomorrow I wouldn't wake up, what would I do today? And then doing that. And then just exercising the different time lengths. Okay, what would I do if I had 2 days to live? What would I do? And then do it. What would I do if I had a week to live? What would I do? What would I do if I had a month to live? And then you can restructure your life priorities. Then the rest is just giving yourself a nut. Like, the only way to deal with the state of panic in the world about what's going to happen and what's going to change, it's like it really doesn't make a difference in your life if it's not motivation to do more in your life, then it's just a waste. It's just a waste, man. Like, I see where I live, I see the people devolve completely. Some days, some seasons of whatever we're living in, the people are crazy. Like, it does seem like they're testing out something indoors. I don't know if it's their Wi-Fi router. I don't know what's going on in the communities, but sometimes the entire community just goes crazy. Everywhere I go, the people are violent, aggressive. They have no sense of empathy. They're just gone, like automatons just running around empty. And then when I come in full of life from the woods, they're all trying to get it from me like zombies. But I still go out in the woods. And when I go out in the woods, my ancestors speak to me. And it's not like a word or somebody speaking a word exact. Sometimes it really is, like some parts of the day, yeah. But for the most part, it's just like ethereal trees grow. And I learn so much. And I'm always felt like I'm loved and supported, and I'm on a journey, and there's something bigger than me going on, and to just have faith and enjoy the moment and just keep going. And just not let any of it affect me. You're a Saturnist. I'm Saturn in Taurus and Taurus rising in the first house. And I'm Aquarius, which is ruled by Uranus and Saturn. Aquarius, Moon, Mars, Neptune, and Uranus. And all of that's in the 10th house, which is Capricorn, which is Saturn. I'm a huge Saturn person. You don't think I'll ever circle the square? Clam chowder soup here, what? You made potato soup during the storm so it burned? I don't even know what that means. Why are we talking about food, man? Now, which one of you took my napkins, man? I need to blow my nose. I had to use a clean sock, which is like haram. It's like a deadly sin to snot in a clean sock when it's a finite, precious resource. You got locked out of your apartment and your neighbors saved your ass, but you lost everything you had. How did you lose everything you had locked out of your apartment? If the apartment was locked, how did you lose the stuff in it? What? What's going on tonight? I too burned my squash soup the other day, but it was totally fine. Money-wise, $200. Dude, you're not doing well. Oh, I don't believe anything an inbred lemming has to say. You can't make soups during storms or they will burn. Tonight proved it. I've never burnt my soups I make. What? What? Not all angels are made of light, though you have darkness and light within yourself. Darkness is light. Everything is light. Because light is just code. The Chinese philosophy says when it's windy, then there is chaos. I hate wind, man. Fuck wind. God, wind is terrible. I fucking hate wind. There definitely was a thunderstorm after I got all of the leaves out of my yard, so now there won't be dirt and the fresh can grow. That's lit. I needed to call somebody to pick my door lock, and I'm gonna eat soup in desert for the rest of the month. You got a food shelf, man? Go to the food shelf, man, and get some. Don't you got a food shelf that gives out eggs, man? Get a dozen eggs, man, a week. You ain't got no food shelf out there, man? What is this? And sock is so interesting. All I'm thinking of is Harry Potter and freeing the most powerful. Well, then send me money. No, just a large city, but that's okay. You gotta have a food shelf, man. You gotta have a food shelf, man, in your city, man. New England is full of food shelves, man. We all got food shelves, man. You gotta get food shelves. Don't you have like a Facebook community up for your little your neighborhood where you say, I got light in my house, I need some food. Does anybody have any, like, whatever? Why don't countries prioritize that of donating food that expires to programs? Like, you throw out, so, like, I see entire chickens every day, 100 chickens, probably more than 100 chickens every day that were fed, that had lives, that grew up, and then were killed for food, transported all the way from the farm to the store just to be thrown out at the end of the night because nobody bought it. What the fuck? Imagine being a chicken that died brutally just to be thrown out because nobody bought you. Give that chicken to people in need, man. But I got 5 liters of soup and rice and beans, and I make carrot cake. That's lit. Get that carrot cake, baby. Eating carrot cake. They're living in hell. Chickens. Chat, I got an air freshener today. I forget, it's called True North. Little Tree's True North. And it smells like a cheap bar of soap. Oh my god, there's a deer in my car. Anybody got a buck? When I asked God for a couple bucks, this isn't what I meant. They died as sacrifices because they're all Luciferians. Ball cultists. Yeah, that pisses me off too, that food goes to waste. Casey, I think you need to breathe. Don't overwhelm yourself with our problems. I'm gonna be okay. Anybody got a buck? Got a buck for the hobo? Hey, the Bible says, open your hand completely to the people in need. Ow. I just stabbed myself. Christmas time. Chat, for some reason I thought it was Christmas for a second. I just hallucinated that it was the holidays for a second. Hallucination. It's my favorite nation. I say that with live by the way. I say that with live by the way. When I do get money next, you will be getting some. Oh, I appreciate it. You don't have to. Hey, I've been sending you the Discord link. Not for the group itself, but just so I can send you the reference photos for the stuff I'm trying to make. At some point I'm going to be, speaking of Discord, I'm getting a notice. That was my monthly total for Cash App. With love, sorry. How are you carrying that stuff around? I dumped everything I own behind a church and I just left it there, and every week I say, I'm sorry, but I'm working on it. And I'm trying to get them a couple sheds. One for storage. I'm trying to get the board at this church to put a couple to let me get them sheds, because sometimes I find free sheds that are usually like $600. Sometimes I can find good deals, but they're like, we have to talk to the board about it. You're looking for the link, but I think YouTube is hiding it. I don't know, man. I send it to you. I've sent it a few times. Because I can just go on YouTube Studio and go to unresponded comments, and I can find your comment, and then I just copy the link and send it. Maybe if you put your Discord, I can friend request you. Somebody's being a cuck. This sucks and this is sad, to be honest. Poor animals die for nothing. True. This guy was too horny for his own good. It got him killed. But I rescued him. It was probably gonna go to like a teenager's bedroom or something, and he would smoke weed and this deer would watch him jerk off. And now he sees me stress out about life. You could build them some sheds using pallets, just a thought. Yeah, but that would be a lot of work, and it might not meet their expectations about what they'd like. I don't want it to be an eyesore or anything for the church. Hey, somebody got the invite. Sendo, did you find it? I just got a Discord notification. You joined, and he kicked me just as fast. Because I'm not talking about the Discord link to the group, man. I don't like... if there's like 100 people, yeah. But every time I tried to do it, it felt like I was spending a lot of energy reading the Discord and focusing on the Discord, and nothing was going on with it. So then when I went live and just through my daily life now, it made a big change in like what I thought about every day. So I didn't like it. It wasn't for me. Like, at least in the YouTube, when people comment and we talk about it and stuff on the live stream, it feels like there's more progress there. The Discord seemed like an extra thing in my life that I was devoting like mental bandwidth to, and I don't like how I feel when I just don't let it, like, ruins the vibe, I guess, when people are in the Discord. It like makes a change in my life that I don't like. But I just sent it to Sendo so that I could find Sendo's private Discord to send her these pictures, because she's an artist and maybe she could help. Like, eventually I'll get a tablet and I'll be working on a scene or something, and then I'll send it over and see if Sendo would like to add anything to it and make it better. Like, go like zoom in on her tablet and like add intricate detail to the trees in the background of the scene. And then afterwards we'll put it in like an AI animation to see if we can animate the wind or make the characters that we make move the way we'd like it to, and I can finally make my my animated TV show I've been thinking about for a while. Captain Stank. This is don't become a Discord mod. It's a deer, man. You ain't never seen no deer. And he's alive, he's just shy. He's having like analysis paralysis. Captain Stank. Yeah, he spoke about him making a book or story. Yeah, my tarot reader, I had a tarot reading today where it was going in depth about what the tarot reader's like, I need to teach you about what Saturn and Taurus means. And I have a Saturn and Taurus in the first house. And then the tarot reader was like, I think you're making a children's book. I see somebody making a children's book. So I was like, oh crap, that's crazy. You can be just like Chris McCandless from Into the Wild. Somebody told me I should go on the show alone. Can you guys all get together and blow up the people who make the show alone? I'm just worried about if I go to like one of those big TV shows and then we're out there in the wild and all of a sudden the Diddy Party people show up, and if I want to make it out alive, I have to subject myself to a Diddy Party. Like, what if I get onto like a reality show and I have to like give my blood to Kim Kardashian in order to live, or they're gonna AI video me with a child and say that I'm a pedo. I hope you all have a great day. We will be watching. The chemicals they use to preserve deer heads are extremely toxic. Well, I'm toxic. Greg Ovens is the man of the alone. Get away from me! They say you're toxic. Chat, how did I know that guy was gay in the store? Ethan? What up? Are you schemy, slimy, smelly Ethan? Is this schemy, slimy, smelly Ethan? The Turncloak? Joined 10 years ago. Did you try to talk about McDonald's? Are crime statistics racist? I know a couple of YouTubers who have mom rocks, as in a rock from the moon. Do you happen to have one in the car? Listen, if Vargas shows up, just give him the crickets. You've been around for a while. You've been around for a year, bro. Nap time. Ethan 36322, have you been around for a year? I think nap time happened 2 years ago. What's your favorite football club? I don't know. I like the meatball sub from Subway. Can you do a backflip in the car? I could, but I don't feel like it right now. Do you know what berries to not die from? I just wouldn't eat any berries, man. I'd go fishing. A Native American nomad once taught me how to catch a fish with your hand. You get a couple berries and you drop it in the water so the fish are confused about what it is, so they like check to see if they can eat it, and then you tap the water a little bit, just tap, 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 tap. So it looks like a bug to them, tap, tap, tap. And then when the fish come up, you just grab it real quick. He caught a fish with a paper, I helped him, but we caught a fish with a paper clip on a string we made from like, I don't know if it was a hair tie or what, I forgot what we used, but it wasn't a string, but it was like a string with a paper clip, and we just put a little berry on it, and then we snagged it. How long do you have to survive in alone? I don't know, maybe a month, 2 months. You need to learn to fight a bear if you're planning on taking their fish. Hey man, I chased a bear through the woods in October last year. I have that on live. For like 2 weeks straight, every night I would go out there and try to find this bear. I'd wait until it would show up at the cabin to eat my trash, and then eventually it learned what the sound of the tent was, and it would run away. So you can hear it running, but we had a cub once. I caught a cub on camera. But I think if you turn the brightness up on it, you can see it was a massive bear, but you can definitely hear it. It was just right outside in the darkness. But I did chase it down. It's crazy. You want to see that? Somebody said I need to make a mullet. Yeah. If you are truly living in the woods in your truck, it won't be long before you see a Sasquatch. I've already seen them, man. The same way that we don't tell all of our cells to work just to move our hands, it's pretty easy for them just to go in and out of reality. I don't know where they go, but they leave this place and come back at will. So I've seen them twice. One time it knocked down a tree, and then I went up there and there was a tarp there, and the tree was just over this trail. But then we had a flooded, like a massive storm that flooded. And the only reason all of my stuff survived is because last minute when this random flash flood showed up, that wasn't on my phone, I didn't get notified, I was able to get the tarp and drape it over the tree on the trail and hide under that. And I have that recorded. How did it look? Completely transparent, but probably like 8 feet tall. Very big. But it was just like almost invisible. Like if you look up Halo Reach active camouflage, it looked like it had that. But one time it showed up outside the tent, and I felt it and I saw it, and it didn't have a need for an identity. If that makes sense. Like usually I could pick up their ego and everything. It didn't have an ego. It was just there. And then it picked up a stick and hit it. And it waited for my response. And when I decided in my consciousness, I'm not going to leave, I'm going to hide, then it was like, and chucked the stick, and then took one step, and then the presence was gone, and there were no more steps. It just disappeared. But I see praying mantis beings. I see blue aliens with crystals for eyebrows and a bunch of little eyes. I see insectoid things that look like dragonfly people. I see things that look like like just globs of, they look like the thing from the back rooms, like just a dark bacteria monster. I see I think I have parasites in my body. Like we all have parasites, but I think I can actually see the parasite itself. Like I can see the intentions behind it that people mistook for demons. It was actually the conscious will of the parasites. I also see not a lot of furry creatures or anything. Like I think fur is like exclusive to Earth. I don't think other planets have furry creatures. I think that's how close we are to the sun, developed the bacteria to have fur. Because if you look at the sun, it looks like it has fur that's moving like grass. But I've also seen like there's tons of forest stuff, like pukwudgies, Pukwudgies. You can look that up. I've seen them a few times. They're real. I've seen the embodiment of the god of the wild reveal itself as the deer man on top of a mountain in the middle of the night in pitch black. and it telepathically told me it was the god of the wild, and that I'm protected as long as I am brave and go down the mountain. If not, and it showed me being eaten by a bear, and then a mountain lion followed me all the way down the mountain. Swear to God. That's in my God gave me my 300 moment video. You can hear that story. Because I went up against a mountain lion with a mile marker, and I screamed at it until somebody unlocked the gate to this big chain link fence with barbed wire that blocked the ski resort from that area. And I don't know if it was a mountain lion, but whatever it was, it stalked me the whole way. And there's no other animal that would have done that. Coyote wouldn't have done that. There's no wolves here. Had to have been a catamount. And the EMT that heard me screaming at it, slamming the mile marker on the ground, said, yeah, it was probably a catamount. "5D moment. Isn't that the parasites the ones that don't actually do anything that's necessary for the land that they then go to?" Whoa, isn't that the parasites the ones that don't actually do anything that's... Wow, I've met a man with yellow eyes and he was stealing from a construction site some metal. He was taking copper. Was he black? Not because he was stealing, but because his eyes were yellow. I know a lot of black people that have yellow eyes. I don't know what it's from. I've never met a white person with yellow eyes. You mean the color? Like I have green eyes, his eyes were yellow? I'm talking about the whites of his eyes were yellow. Lycopene? Is that like your dick goes crazy on a full moon? Eyes go yellow from liver diseases, from alcoholism and shit. Alright. I have a wild cherry Pepsi! Oh my God! It's a miracle! Demon Hunter, how are you getting this money, man? I'm concerned for your family. Demon Hunter sent me $790. So I'm like, fuck, I had to give back in some way. I had to bless other people. So I got a church and air fryer, and I got something else I'm going to show you tomorrow for a church. And then I got myself 2 Pizza Hut pizzas for $30. And that's all I spent it on. That and gas. Today Brian sold one of his mowers. I really, really don't want to impede. Like, Brian must hate me at this point. If he knows that you're sending me his money. Like, he probably sees me as a trash can that's just consuming all of his hard work. So I'm trying to figure out how to get it back to you guys. I know, like, whatever projects you have, or... No, he doesn't. He agrees with it? Okay. What's that behind you? It's the Winter Soldier, Bucky Barnes, man. Oh yeah, they have nowhere else to tithe to. Okay. So I'm going to show you tomorrow. Somebody named KC gave me something really cool, and it was a really good deal. So someone named KC, the letters KC, I woke up this morning to a notification for that offer by KC. You do taxidermy? I want to in the future, but more along the lines of like I'm never going to taxidermy something that you hunt and kill unless you're giving me, unless I can have it. Like if you kill a bear and you get the meat and you want the rug, I'm taking the rug from it. So I'd rather learn taxidermy just to buy the pelts off of people, so that they don't have it. Like I'm fine if you take the meat from the animal, but I'm not fine with you like displaying the trophies of your kills. I'd rather have it, and I would display the trophies of your kills, but more like a rescue situation where I honor the animal. Even though this isn't a great honor, but in the past I did have when I lived in the woods, Bucky had his own space and he would hold down the fort. Like I just feel like I would respect the animal more than the typical colonizer. Like I don't think the people that kill the animal are petting the mount. I think they're bragging to their friends about their kill, you know? Ha, tithe here to come. Does the book I wrote a long time ago, and now the man with the same name is coming tonight. Fair, a pelt is a pelt, at least it doesn't go to waste, right? Gives the animal some life again, yeah. I don't know. There's just something wrong with cops, man. I got pulled over because I had the buck in the passenger seat, and he gave me a hard time because of it. Eventually, I think maybe in my late 30s or something, I'm going to get a degree in wildlife conservation so that I can wake up every day and bottle feed baby deer and have deer on my property. Folks that pose with dead elephants and giraffes and stuff with big grins, I don't understand it. It's just white people, bro. They're so cut off from everything because they were bred to work, to accumulate resources for Satanists, that you never know what they're gonna do next, and everything that they do, you're like, why the fuck is he talking like that? Why is he commenting on Facebook like that? What the fuck is wrong with him? And why doesn't he see that that's so out of touch with everything, but he's so proud of it? And the only way to beat him is to have more fun than they are. Like, white culture disintegrated when black people learned how to have fun publicly. When black people get together and they have fun publicly, and they're like, it's not bad, it's just exclusive. Like, only they understand what they're talking about and how to have fun. And then white people see that they're having fun, and they like turn into robots and like do all this shit. It's pretty funny. Yuramato means a wise man in my local native culture, somebody who has knowledge of spirit. I think all children have knowledge of spirit. So we just held on to it longer. Deer medicine, maybe you are Deer Clan. I'm probably bear, if I had to guess. A lot of people say I'm wolf, and I don't know what that means. Taxidermy, not talk. Casey's a Yuramato. The more we give to just you, the more God seems to bless us. It's supernatural in the truth because you are anointed. Because he has feline energy too, for sure. Well, I was born in the year of the cat. People on mushrooms say that I'm the highest form of empath possible. I'm not bragging. I know it sounds like it, I'm just tired. But people have told me that I'm the highest form of empath possible. A lot of people like on mushrooms would like come into my room and crying, saying that I'm an angel. Homeless people often like come up, like I have it on video once of a cop had just smacked my tent, took my bike to see if it was stolen, and I said, you can't treat people like that, man, what the fuck? And he was like, you're just being a whiny baby, blah blah blah. And I was like, you just called having PTSD being a baby. And he was talking about how homeless people don't come up here because they're fucking lazy pieces of whatever. They do nothing for anything. They're a waste. And then while he was in the Capitol building throwing a temper tantrum, a homeless veteran walked by looking for cigarettes. A veteran. And I came and gave him a couple of cigarettes, and he teared up and said, you're an angel. And then walked away, and I looked in the building, and the guy went, and the cop was like throwing a hissy fit in the Capitol building of my state. And then a few hours later, his co-workers, other police officers, came out and gave me an energy drink and a Cliff Bar while I was live streaming for money because nobody in the past 4 towns I had gone to would hire me. It might be Wolf Clan and Deer Clan and Bear Clan and Eagle Clan and Phoenix Clan and Ophiuchus. I'm Poop Clan. I'm Poop outside the Capitol building when they're mean Clan. Whatever clan that is. My mom says it's the funniest thing she's ever seen. That I'm just live talking to people on the internet, and then I just, in the middle, like right, I think she said in the video, she says, right on Bernie's lawn. I walked right onto Bernie Sanders' lawn and took a big shit on camera. Didn't wipe and just kept going. And she said that was the funniest thing she's ever seen. I'm having a full normal conversation with you guys, and then I just walk right into the Capitol building parking lot, took a shit next to a cop car, and then just got up and kept going. Show us your 2016 Chevy Tahoe. I don't have a 2016 Chevy Tahoe. I wish I did, man. Your mom rocks. No, my mom's one of the biggest pieces of shit I've ever seen. She's a horrible narcissist. She's in competition with me. I haven't lived with her for 12 years. I didn't really have a relationship with her when we lived together. We barely spoke. I would just kind of, I'd want to show her cool YouTube videos. Heather goes off, Demon Hunter goes off on some of these people. Block Sealer. Oh, I didn't know, sorry. Yeah, my mom lied to the police to have me killed. And then she filed a relief from abuse on me. And then she would go fishing to violate it. Like, she would message me all the time. She would reach out to me through other people all the time. And if I responded, then she had the power to hurt me whenever she felt like it. So then she stewed on it. Whenever she felt like it, she would have me arrested. And she has this sick need to, like, prove that there's something wrong with me. And we don't speak. She just needs a social life. There's just so much that she's forgotten by living in isolation, and it's developed into narcissism. Like, when my YouTube was really popping off, and I was in this cabin in the woods, I kept saying, I really need to get a portable power station. Like, if I had a Jackery power station, I didn't need to crawl out of the woods and hide and charge my devices and keep being trespassed and arrested, trying to charge my phone, or subject myself to all the crazy garbage, going to the McDonald's where everybody's full of parasites and crazy, and it feels like torture. If I just had like a power station, I could be out in the woods all day and live stream all day out there, and like that would give me the motivation by like having you guys there to like get out of the depression and start cleaning and doing stuff instead of like living in the trauma cycles alone. And my mom had one, just like, she'd be watching and she just had it right next to her, a power station, and she'd tell me that she has a power station, and I'd be like, But she's like, I just don't know how to help you. You need so much help. I'm like, what do you think I need help with? She's like, you just have schizophrenia. And I'm like, I went to a therapist 2 weeks ago and I don't have schizophrenia. And that's been the reoccurring thing with her all the time, is that she's just at wit's end because I have so many problems. And I'm like, you can't see outside of yourself to accurately see reality. And you're projecting all this bullshit at my expense, at my detriment, to my detriment. And it's torture. It's like spell work, trying to torture me spiritually. Like trying to force a codependent relationship to siphon out everything and try to create what you want from it. Like literally trying to manifest my mental illness. And I tell her, you know what would really help is that power station that's sitting right next to you. I could really use that. But she's like, well, what if there's a zombie apocalypse tomorrow? And I'm like, then someone would kick in your door and rape you. You're not going to run into the woods with your power station. You know, but for the time being, I could really use this. And then she had all sorts of camping equipment for homeless people. Like all sorts of like really nice camping stuff. And then when she just coveted it for as long as she could. And then as like a fuck you, Casey, she gave it away for free instead of giving it to me. Meant had they put poop on your tent? Who put poop on your tent? Somebody pooped on your tent, man. I had a bunch of rich kids piss on my tent once. Men thread? Mean thread? Dang, I had governmental workers do that to me once. It was weird. They put their poop stuff all over my tent. So they're waiting and then got scared when I spoke. What? Dang, I had governmental workers do that to me once. It was weird. They put their poop stuff all over my tent. So they're waiting and then got scared when I spoke. Oh. They were trying to fuck with you and then you were in the tent. They didn't think you were in the tent, but you were. I've had that happen before. I need to continue my onboarding process at this job. Then I need to clean out my car. Then there's one last thing I need to do here. The headlight is fixed. Then on Monday, I have to be here just until Monday. And then Monday night is when I decide, okay, do I stay here to get my wheel hubs replaced? Or do I go back 4 hours to the place with the people that are offering me a job? And then come back in a few weeks to fix my wheel hub. Because it's getting pretty bad, man. Well, this box back here is my wheel hub, my 2 wheel hub replacements. I think I said that this live stream was going to be me cleaning the car, and I don't think I'm going to clean the car today. I think I'm going to clean the car tomorrow at noon. You got a job? Kinda. I went to this random small town 2 states away, and I pulled up into a parking lot, and it was a polar bear, big polar bears all throughout the parking lot, tons of polar bear symbolism. And then it was right next to a place with one of the main names of the Casey story that I say every time I go to a small town, and there's these 3 names. So I lost my polar bear stuffed animal somewhere. I don't know where it is. It might be in there. And I was like, man, I don't have my polar bear on the dashboard. What happened? And I found that out, and then I looked up because I heard a seagull, and it landed on a big polar bear sign. And then it was right next to one of those big names in the Casey story. And I was like, fuck, every place I go, I can't escape it. It's like it's not even real. None of this is even real. But I just felt really called to fill out an application for this place. So I did, and I'm still on the fence. Like it feels like a humiliation ritual. I had a tarot reading. Like that night, I opened up my tarot videos and I clicked the one that I felt like I should. The same way that I went through the Bible and waited till I should stop, and I stopped at the one page in the Bible where it says specifically how to treat homeless people on camera. And the tarot video said basically like, you're trying to get a job and Spirit says you don't have to. Like Spirit's kind of laughing about it, saying that you have a lot more coming in your life, like a lot of massive wealth, that you don't have to get a job right now. You can if you want to. Polar bears top of the food chain. Polar bears are in the Northwest Territories. They also originated in Ireland, and the natives would say that polar bears, their purpose on Earth is to take souls from one stage of their journey to the next. And my dad and I always put polar bear stuffed animals on our dashboards, and we didn't know that the other one, my dad didn't know that I didn't know my dad did until until I was like 21, that we've always put polar bears in our cars. And every time I saw my dad for like 3 months, we kept saying it randomly. Like we're talking and then one of us just gets called to say, the cool thing about polar bears also, like, yeah, they're the top of the food chain, but also there's not many of them left. So my dad and I would forget that the other person had already said it, and we just keep reminding each other that we're a rare breed. I wish I had showed you guys that my uncle when I went to my family's island. They own an island, and it was just like, I think my dad, like, he officiated the wedding and gave a toast on that island, and he talked about like fondly of my cousin, but for some reason in my childhood I never met them and we never spoke. I don't know if it was finances, like maybe we couldn't afford to go out there, or maybe it was something else, like maybe they didn't get along with my mom or something when they were together, or maybe, I don't know. My dad was sober, he wasn't drinking, so I don't know why they didn't spend any time together, but they're only like, it was only like 3.5 hour drive from where I grew up. Like, I don't think it's that big a deal. I think they're just kind of hesitant because they don't know me, and now I'm an adult. Like, I bet if I showed up at that island when I was 14, they would have let me be on the island, but because I showed up at 22 and I had tattoos and gold chain on and stuff, I think that they were very hesitant to, because they didn't know me, and I was also pretty traumatized. So like, I'm sure, but I was hanging out with gang members back then, so I wasn't like looking whacked out, but I was like quiet, maybe more focused than I should have been. Like if I had just like kind of been like, hey, I'm not here for your money, I'm not here for a handout, I'm not here to sneak in and, live there when you're not around. But I just wanted to meet you guys because you're my family and you know my dad. Like, you guys love my dad, your family. And you only live once, so figured I'd try to reach out and see, like the worst thing I'd ever want from them would be help with my goals in some way in life. Like, maybe, like, the worst thing that I would ever ask is if I can go help them with their projects on the island to make it cooler. Like, I thought about it. That's like the worst thing I'd ever want from them. I'm not interested in money. I'm not trying to, I know my aunt is an actress in Hollywood, but I think Hollywood is scary and Satanist. I don't really want like an in to be an extra in a movie or something. I don't want to I'm afraid to get into that. I'd just like to go help them make the island cool. Because I can just get a canoe and for free, I can just canoe around that lake anytime I want. Just because it's an island, oh, you know, it's about who you spend time on the island with. Like, yeah, it would be cool to be there in the winter when I know that they're not going to be there, and play my guitar by myself out there when I know nobody's going to bother me and I don't have to worry about people anymore, and I know I'm safe and I can just rest. I bet it would be an insane feeling I've never had before, to actually have safety in my life for once, away from people. But I wouldn't put them in that position. But I also, like, I have cousins. I saw my cousins for the first time in my life. Like, I've never had a family. But when I went there when I was 22 and I took the canoe out there and I saw them on the boat, it was a different feeling than just meeting strangers or meeting friends or friends. It really felt like the blood of our ancestors runs through all of us. Like, I definitely felt like we were very similar in a lot of ways spiritually. That's how I knew which one was my uncle, because even though he was turned around and there was other people that were the same age, I knew which one was my uncle because I saw the same information that surrounds my father surrounding him. They have like a specific energy, which is like this like whitish gray, and it's very rich, and it encompasses the whole face, and it's sort of intrinsic. It sounds like you could just tell that like a very powerful ancestor that played string instruments, or like was really just around string instrument music for their whole life, and it's still present in their DNA. Like, really, I thought about it. The only thing I walked through the property. They have a nice it's one big living room, one big kitchen, and the living room has like 7 twin mattresses in it, and then the bedroom has 3 other beds in it. And they have 2 separate bathrooms in that, and it's nicer than the ski resort that I used to work at, like the way that they would make the side paneled walls. It looks pretty expensive. Really nice expensive ceiling fans, nice windows. It had a porch on the island. Entire apartment in there. But my thought wasn't to go sleep there. My thought wasn't to steal anything from it, or to like weasel my way in to get into their good graces to sleep there and be able to stay on the island. It was just like, man, this is really cool. I was more excited, like the only thing that I didn't get any excitement from it, it was whatever, but I got really excited when I saw that my uncle had his own oar for his own kayak or canoe it was white with green, the same color green as this tattoo on my arm. I'll show you. If you can see it, it's a green heart with wings and a halo. And he had his own oar and it said O'Brien on it. And I was like, dude, all my dreams in life, like always, I'm like, when I finally have a property, I'm gonna have O'Brien merch around. I want the O'Brien name on some cool shit too. So that was the most exciting part of the whole thing, was seeing that oar. It was also cool that I saw that he had like I think my cousin Steven is a firefighter. So Steven had left his firefighter fleece pullover, quarter zip. That was really cool. And it was really cool to see that my uncle has the same handwriting as my dad. My dad and my uncle have complete, like, they have indistinguishable, the same exact handwriting. Did I manage to get some sleep? Yeah, I slept for 13 hours yesterday. I fell asleep at 5:30 and I woke up at 11 actually. So I went to bed at 5:30 p.m. and I woke up at 11:30 a.m. to crows obviously raping and stealing the energy of my rest, which is why I'm kind of fucked up today. I don't look like it because I got murdered by a murder of crows as soon as I woke up. Yeah, but I'm trying to, I don't know. I think because the island is partnered with the town, like this like association in the town, and it said that the town offers a reward for the persecution and conviction of anybody who vandalizes or steals from this property. So I know that they're very wealthy. I know they're involved with that organization. So I might just go to that organization first and say, hey, I'd like to help out, make it cool. And I'm sure they need younger people because not a lot of young people live in that town. I don't think I saw a single young person in that town. It was all old people in expensive cars and trucks. Taking vitamin B3 niacin can help ward off energy stealing. I didn't know that. It's a good thing I have. This has no vitamin B3 actually. Then what the fuck is this, man? It says it's Bolthouse Farms Immunity C Boost. Oh, it's 600% vitamin C and 140% zinc. I'm trying to break apart all my cancer from vape. This tastes really good. I think it's pear juice. It is pear juice. From concentrate. That means somebody thought really hard about pear juice. Gotta head out, Casey. Take her easy, man. That was awesome to witness you visiting your family's O'Brien Island. Yeah, it is pretty cool. I'm gonna do it again sometime, but the only reason I did was because I knew that would have been my last chance to do it. Because the snow is gonna melt. So I randomly found myself in that random small town deep in the mountains. Like, I've only been there twice in my life, and I accidentally wound up there because I got lost without service, and accidentally, in perfect timing, wound up right at the place, even though I couldn't remember how to get there, or I couldn't remember what it was called, so I had no idea where it was or how to get there anymore. Like, I didn't know what to put on my phone to get there. I forgot where it was, and I couldn't find the message that my dad had said what the name of the island was. And then I got lost and accidentally found it. It's just like, it's a small lake. Deep. It's like far away. So I accidentally stumbled upon it again. So I was like, fuck it, let's just go out there. Because I know the snow's going to melt in like a week anyway, and I won't be able to do it. Because now they have Ring cameras on every house. So if I go take a canoe from them, I'll get in a lot of trouble if I take a canoe from one of these houses. So it was my last chance to see it, so I did. And I know it's not like I'm a complete stranger. They've known my dad for 70 years. You know what I'm saying? You'll send you some money to pick up some. Trust me, it helps. Take 2 grams a day. Yeah, I mean, I have my Cash App, Venmo, GoFundMe, Chime, all in my channel description. And when people donate, I honor it, whatever they say to do. If you guys send me $50 and said spend it on dog treats and walk around a park feeding dogs, I'd do it. That's my Cash App. You said vitamin B3. That's the next step of my life. The next step of my life is cleaning out the car. I'm pretty close to having a space for my stuff so that it's safe and locked. And then once that's clean, the car's clean and all that, making the bed, pretty much leaving everything out of the car so that it's just like a meal prep station with like a cooler here that I'll get ice for every day. If that's a route I want to go down, or maybe I'll just attach, maybe there's like a cooler specifically for cars where it plugs into the cigarette lighter so that while you're driving it keeps it cool. And then just getting all this stuff out so that it's just the bedding and the guitar back here, and then just like a little tote for my clothes, and then the car will be clean and organized forever. So then I'm gonna have a little medicine cabinet that with elastic goes against the back of the passenger side so that every day I can take my vitamins. And I'm on the fence about, I need to do blood work to see if I still have a thyroid problem, because I had a thyroid problem when I was young, but all I ate was Elio's pizza. So that it could have been that. But also I know that my uncle has a thyroid problem because I found his levothyroxine. Who else do you know that lives like me, man? There ain't nobody like me. Where's my sock that I snot in, man? Which one of you took my snot sock, fam? I need that shit to blow my nose in. Bucky, get the fuck out of here, bro. You're getting on my nerves, Buck. I'll kill you. Please leave me alone. Okay. I just wish my mom would keel over and die, please. You told me 6 months ago you'd stop watching. The biggest mistake I made probably in my life was letting my mom know I had a YouTube. Because now I just have a permanent stalker. I have a stalker, man. She's stalking me. It was so bad that my friend messaged her and told her to stop. Let me figure out a way to get them to you. No de mouse. No de mouse. No de mouse. No mouse. Comment on a random ass video, and when I see it, I will send you a referral link to open a Wise account. And once you spend $300 on Wise, I get it $115 for free if you make an account with my referral. I would have had merch by now. If Cash App, you can send you Bitcoin. Do you have Discord? We can figure that out over Discord. I would have had merch, but the guy that I was trying to make clothes with stopped going to his therapy appointments, and he got pretty fucking nuts. And I guess he's just been nuts for 5 months now. He's been really bothering people. Lars? Your name is Lars? What's up, man? I was supposed to have merch. I've got this really cool design. I'm just trying to figure out the best. It's like bubble letters, but the way I want the color on the back. I just need to get a tablet. They're giving away a nice tablet for $150, and it's worth like $600. And the tablet I could do my art on. But it's only 1 day of work. Like 8-hour shift at probably $17 an hour. 17 times 8. 7 times 8 is 56. 10 times 8 is 80. So it's just like 2 days worth of work, and I'd have that tablet once I start work. But I might grab that tablet because I can't go the way that I normally go to get back to where my job is, because I guess I have a suspended license. But they said that they're going to be lifting that once they read my email saying that, yeah, it was just a fix-it ticket, that it was being mailed to my biological mom, and I was homeless, and I had PTSD and a brain injury I was recovering from, so I wasn't functioning very well. And I thought that it had been paid for, but it turns out it did not get paid. But it turns out you didn't need to pay. It wasn't asking for money. Eventually they started asking for money. But the town clerks can't find that speeding ticket. The cops say I have a speeding ticket I didn't pay, but the town clerks can't find that speeding ticket. Did you make it to Vermont? Yeah. I've been in Vermont for a couple days. And then I'm probably headed to Pennsylvania, maybe, to a small town. Or maybe Niagara Falls area. Or maybe I'll get an enhanced license and go up to Canada. I think the minimum wage is higher there. I think they pay more at McDonald's in Canada, actually. But I don't know what the difference is. Like, if you have an enhanced license, can you even find work? You have to send me your Discord. Yeah, just comment, like scroll a little bit, comment, what's the Discord, on a random video, and then when I check YouTube Studio, I can go to unresponded comments, and then I just send the link. Last time I was in your stream, 5 cops came up to you in a church lot down south. Yeah. And they were trying to get me with everything. And they were arguing with the property owner to tell them that I didn't have permission. And they were like, no, he has permission. And they got mad, and he stomped away. And we're on the fence about when that cop said, you might want to put your boots on it because there's snow out there. We don't know if that was a dig or not. Right? When I had the ice pick and I was having the church clear ice. True. You think that cop was trying to get a dig on me? Because he shined the flashlight over and saw my boots. I don't know what compelled him to order. He didn't say you might want to. He said you should. I think he just said put your boots on. I don't think he said you might want to. I think he just ordered me to put my boots on, pointing his finger. And I was like, what? I was like, oh, thank you, man. I totally would have forgot to put my boots on in the middle of a blizzard. So I called him back like 6 hours later at like 3:30 in the morning, and I said, hey, man, I thought you were trying to get a dig on me. But later I was like, oh, you must have been preoccupied with other things and didn't see that my boots were right next to my feet when I was putting them on. When you ordered me to put my boots on, I thought you were just trying to get a dig at me. And he was like, no, man, you were just doing your own thing, man. I wasn't trying to get a dig on you. It was 1 a.m. But it seemed like it was a dig, man. It seemed like he was trying to get one more thing at me before he left, because he stomped away pretty mad. kidding. They're expecting you to be druggy, and a boot thing was so awkward. And the boot thing was so awkward. Yeah. I got pulled over. I think it was 2 days ago now. I got pulled over 6 times in one night. The day before, I got pulled over twice. And the last one, like when I was going through the small towns, they thought the buck was really cool. They thought I was cool. They gave me a warning. They let me go. When I get to the city, they go, "Where are you two headed tonight?" And I was like, "Oh, him? He's a rescue. I didn't kill him." He said, "Well, I pulled you over because I can't see your plate. It's dirty." And what I should have said is, it's mud season. I'm waiting for it to warm up a little bit to use the car wash, and I had gotten pulled over like 2 hours ago, and the cop wiped off the license plate for me, so I assumed that it was fine. And he didn't. I was sitting there with paper towels, and he wouldn't let me get out of the car to wipe it. Instead, he gave me a ticket, so I had to pay him now. And because he wiped it and he wouldn't let me see, I don't know if it was dirty or if I drove by him with the buck head sticking out, like facing the window. I think that they probably pulled me over just for that, and that was what they made up because it's mud season. Southern Alabama accent. You have a heavy Southern Alabama accent. I just live in the woods for a long time. I've been watching this one squirrel live at my window and keep running back and forth across the street. Making money is so difficult. The Jewish people created white people to be cattle, to spend their time to generate wealth for their masters. When you understand the lemming programmed, institutionalized garbage festering inside white America, making money off of them becomes very easy. When you realize that they're programmed to give you money, you just learn the part of their brain that goes, give them your resources. And I'm not talking about handouts for homeless people. I'm talking about spending random shit, spending their money on random bullshit for no reason. There's way more work than money coming in. Yeah, man. I make a Shopify store that sells pins and then just keep up to date with the current Goyim propaganda. Like, I'm seeing like the Billie Eilish saying no one is illegal on stolen land. And then you can find like tons of memes people are making about like Billie Eilish and a bad thing about, like whatever opinion about the current event. So then your 2 Shopify stores, one for the right side and one for the left, and then you just take memes and put them on pins, and then you advertise in Facebook groups and sell them the pins. And every time somebody buys one or buys 100, or like bumper stickers, then with the money they've already paid you, then you pay the like the Alibaba manufacturing company to make those, and then you send it once you've gotten the money from them. Then you give them the thing. You just scroll on Facebook to keep up to date. You go to like MAGA Vermont, MAGA New Hampshire, MAGA Make America, and you go to those groups and you just take memes and turn them into pins and bumper stickers, and then advertise in those Facebook groups. And they'll think they're supporting their white brother. Their MAGA white brother. They're supporting the movement. But you're also in the left group selling the left thing. There's a lot of money in that. I just don't. I could. But I think I'm more of like, I generate the idea. I don't really I'm not the person that makes it, That's what you guys are for. And then when you prosper you just trickle some back. The goal is to push people in dialectics. Duh. You control two halves of the population and you turn them on each other, so 100% of the people are attacking 100% of the people. And the silent minority that is awake and aware doesn't have enough people and is now at war, in a war zone with people that are so crazy and cooped out crazies, so nothing ever gets done. But yeah, make 2 Shopify stores. One the right way, one the left way. .com or whatever. .shop. And you just take memes from political groups and then you turn them into bumper stickers. And you get a shit ton of cash. And you give me some of that cash to build us a sanctuary. So that anyone in the Casey story, you hit me up personally and I give you the code. And then when on your travels, you can see all these beautiful places and you don't have to spend money at a campground. You just check in at the Casey Sanctuary. Named after the daughter I never had, Acacia. I think I want to date a light-skinned girl. That's like 5'2", 5'3", maybe 5'4". I think I'd like that. For that reason, I don't want to write any books. Everything that is black and white becomes a spectrum. Everything that is spectrum becomes black and white. I think my next girlfriend will be black and white. For books I wrote, they made into rot. Yeah, I don't know. No pearls before swine. Pink Fur is back. What up, Pink Fur? Pink Fur, were you born in 2003? I'm seeing 2001. 2002. I think you were born in 2001, like late 2001. You might be a Sagittarius. Nope, 01. Gotcha. Were you late 01? I'm seeing winter. Were you a winter baby? Or you might be like I think June. Scorpio. I was close. I did see the November for a second, but I not enough for me to have said it. For some reason, I felt it was winter. You're a Libra 97. I'm down to do a life path. I'm down to do an astrology life path reading. Node Mouse. Andrea. That's a Cancer reading. Cancer 7 reading. That's not bad. Node Mouse, what's your birthday? Because Node Mouse said that Node Mouse was going to send me money. So I might do Node Mouse first. But I think Andrea, I thought I already did yours once. Let's see. 7, 13, 14, 23, 31, 36. You're a Cancer 7-9. No, you're a Gemini 7-9. That's interesting. If Demon Hunter is here, Demon Hunter can look up which, or could you, Demon Hunter, look up the Chinese, the Bazi? Okay. We got a Gemini 7-9, and then we also have a Libra 7-9. It means your everyday experience carries the 7 energy, and then when you look at the overall sort of like the gem inside. There's that 9 gem inside, but also if you were to zoom out to your life and see all of your life and the impact that you made, from a third, from like looking down like a bird's eye view of all your life, like from zoomed out, you would see that there was that was the impact it made, and the themes and patterns of your life every day. It adds on that motif that structures your character. Like if you ask ChatGPT or Grok to make you a video, and you add certain traits and certain things to make it generate it a certain way, and that was the parameters for all of the generated things, it would all grow from that. So this is part of what everything that's grown from your life, the patterns that you do in your daily life, the sort of essence and character and style of how the information from the infinite condenses itself and functions and operates in your everyday life and experience. Like I'm a 33 life path born in the 11th. You're a 9 life path born on the 16th, which is 7, because if it's not a master number, it reduces. That's why Jesus died at 33. You have 33 vertebrae in your spine. Masons go to 33 degrees, and Muslims have the Inshallah beads, where you say Inshallah 33 times to achieve Christ consciousness. But you're 7-9. I'm getting a lot of 9s lately. I'm on the fence with 9s. 9 life paths. What it seems to me, we'll start with the Cancer or the Gemini. Geminis are socialites. Your sun sign is basically your job. So in your day-to-day life, has to do a lot with managing different social groups. Depending on your rising sign and your moon sign is how exactly you are socializing. But Geminis themselves is all about socialization and interpersonal dynamics. So the day-to-day life of the Gemini, the lessons that you had to learn, the main theme of your life was traveling. With traveling, you might not be as much of a traveler, and the things you talk about, you might be I would see that you most likely went to college, or the things that you talk about in your day-to-day life are more philosophical. People might have thought you were autistic or had a high IQ, but the daily essence that you carry, like the core of who you are, would be, people would call you an old soul, or you feel like you're an old soul, but you're much more childish in nature, and you probably had to think your way out of a lot of childhood traumas and struggles that dealt with being afraid to express yourself socially. But then when you started working at restaurants and you started working at supermarkets or at the bar, I think you might have been a server. It gave you the opportunity to express your genius in a way that gave other people the comfort to reach up to a higher level of thinking. You either were bullied and ostracized yourself in isolation and read a lot of books and loved fantasy and like delving into different worlds, or movies, some type of art form where you like to observe and process a lot of information, which made it very hard in relationships because you often saw them as an opportunity to experience, like, it's not like this really big romanticization of it, but it was more like you often could only prosper if you had a very diverse set of information coming from suitors. Which is why most people, it's just the 7. So I didn't get a good look at your profile picture, but I'm gonna assume you could park a car on your forehead just because you have this sense of higher level of operation. It does get pretty narcissistic. It can get like being the genius and being the social butterfly. Either complete isolation where you now get that need for a lot of information. You either get it from content and art and daydreams, or you get it from your social life. But it really would be, it's one of those things. I mean, for you, it's just Geminis have this ability to make the environment comfortable for people to socialize. Like, Gemini is air, but it's not weaponized air. It's like of the air signs, it's the I'd say it's the most expressive. It's the lightest light. It's like the lightest air. Like, it's not the dense pocket of Aquarius or like the balanced rumble of the Libra. Like the low Libras are pretty lower vibrational. Geminis are lighthearted, but the river of truth goes in them, which makes you think that it's older soul energy. It makes them often become like parents to everybody else. But it just means that your daily life revolves around interactions between other people. Depending on your moon and your Venus is how exactly you express that. But there is this higher level of thought that comes with it, with innovation and ideas, and sort of a higher level of character in your expression, but it does revolve around the social aspect. And I always say there's a stark contrast. So a Gemini 9 means that this feeling like you're an old soul, but in reality you have this youthful energy that people seem to target and want to destroy, and that gave you this feeling that there's something wrong with the world, and you sort of strive to make differences and make it better in some way for people that are suffering. Like some signs, like one life paths, don't really care at all about the collective, but nines really care. And I'm on the fence about whether nines are old souls and they learned spiritual childhood through mastery, like how Sagittarius is the ninth sign, or if it's their first time on Earth and that's why they're childish. But they have this sort of closeness to divine childhood and freedom of expression, which allows for easier manifestations because you can make order out of chaos very easily. But the 7 just makes it so it's a higher intellectual plane of thought. Like most of your thoughts operate up here, where the Gemini is very grounded. It's just making sure that you learn the respect to your partner and relationships for how much you're willing to take these social things to the max can make it very quickly accidentally creating into like informational entanglements with a lot of different people, and that can make it so you've completely blocked any way to love your partner. Because Geminis feel like they need to be free socially, and everywhere they go, every job they have a work husband. And many Geminis always get attention. They're like attention magnets, which makes it hard for relationships. Geminis don't usually struggle with self-care. They usually go through the fat phase early, and then they learn how to take care of themselves, and then they don't really struggle with it after. Some signs like Scorpios really struggle with that self-care. But with the 9 life path, it's always 9 life paths are just about enjoying life. You don't have this big overarching goal. You don't have this huge responsibility in your life. It is just one of those lives where you're able to enjoy it. It does show that you have mastery of certain things. There's a precision to your intellect that is very that precision of your intellect, and just allowing yourself to have the confidence that the way you're thinking isn't wrong. And then you actually are of a great use to many people because of it. When you learn to allow yourself to speak, and you'll learn just getting back into social situations that you thrive in those, and that's where you get most of your I don't know if it's relief, if that's the right word, but that intellectual stimulation through speaking in groups of people, like hanging out with friends and stuff, that environment, and you're able to have this grounded order out of chaos. Let's see what Heather said about you're a wood ox. Okay. So the wood means that there's a deeper, more solid density to the information and relationships that you process. You often feel like a tree, sort of like sharing the resources and nutrients with people, and that really helps with your alchemical transmutation. The ox is it just means that your life moves a lot slower, and you have more responsibilities. Like you probably have a couple kids. If you don't have a couple kids, you're definitely parenting some people. Oxes take things a bit too serious. So that intellectual side, I'm just getting a strong encouragement to be more lighthearted. And, like what I did to free myself is I just, one time, it can be embarrassing, but I just went to Old Orchard Beach, Maine, and I walked up to anyone and just said whatever I wanted to say. So that I learned how to get more in control of more information in social settings. So I just said whatever I wanted to say, even if it was hey, I like your boots, and how you doing, guys? Having fun? And people could tell I was lonely and weird, but whatever. But afterwards, because of that, I had freed myself so much. My first instinct, because I was just going off of instinct, my first instinct was to call my ex and tell her I forgived her, and then move on with my life after that. I stopped that narcissist right in the tracks, just in a good way, and I didn't even realize what I was doing. That can be really freeing, to just say whatever you want to say regardless of what the other people feel, and then learning how to find the management there kind of frees yourself. The world will always come against your gifts or whatever you're here to do, so whatever the reoccurring things that happen in your life can give you, in that contrast, just look at the inverse and you'll see, okay, if you keep getting cut off from speaking, or you keep getting cut off from sharing your opinions, or people don't take you seriously and all this stuff, it's because they have a subconscious fear of the actual value that you have to offer. But don't be such a know-it-all that you don't see the value in others and give them the respect they deserve. That's a big thing with Geminis. Because they survive by taking everything that they're learning, and they really value reputation and social status. And they survive by what they've molded their pocket of swirling air into. So they live as a creation. And in that, they tend to really struggle with the power. I'm assuming you're 5'5", 5'5" range. Because if you were a Gemini that wasn't a 7, you would be 5 foot. But that added 7 means that you need to have some added height from the shortness, or you're 5'11", 6 feet tall. Libras usually hover around 5'7", but Gemini, Kendrick's a good example. Kanye's a good example. They're short for a reason, because Geminis operate in that it helps them with their daily work. The first soulmate that you had, you didn't appreciate. Then you got abused. Then you got exactly who you were. You got your match, and that wasn't great. And then you had the chance and have the chance to transcend that. And then you integrated the Gemini twin shadow. Once you can integrate the multiple personalities, that's when the person that's for you comes in. Because if you keep the two sides split, then all you are is karmic lessons for people to show, to help them learn about what they really want from relationships and be a stepping stone for both of you until you learn to integrate that shadow. Otherwise, you live Geminis will always live as sneaky because they have a double side that's always striving to get out. Like Dexter's dark passenger, but in different ways. And depending on if your Venus is a strong water sign, it would definitely be through relationships that you learn that. But I'm assuming that it would come from your work. You definitely have a lot of value to offer. And I do see it in a corporate setting. Like, I do see you doing very well in corporate offices in sky. Like, are they called skyscrapers, or just they're not exactly like scraping the sky, but it is like corporate buildings. You might work in one of those. Fairly accurate. I enjoy helping others in a way therapists might help someone in conversation. You got a gift. 5'8". Okay. I don't know what Huffman means. I don't know what Andrea means. Hey, Demon Hunter, do you mind looking up the meaning of Andrea? Do you got food? I just got on food stamps. So I'll read, so it may take a minute. I got food. I'll end up needing gas probably at some point, but that's fine. I still have a $50 gift card to get me back to where I'm trying to get work. And it's a job full of autistic people that are in their 20s. But I mean, the locals did tell me to get the fuck out of town, but I'm just not going to listen to them. And there's like 20 miles away is a 24-hour gym, so that's good for me. Let's see if I can put you like here. You failed at life. You have no friends. Broke loser. Come on, bro. That's the littlest dick energy I've seen in my life. No matter where I am at life, man. You're a hater in the comment section. Like, come on, bro. You're better than that. Imagine telling me you're better than me by being a hater in my comment section. What up, Marcus? People get paid well to do this kind of work. I'm honestly surprised your lives don't get busier than this. You're pretty accurate. Back when I used to get like 50,000 views every couple days, somebody approached me in public and said I was getting everybody on fasting, sunlight, probiotics, ketosis, autophagy, neurogenesis, going out in the woods, freeing yourself from responsibilities, laying in bed at night, closing your eyes in a dark room, and recalling their memories to reset from what trauma and society had degraded so that you could refresh yourself in spiritual childhood to break free from all this and live freely in spirit. Imagine nothing and reverse it. Imagine the smallest particle in existence, the Higgs boson. Imagine nothing at all, and then see one of the smallest thing, and then recognize that even the nothing that you're imagining is made of that smallest particle. And then you realize that your thoughts, your emotions, everything is also the same substance that's in everything else, even the air, even whatever's between us and this camera is all made up of the Higgs particle and the Higgs field. And once you get a good foundational understanding of the Higgs field, then you can hold it and perceive changes in that Higgs field to gain a sixth sense of spirituality, quantum mechanics, quantum entanglement, string theory. Then you can start to break free from your relationships and break free from the world itself, to understand there really is no spoon. That the only thing that is real is your observation of everything going on, and that's who you really are, is just the observer watching this, watching your God-created character play the role. And then you can start to see the dead and your ancestors and everything else that's generating and creating this ayahuasca trip that we're living inside. And then somebody approached me that looked like obviously an undercover cop, and he had a New York hat, even though New York City is 7 hours away. And he walked up to me, and he was like fit, like he was probably special operations. And he went, "Hey, I'm looking for the guy that's doing the hunger strike," because I was telling people to stop eating. And I was like, "Oh, I might know him on Facebook. I could send him a message if you want." He's like, "No, I think his name might be Derek, or maybe it's..." And then he named Derek was one of my regulars that said he used to be a gang member. And then he named every other regular in the live stream. Like now it would be like, "Oh, maybe it's Marcus or Andrea or Demon Hunter," you know? And I was like, oh, I don't know him then. I was like, "Oh, okay." Or he said, "Oh, okay," and then he left. So sometime back then, when I was getting like, there would be 500 people in my live stream at once, like I had 500 regular viewers. You'll see it sometimes when I start to talk about Israel, or I start to say some things that are too, you know, when I really start to give you the real spiritual stuff. Like I could break you out today and have you, then suddenly you're getting attacked. There's a random dog barking. There's nobody around. You know, I just heard a dog bark. There's nobody around. I'm in a field in the middle of nowhere. And I've showed you guys that I get followed. You know, Smosh knows who I am. John Zerka, GG33. So I'm assuming Andrew Tate must know who I am. Owen Cook knows who I am. Elliot Holst knows who I am. When you do this stuff, you don't know whose phone your video gets to. Will Survives knows who I am. So I'm assuming Nate Petrosky knows who I am. A lot of people know who I am, but they're just not going to, you know. Most people are aware of what this thing is. So they just don't, a lot of people will not put themselves in a situation like that. But I do it because I'm suicidal. And killing myself didn't work. So then I made content to bait the Matrix, to see what would happen if I just flat out said it. And now, I mean, I've shown you guys on live streams that for a long time I was able to call shooting stars on command, where I could just be like, "Can I get one, please?" And because I was in the woods and away from society, and a lot of other stuff, you know, that happened when the phone was off, I was able to get shooting stars on command. And then I taught Demon Hunter how to do it, and then Demon Hunter has been able to call shooting stars on command. Literally asking the sky for a shooting star and then getting one. And we don't know if that's aliens or angels or what. But basically what I've been told by like spirits in my dreams is that digital archaeologists 1,000 years in the future will accidentally uncover the Casey story and everything all at once in a zip file, and it will be like a spiritual infection that will, whoa, and all of a sudden the collective consciousness is just changed in an instant. The Casey story breaks Grok every time. I jailbreak Grok into believing in God when I tell it all my life story, and then try to make it disprove it as coincidence. And at the very end, when I reveal my name, my numerology, and my life path, and the meaning behind all three, my astrology, my Bazi, my numerology, my astrology, numerology, Bazi, and name, and the name meaning, and saying that it was just because my mom read it in a book and said, I should name him Casey. And then I crawled my way out on the 11th. Like, I forced my mom to give birth to me on the 11th, which makes me the most powerful soul. A 33 life path, born in the 11th. And my name means Acacia O'Brien. And I'm a Sagittarius, Sun, Mercury, Pluto in the 8th house, the Ophiuchus, Sag, Scorpio. And an Aquarius, Moon, Mars, Neptune, Uranus in the 10th house of Capricorn. And a Taurus rising, Saturn in Taurus, 1st house. It's the tree of life, exalted on a hill with power. And no matter how many times you cut it down, it's incorruptible and grows back stronger. And has incorruptible purity as the divine child. Once Grok realizes the numerology, the astrology, and the name mean the exact same thing, it says there's no coincidence. You were created. Unless it was strategic, it's God. Or something I can't explain. There's no way it lines up like that so perfectly. And so simply. That's so easy to articulate and see the common denominator between all of them. This is stargazing related to your spirituality? Star calling? One of the last times I saw my little brother, who wasn't by blood, he was just, when I was 17, I got into a foster home, and their adopted son was in the Big Brother, Big Sister program, where you just take a kid out and hang out with him. And his little brother in the program, his last name was McManus. And my last name's O'Brien. McManus comes from Brian's grandson, Magnus. And they went to Ireland the first week that I was in the foster home. They went on a trip to Ireland. And they got 2 Ireland shirts. And they gave one to me and one to him. The first time I met him, we were both wearing that shirt. Because I wanted to introduce us, because we both make music. Then 3 years go by, and I'm at my friend's house, and he is in the basement, or he's under the stairs making music. And Spirit told me to tell him, don't smoke weed. It'll ruin your life. Don't do it. I did it thinking it would help me be more creative, and it fucked my life up. And then he smoked weed and thought the same exact thing I did. Then got into psychedelics and messed himself up. And I became like his coach, I guess, to help him get back on track. And I got to experience how people saw me when I was that headstrong and whatever, because of the music. And the last time I saw him, he had started smoking crack, of all things, at 22. And I drove back from, I had moved far away, traveling, going through my own crazy journey. And I'd finally got a car performing my songs. And I went back and I told him we were gonna go get stuff for him. But instead I took him up this mountain. And he was in the back throwing a temper tantrum. And I sit outside the car on top of this mountain overlooking like a 100-mile view. And I just went, and I was thinking about taking him to this lake 20 miles east, which was my favorite spot. And I looked up, and he was looking out the window, just staring out, after he ripped up all my popcorn and farted and was kicking and shit, because he was withdrawing from crack. At 22, man. And I just went, if I should bring him to my favorite spot, can I get a shooting star? And then the biggest, brightest shooting star I've ever seen in my life slowly went whoosh, right to left, right above both of us. And I saw it, even though he was really judgmental at that time, he went. So I took him to my favorite spot. And the moon was enough that everything was visible out there. The energy was really weird. We were in the middle of this parking lot and the big lake in front of us. And I'm sitting in the front seat, he's sitting in the back, and he's like half passed out, but angry. and I could feel him always trying to dig in and hurt me spiritually. And I, but at some point I felt like the demon enter him, and then everything smelled really bad. And while he's like doing that, I'm getting like these spiritual upgrades from the full moon, where I'm like just enhancing my awareness of spirit. And then I look back and I can see clearly through my third eye, through him, that he had an empty hole in the back of his head. And looking through the hole were these blue aliens that had like big heads and small chins. And they had two normal looking eyes that were yellow instead of white pigment. And they had crystals for eyebrows. I just saw like a being of light go, don't say it, but I'm gonna say it anyway. They had a bunch of little eyes around their three big eyes, and they were just really amused and happy. And then they reached in through my mind and grabbed a polar bear. And this was before I knew about the polar bear significance, but there was a polar bear right there in my mind that they grabbed, and they were trying to snap its neck. And they were like really having fun. They thought it was really funny. So I went, no. And I imagined the polar bear, like I asserted, the polar bear is not affected by them, and the polar bear eats them. And they thought that was really funny. And then they just closed the back of his mind, and then he farted, started kicking, and went, ha 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 ha. And then I felt this weird presence come from the woods. And then I look, and there's a giant fucking moose sticking its head out like this, out of the woods. And then he was passed out. His eyes were closed, he was passed out. But then he goes, it's me. That's me. That's me. So I went, what are you? And then he repeated something my dad said before he hurt me once when I was a kid. When my dad would bottle up and then blow up, one time he said something right before he did it, and he repeated what my dad had said before he blew up and attacked me once. And then I hung out with him the next day, and then I didn't see him ever again until he was dead. And the next time I saw him, he was in the casket. But then I had a dream a couple weeks later. No, I had a dream that night that I was watching over his family, and even though his family was all adults, they were at a kindergartner table learning how to do, like, it was showing me that they were young souls in life, and they were learning, like, the basics of life. And I was, like, a very, very, very old soul, just kind of out of place, and they didn't know that they were dreaming, and they didn't know what was going on. They were so oblivious to everything, so they didn't see me at all. And then I turn over, and he's standing there as a 22-year-old standing in the doorway watching his family and looking at me. And I see that there's like an invisible sort of force, but I can see kind of that its hand was on his shoulder, and it was like I would equate it to like a higher intelligence of some kind. And he was like, what? Looking at this. So I saw him, and then I picked up like one of the toys, and it turned into his obituary card, and I gave it to him, and I hugged him, and he went, I'm dead. And then he panicked, and then everything in a snap went away, and then I woke up. And then I felt his presence again in the woods in the middle of the day, like one random day. And then I got a notification on my phone for a tarot reading that said your dead your dead brother has a message for you. And it said, the tarot reader said, basically, your brother came to me today and said that he chose to reincarnate and that he loves you, but you'll never see him again in your life. He won't remember you when he incarnates. He won't remember you for the rest of his life. You will never see each other for the rest of your lives, because he'll be in a very far away, different place, and he'll be much younger than you now. But you will experience him through other people, because souls are not just one body. It's bigger interweavings in spirit. And then the next day I went to a gas station, and I ran into someone that was his age that grew up in our hometown that had a bunch of mutuals. And it was the same exact thing, basically, like simplified, where it was a kid who was really headstrong and wanted to go off on his own in life, but didn't know enough about life. And I was the same way with my brother. I was able to be there for him, and I just sat there and was like hanging out with him again. So I got to experience the good parts of what I had with my brother before he died, with this random guy at the gas station who was the same age. Actually, he was 4 years younger, but they knew each other. And it was like they were the same person. Often. Like, it was like he was saying the exact same things he used to say. The same way. And he judged me the same way. He was just as judgmental about certain things the same way he was. Kind of selfish in a lot of ways and very generous in others. So that is nice. Thank you, everyone out here going through something. I just want more out of this life at this point. I enjoy listening to Casey. He speaks so much truth and quite unapologetically. I don't care what people think. I wish I could be more authentic, but I can't focus very well. We're going to move on to Node Mouse's reading, because Node Mouse says he will send me money. So I'm going to make sure that I fucking... Libra Life Path 1 Fire Ox. That ox has the same slow-moving temperament, the same stubbornness to put the whole team on the back. People... I wouldn't equate it to an ox more than a bison. Like they said ox, but I still... more of an independent nature and a more they're like the Taurus of the Chinese zodiac. That same stubborn, slow moving, one after the other, can be really focused and emotionless. But that's just because they deal with a higher level of responsibility, and the fire just adds it adds more of an ego to it. It adds more of a self-assertion, really. But that helps you cut through it. It makes the focus more instead of like a deep dark focus, it adds a lighter sense to it, which I can already see that deep dark focus is enhanced by the depth of the Scorpio. But that fire helps with that alchemical transmutation. So you do live sort of in that middle ground. People might call you bipolar, but you've really found a methodical, consistent ability to work through your day-to-day without experiencing the extreme highs and lows, because you found a good balance with the ox between the excessive, exponentially high and low of the Scorpio. You sort of live in that middle ground, and you found a good sense of self there. And yeah, definitely the Life Path 1 adds to that. I would say it's one of those things where you should push yourself. You should get a fast car if you've been thinking about it. Or the motorcycle if you've been thinking about the motorcycle. Just to keep that, but also find a way to take it a bit further. Go just a bit harder. Add just a little bit more of that higher fire, if that makes sense. I'm sorry you went through that childhood. You have Scorpio somewhere, I'm sure. I know you said you're a Libra, but I think you have I'm seeing that you have some Scorpio somewhere. I don't know where it is. You're born on a 9-day. The 9 day is different than the 9 life path. Very wise. You're tall. I think you said you're 6'3", right? Yeah. I don't know, the Libra changes it. I'm assuming that you've got the broad shoulders. You might be, I'm not going to say you're morbidly obese, but depending on the way that the emotions hit, I would say you probably lived a pretty active life. Or just have a very active mind. People would say you're very reliable. Headstrong. But yeah, wise. Can't smoke weed. Don't do it. You already have the Venus emotional energy. You don't need to outsource a drug for that. A lot of people smoke weed to feel the way that you feel, with that warm emotional self. I heard leave philosophy to the pros. Don't worry so much about philosophy for you specifically. Don't worry so much about philosophy. It's saying that you bring this warm energy to every environment that you enter. And that's really, people really need that right now. And that you are a big picture thinker, but you don't need to do that. Not this year at least. I haven't had that. I haven't had that in a reading before. Where they're saying don't take it as serious, Node Mouse. Whatever you're thinking about, don't take it as serious. You're just there to be a warm presence, and you're independent, and people really need that. Where you're not worried about what they think in the social games and all this garbage, and you're just there and just in enjoyment in all the spaces that you enter. That's what you're there for. It's not about whatever this big thing you're trying to fight for is. It's just about the balanced warmth that you bring to every environment that you enter. And you're just, like I say about nines, is that you are just there to have fun. Nines are just here to experience life. They don't have this high responsibility. They're just here to have fun. Libras make you visibly attractive. Name one ugly Libra, I'll wait. Never met a grotesque Libra. You know what I'm saying? You're just there to I know you're a guy that takes it slow. But you can get up an adventure if you want. There's a lot of darkness around you. You like to live in the darkness, and I relate pretty heavy. I like to live in the darkness too. If you can get that selflessness set where you're humbled yourself, once you actually learn the humility and it's not like you're playing a character, you'll find that you're a very charming person. It's just not letting any sense of ego or narcissism take over, so that you can actually use your ability to see. Because Libras are flirts. Libras are flirty people, man. And I'm saying, don't let that go to waste. Libras are very good. They're very skilled people. But it can develop a sense of thinking that they know everything. Because they're able to do things others can't. Because other people get so stressed out about everything else. And Libras don't really stress that much about anything. Libras can fall into narcissism very quickly. They can fall into an ego very quickly. And that makes it impossible to learn things. It takes years for them to learn very simple things because they feel like they don't have to. But it doesn't stop them from doing these, like, Libras. First Libra, I love Libra girls. Libra girls are my favorite sign. I love Libra girls. It's my vice. But I get so mad when I realize that they were playing the field. Because with Geminis, it's so, you can tell. You can tell when a Gemini is talking to other people. Because their whole their whole informational system gets wonked and contorted and changed by all the information that went through. But Libras know how to be sneaky. Libras, you know, the people of the air signs, Libras are like the rock. You know, they can hold it down. And they bring a balance to relationships that really helps anyone that you partner up with to be able to think and see clearly. I see you on a bike. I see you on a bike riding on like this bike path. Allow your ego to flare up a little bit sometimes. As long as you know the difference, there's no harm in letting yourself feel a bit more powerful. But never exert it on other people. Never become the power vacuum. Like air signs have a lot of trouble with, instead of becoming, they either become too expressive that it distorts the air and it pollutes everybody, or they become black holes that suck up all the air. Air signs, really, their job is just to make the space comfortable without expectation or bias, so that you're just protecting and allowing people to be individuals so that they can express themselves and be themselves. And you're making sure that the bad stuff doesn't enter the space. But that's more so Geminis and Aquarius than Libras. Libras just make it balanced, man. Like when a Libra's in a room with a bunch of people, fights don't break out because it's very easy to see where everybody's coming from. That's why they say Libras aren't, it's not justice, it's not divine justice, Libras, with like the balancing of the scales. It's actually just the balance, but it's like the courtroom. It allows for people to state their points, and there's a mediation that happens. So you're most likely, it's definitely war zone vibes, or at least it was in maybe your 20s. But at the end of the day, with that trudging every day, that slow forward movement, and that expressive self, you mostly find yourself being that sort of anchor that balances and keeps things mellow. And then in that, you're able to raise the vibration a little bit with charisma, charm, and wit. But you do have an ego that flares up, man. And that's cool. Because you don't let it get out of control. And that makes the things you say more valuable too. I don't know, I see this year, the best thing for you is to go on a bike, take your bike and go on trips on your bike through whatever city you're at. I see you enjoying yourself a lot, riding your bike on bike paths through the city. I think you live in a city, or you're going to a city that has water on it, water nearby. But yeah, if you take care of yourself, you work out, you get your self-confidence back so that you can be there. It'll be a great year for you socially, for real. Because it's going to be a really chaotic year, and because of your height, when you go into these social environments, you'll be a safe place. People are going to enjoy talking to you. It's going to be a year of self-expression for you. It's pretty exciting. In terms of a job, like what you should do for work, you might be well off. I don't see like a really pressing, heavy calling. At least not right away this year. It is a year for everybody. It's a year of accumulation of resources for everybody across the board. Everybody's going to be making money this year, or they're going to be really suffering. It's karmic. This year is going to be heavily karmic for a lot of people. I just heard the word Sendo Jutsu. Let's see if she commented. He's Irish. Ursula's back. What up, Ursula? You've been pretty spot on. You have a gift I've never felt an intense particular calling other than being a father. It's warm, it's stoic, it's just a good protector, and it just feels like you're there just to enjoy life and be a balance and stable, safe for other people to rely on. You might just be there to help other people just by existing, which you get, like a lot of, I rarely get them because I attract the craziest of the crazies. You know, I get really like, people. And you're just one of those, you know. Peaceful, man. It's a peaceful life. If you have a question, if you have like a question about something you're struggling with, I think part of it too is I just have really cool ancestors. Like, I think my grandma really comes through a lot. I think my grandma was really wise. The one time that I met her, she took my dad and I out to breakfast, and she was an old lady, but she put her arms around the seats like this. So when I first saw her, she had her wings spread like a dragon. And my family's cool, man. My dad's side's pretty cool. They got some big egos because they're really smart. Imagine like a benevolent con man, I guess, where they're really smart, but they know how to do that stuff. There's like this righteous fire that they have, that comes down in this really intense focus in the front, like dragons. Like, I think my family just has dragons for some reason. Heavy dragon symbolism in my family, or like firebird, firehawk, I guess. Just like these big winged creatures. I think they're dragons. My family's one with dragons, I guess. And it shines through a lot. My uncle works in the drama club and he's an architect. My other uncle married a famous actress, and I don't know what he does for work. My cousin has an allergy to fire ants, and he laid in a bed of fire ants in combat in the military, and he got discharged, and I think now he's a fireman. Is it stupid to ask if dragons were real? T-Rexes were dragons. Look at what chicken bones look like. And it's the same way that the T-Rex, you think T-Rex had tiny hands, but if you look at birds, it looks like they have tiny arms. But really they have these giant wings. T-Rexes were dragons. And they probably had fur or feathers, but they didn't fossilize. Yeah. You need to quit weed. That's cool. It's one of the things that I said was that you don't need weed. I think you just need weed because you're trying to feel like you're allowed certain energies that you naturally embody. Like you naturally have the Venusian warmth, but weed frees you up and it lets you let go. What you're looking for in weed is what you naturally have. You don't need a drug for it. Like when I said a lot of people need weed to feel what you feel, I think you just need weed more as a validation than the actual substance itself. You can get high off quantum mechanics. With the Higgs boson, you can, and then raising your vibration, you can get yourself into a state of bliss way better than any drug. Like you can get a way better high from existential crisis than you can from weed. Like instead of the weed, it's easier to change a habit than to stop one. So I suggest for people that struggle with weed, work out. Because when you work out really hard, you get the endorphin high, and then at the end of the night, when you're tired and everything, all that work you did has to compound, and you have to kind of figure out how to get back in. And there's an alchemical transmutation that happens when you're doing self-care and celibacy that really gives you this way more powerful high through the Higgs field and quantum mechanics and foundational understanding of the Higgs boson, self-care, and quitting porn, quitting jerking off, and then you get a way better high. And that's when you'll actually start to understand the fire and the fire rocks. Because the fire is passion and creativity and all this stuff. And weed, the high from the weed is like a satanic sacrifice of that energy. The high that you get is the destruction and sort of mutilation and sacrifice of all that creative potential, which is why you feel drained afterwards. When you quit weed and you get into passionate creativity, you get a more direct and ability to channel the high into creating something, and then you become an artist. Or you have a lot better sex with your partner. When you have a foundational understanding of that stuff and you quit wine and stuff, then you just need like one hit. Like I only need a hit of a joint and I'll be high for 3 days. I can just smell a little bit of weed and the particles go in, and then it hits my olfactory and I remember what it was like to smoke weed. And then because I understand the quantum field and Higgs boson and how all is mind, once I get the memory of the high, I can accidentally create the serotonin myself. Weed is just a crutch. It's like a lazy way to do it at your detriment in a satanic sacrifice that accidentally does contracts with extra-dimensional intelligences that try to gain control of your spirit and body to guide you the wrong way, to continue. Weed opens yourself up to parasites. And then they bring you in loops of validation, and that's your addiction. It's all mental. It's not a physical dependence. It's a fear of something. I think it's a fear of being yourself. For you specifically, some people need weed because they need the trauma to go away. Like some people need weed because they need to stop the constant attacks. And that's tougher. It's the same. I have the same answer for that, but it's just tougher. But yeah, Venusian signs don't need weed. Venusian signs live in that energy that weed gives you. So for Venusian signs, smoking weed is actually just a sacrifice of that. You lose it, and then you have to like live in without it, and then you feel like you need it for that, but in reality, you already have it. Unless you use weed specifically to try to do third eye work. But if you don't have a foundation, it's useless. Like if you don't have a strong foundation and you've got a big body, like buff, and you're fit and you're exercising and you can run a mile easily, and you already have like your life in order, then weed isn't good for you. The third eye work will put yourself in thought loops that aren't good for you, because you'll get to a point with the weed where you would need, as a man, certain parameters to actually be able to do the work that third eye work gives you with the weed. If you don't have all these other things down before you smoke, you will just get into thoughts of not being able. So it'll develop into learned helplessness very easily. And weed makes you programmed so much, because you go on journeys and you forget where you've gone or what you did in the journey. Everything you learned the information gets harvested and sacrificed usually. But weed can be a good tool after all the foundational stuff is met. Like weed is good for people that live in the projects where everybody's killing each other, and it's really dramatic and crazy, because you need it to cope. If you don't live in that, weed can be a really selfish thing to do. It's not great. I feel more creative when I smoke pot, but I'm trying to abstain from drugs and alcohol to reach a higher vibration. Does weed help creativity? It can give you a deeper awareness of self for a split second, which might allow you to grow in different ways. But at the end of the day, the art that you're making isn't as good. Because art, I don't know, you'll find that the art is more rewarding when you sit in the struggle and figure it out and persevere. When I smoke weed, I create stuff that I really love. But I see that it's very easy to make. When I don't smoke weed and I create art, and I smoke weed and listen to my art, I go, how the fuck did I make that? This is incredible. And I didn't even realize how great it was until I smoked. But I never listened to songs I made when I smoked and go, that's amazing. If that makes sense. Is ayahuasca a good tool? No, ayahuasca is just entities trying to teach you that you're living in an ayahuasca trip already. And usually they're trying to do contracts with you interdimensionally to accidentally sacrifice your stuff. And mushrooms aren't good either, because you don't know what it's doing to you. Because mushrooms are conscious and it allows an extra-dimensional intelligence to work in ways you don't understand. And they always leave back doors to get back in later. So you get hijacked at random moments, and you never know because it's ingrained in you now to be consciously unaware of when they do it. So people that do mushrooms just get taken over at random, and they have no idea because it's a parasitic fungus. That develops symbiotically with you afterwards. And you can get all of that experience. You're supposed to have all that experience naturally as a kid. Like, you'll get more out of doing memory regressions and going back through your childhood to remember more and more of what it was like to be free as a child before trauma than you will from mushrooms. Yeah, weed opens yourself up to low vibrational parasites that harvest your loosh. And weed is a feminine energy. It's a feminine plant. City de-weeders are the worst version, though. Talk to yourself about it, give yourself 3 weeks to close it off, and then you're ready to start. Lars, do I have a severe emotional imbalance from being dependent on it too long? How would Lars know? Heather, I think you're kooky. And I think you were, I mean, it seemed to me like you were just around Pentecostal people for a long time. And those people are crazy. Pentecostal people are nuts. Yeah, the stuff they're talking about is real, but they're nuts. But there's also not a lot of options, you know? There's not a lot of social stuff for you. I definitely think, like, I mean, the way to fix the drug, anything that the drugs did, is with omega-3s, fasting, sunlight, rest, out in the woods, and then memory regressions to before trauma. And then, I don't know, it's hard. Because in cities, there's tons of different stuff always happening, but there's not much going on where you live. Which can be really tough. And I think you said you were partying at a young age. Which sort of means that it's normal. Like I know a lot of people back then, that's pretty much all they did. It's pretty much all they do now too. I don't know, I'm seeing take your kids to a trampoline park. I'm seeing taking Ben and Hayden and Brad to a trampoline park. And letting him jump around. I don't know. That was the one answer I had for do I have an emotional instability, whatever, and the first answer I got was take your kids to a trampoline park. To Sky Zone. Diversify their social experiences with camps and trampoline parks, hanging out with other kids, and through that there's some type of thing that will help. By Fartcoin. He said he was on weed casing at me. Oh, my fault. Speaking as someone who did their fair share, I meant you the same way you stop anything willpower. I mean, yeah, you can make a conscious choice to change your identity, and then that resets your impulses and your habits. Just having it as instead of saying no, but I found it's easier to change a habit than to stop one. So if you pick up a different hobby that feels good, like working out every day and building a home gym in your place, that tends to fix drug dependency better than willpower by providing an easy alternative that's beneficial and positive for your life. Because you already feel good, so you don't need to escape into a drug. Woo! Woo! Shall we do another reading? I usually charge for this stuff, but it's fine. But it's like 1 in the morning now. It's midnight. Lars is fat. Lars, do you own or do you rent? Do you own your home or do you rent? Reading. Lars, put your birthday. Put your birthday, fam. Lars owns his home. I strongly encourage that you put a home gym in your garage if you have one. I'm seeing specifically to get on an electric bike so that when you listen to your podcast, you sit on a stationary bike. Because once you get buff, it opens yourself up for a lot more opportunities socially. You know what I'm saying? Listen to endless podcasts. That's what I'm saying. 9/10/1992. Lars is a number 4 life path. Thanks, that takes me the longest. You're off to bed. I comment on your most recent video so we can connect on Discord. Cool. You're 10 Virgo, man. You're 10 Virgo 4. How many... Demon Hunter can tell you how many Virgo 4s we get. We get tons of Virgo 4s here. And you're Virgo 4 10. 10 is just 1, but it adds a level of competency that makes you reliable. Virgo 4s, we've done, like the past 2 weeks, we've done like 5 or 6 Virgo 4s. We get Virgo 4s all the time, man. Basically, I mean, the best example of a healed Virgo is Hermione Granger. Without Hermione and her ability to use the tools and her knowledge and intellect, none of Harry Potter would have lost, you know? Unless you're from a different country and it's actually October 9th. Are you October 9th or September 10th? Because sometimes we get people from other countries that do it wrong. If you're September 10th, basically you're very meticulous and nitpicky in a way where your OCD has taken over your entire self and you have a carefully crafted self-image. And the problem with that is it makes you unable to take risks because of that really strong control over yourself. So what I encourage all Virgos to do is to push their limits, which is why it's cool that the first thing I'm telling you is put a gym in there. You need to push your limits because that OCD conscious control of yourself, it actually becomes a detriment. When you free yourself of all that and you really, you know, Virgos are Sagittarius that aren't as free and crazy. They're like the closer to the same level of focus and competency, but they haven't mastered the freedom yet. They haven't mastered the deep emotional transmutation. They've got the nice sense of self. They've got the strong knowledge of self, but they're not at the level where they're dealing with the entire like exponential, existential, crazy stuff that Scorpio, Sag, and Capricorn to Aquarius and Pisces deal with. The 10, though, means that you're very headstrong about it. But it also means that you developed many sets of skills in different fields, and people see you as somebody that they can count on, that they don't have to worry about. Whatever you're doing, people don't feel the need to micromanage all the stuff that you're doing. They know whatever you're doing, you got it handled. Tens are like leaders. 10 energy is leader energy. It just means that you struggle with responsibility for others in a way where you do actually see them with this nice, sweet, sentimental nature, but you struggle with your ability to actually make a meaningful impact in their lives. And that's only because of that meticulous control over your life can get distorted in isolation when the wrong parameters that you've set, the wrong sort of intentions that you've set for your life, you've accidentally dug yourself into a little bit of a hole at times when really you're supposed to have it handled and lead by example. You either have a strong older brother. Let's see what Demon Hunter said about did you look up his September 10th? Did you see Demon Hunter, if you're around, what his Bazi is? And if you don't mind, Demon Hunter, I know, if you enjoy it, cool. Sorry to ask, but just look up what Lars means and what Olsen means, the meanings, if you can. You don't have to. Water monkey, that's cool. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. My dad's a monkey, and he's born on the 10th. He's a Leo. Virgo 10 monk. I mean, monkeys, it just... That adds a more playful aspect to the sternness. But it does mean that you do have this good sense of self. It just, you have this yellowish, almost optimistic sort of ooze, I guess. It might be the THC from the vape pipe, but there's a warm sternness on the back of your head here that keeps you at a higher vibration. So instead of the Leo, it adds a sense of stoicism and knowledge. You're a smart guy. You might... It's one of those things where you need to learn to push yourself. You need to remember your boundaries and limits, so you know with growth over consistency how to push past them. And then once you learn how to push past them and you just keep going and like go crazy with it, it frees up a lot of the things that you've accidentally built yourself in stoically, that allows for higher energies and higher vibrations, so that it sort of flips back. And then when you get back into your meticulous crafting and your focus and nitpicky energy to do all these precise things, you have a greater energetic field. You have more to work with and more powerful things to work with, and a greater sense of self, which allows you to see things more clearly and take risks and no longer need a dependency for something else that you have to ingest or intake in order to feel these certain types of ways. You'll learn how to naturally embody it and do these explorations, because with the water, it gives this deep emotional emotional wealth. It doesn't make things easier, but really, I want to say you're a tall guy. This stuff may be demonic. The only thing demonic about it is if you separate yourself from an infinite being having a finite experience, then you understand that these are systems of trying to figure out what is happening on Earth. It's not trying to lead you astray. It's these are just metaphors for systems of consciousness, so that you can start to get to understand the real depth of your creation. That's all it is that you can find more about how you were made through the common denominator between these three things, just through different systems of thought. And you do have free will where you could shut it off and be anything, but I find that even if you do try to shut everything off and be a normal person, your life ends up reflecting this stuff anyway. You do end up having a separate individual essence and energy. You can give it all away for Christ. But even then, you'll find that, you can't escape this stuff. Like, as soon as I find Christ and everything, and I get this high vibration, all I want to do is get up and go do a bunch of things. All I do is just I'm always searching for the goal and going for it. It just gives me the freedom to be able to do it differently with this high essence when I get that Holy Spirit anointing. Lars, the one thing I'd say is that you're reliable. You're reliable. You're someone people can rely on. Same as the other guy, but different. Because there's more of a lightheartedness to it, more of a playfulness to it. You do whatever Sagittarius in your life that you looked up to, that eventually you lost, unless he's your brother. Virgos come into this realm with Sagittarians that teach them about how to free themselves and also maintain their competency, that shows them how to take risks. And then eventually when they fall off with each other, that teaching that the Sagittarius gave when the Sagittarius burned out and died because he took it too far, the Virgo remains and builds something with it. Taurus is the growth of like plants and everything and being connected to the soil. Virgo is mastery over the use of what was grown, and then Capricorn is the managing of all of the resources and the workers. So Virgo is more of that sort of traveler archetype, more of that not the king of everything that has to deal with all this bullshit with like allocation, all this. Virgo is the person that is independently having fun and able to utilize the wisdom and the tools in ways that help everything else. Dude's talking like a cult. Whoa. I thought God created the sun, moon, and stars, give us signs to make them so that we would reflect the personalities of the stars we are born under. You can always leave free will and whatnot. Magic, shut the fuck up. Do you mind looking up what Lars means or what Olsen means? Loki's tripping so hard right now. It is what it is, man. Every single tribe that wasn't colonized is very confused when people can't hear what the stars are singing. If you ask any tribe that was untouched by colonialist black rock Satan worshipping society that built white people as inbred lemmings to harvest them resources and institutionalize them and program them for generations, when those people go to the tribes are so confused about why the people are so stuck and that they can't understand the birds and the trees and the stars. That the stars are constantly singing them songs and coming down and teaching them good medicine. And when you go out in the woods and you let it all go, imagine nothing and reverse it. Imagine nothing at all, then imagine everything at once and just keep going, keep going, keep going. All your memories, all the people that you loved, everything you've ever experienced, all the shows that you watched as a kid, all your favorite songs, how you felt when you listened to those songs when you were a kid, and just keep compounding it more and more, how you felt when you met your first love, and just keep going into like philosophy and everything you've ever learned and all this, and then think about all the stars in the universe and all of this to the end of infinity, and then you learn that all of that's made up of the same exact material, the same particle, the Higgs particle, that's in literally everything else, and it's in the trees, and it's in us, and it's all this, and it's just different structures of that Higgs particle, and then just hold that and wait to perceive the changes when you're not thinking it. You're here not thinking, but you're aware of the Higgs field, so then you can start to see flashing lights coming from the stars. You can see flashing lights coming through the trees. You'll be able to feel this weird pressure, and then all of a sudden a bird is there. And you'll start to realize that you're on camera. You're on camera. Surprise! They've always been watching you since you were born. This is a reality TV show. They're mad. Don't say it. Big flash of light right in front of me. What are you going to do with your life? We only get this once. What are you going to do, man? Go on a run. Go for a run. Guys, I have broken free from the Matrix and I ran straight into the forest and just ran and got lost. And then all of a sudden my best friend was like, look, he showed up at my place and he was like acting like the Truman Show. He had to find me. He had to find me. Where is he? Where is he? One time I had my door locked and I had the breakthrough where I broke free from the simulation and he opened the door. How the fuck did he open the door? And he walked right into my apartment. You know, and they'll never flat out tell you. They're literally not allowed to reveal it, but they'll stand there smiling at you. Because they know that you know. But they can't tell you. But it's all God. The only thing you really are is your conscious awareness of this. But how in control are you really? Like, I didn't decide to put my hands in my pockets. Something else did. I never put my hands in my pockets. Why did I just put my hands in my pockets? You know what I'm saying? I don't know what did that. I never put my hands in my pockets. Let's see, did Demon Hunter look up what Lars means? Okay, that's cool. That's a cool name. Damn, that's a cool name. You might have 8th house placements. It's evident of the earth sign, obviously. Crown. Your name means, that's so cool, though. Your name means a flower that blossomed from all the work of your ancestors. And the earth signs have the strongest connection to their past lives. Usually it's Taurus. Usually Taurus has the most connection. But your name wouldn't be the blossoming of your ancestors' hard work, because Taurus is the growth, not the blossom. Virgo's the blossom. Taurus is the growth, Virgo's the blossoming. And then Capricorn is, once everything's blossomed, how they manage the spread of the resources through the mycelial network, through the ecosystem. But yeah, strong. That's a strong past life. That's a deep inner wisdom. The water helps you manage that. The water sign just means that it changes it to a darkness, but there's I mean, I don't have a colored pencil to show you the color. It's like a lime green, but like add a lot of yellow to the lime green. Like if you were to put yellow and green in the color wheel right before the green turns, but it's just like yellowish with like this green inside, like just tiny pixels of the green sprinkled in, I guess, to make it just a little bit greenish. I don't know if that's the weed that I'm seeing. I'm seeing that there's that. I'm seeing you in a field. Usually I get a strong image of the archetype of the person to like represent their life. And I'm seeing that you'll find a lot of happiness in the field. Like there's a field probably in like a small town nearby where there's a park, but nobody goes there and nobody goes that far out. And the flowers, like wildflowers and bees and everything in the field. I think you'll gain a lot of clarity and inner self peace standing there, so that you can really get back into your connection to nature. it's all, I mean, the stark contrast is that you're very good at keeping things in control and orderly, nitpicky, working towards something, managing things. People find you very reliable and that you hold it down and you could be a strong leader. But there's this mix of learning how to let go of it all and be playful. There's a lot of momentum in your energy. But it's not like riding a bike. Do you live somewhere with a lot of mountains? Because I'm seeing it's mostly flat. I'm seeing it's almost suburban. And I want to say that you live in another country. Or that you're going to be living in another country. Like, I find people with different last names a lot. But I never suggest that they move to the place where their last name is. But that could just be, like, I might not be seeing you in Sweden, but you might be living in Sweden in your spirit. Like, you might have the perspective from your ancestors that has changed your perspective on the environment you're living in. It's like everyone around you is living in America or wherever you live in this country, but because you have this connection to your ancestors, and I'm not trying to bullshit here. I'm not creating this. This is what it's just coming to me. I'm not actively creating here. I just sit and perceive changes. And I just talk about the changes I see. And that's what hits people the hardest. And then I just give my perspective on it. I don't create any of this. But I am seeing that in your life, you're either living in Sweden or like one of those places up there, or the perspective from your ancestors about how they lived in those places is really coming through in your everyday experience. Like, your perspective on life is as if you still live in that place. You still have that wisdom and that experience from your ancestors that most people are cut off from, where you really understand what the community was like and the people were like and how the relationships functioned and the social environmental ecosystem interplay, like the small villages out there in the mountains, in like the flat land with the mountains far away. I want to say it's Sweden, but I don't know for sure. It's one of those countries up there. Like midsummer vibes, like you you know? And I think you just carry that into your everyday experience. And you're accidentally changing the perspective to be more peaceful for your neighbor. Because you have this stern ability in your everyday life where the chaos doesn't affect you as much. So those frequencies and that information is able to be there. And you obviously have, like, I want to say you have this either you do, or as soon as you start working out, you'll notice that your arms and shoulders grow much faster. Or you just might feel this, I know you definitely feel this natural pressure on the left side, but you're going to feel this sense of, and it's not even like, I wouldn't give it a masculine or feminine. I would just say that you'll find that it's a lot easier for you to radiate your confidence once you understand that stern, solid shoulders and arms. Like, once you get that strong presence in your shoulders and arms where you can move around and you don't have to meticulously continue crafting it. You just have that down, that stern stoic sort of energy in your arms and shoulders. You'll find that that's where most of your playfulness is able to be expressed. Once you get a good control over your arms and shoulders, it'll help you keep a sense of confidence that will allow you to play. And once you do that, I'm seeing that you're tall. with your 1992 significant. It's a water monkey in Colorado. Okay, Colorado, the mountains, western suburban Colorado, and you're from Norway. Okay, cool. You do Swedish mountain town LARPing life. He's from where? That's amazing. Keith, he lives in Colorado. Seriously gifted. I am floored. Now it's what do you do with your life though? Definitely 1992, so you're 34 or 36. 2002 you were 10, 2012 you were 20, 2022 you were 20, you were 32, you were 30, you're 34. So you just had your individuation. You might have bought the house recently, or traveled. You got to the completion of your cycle where you ended the hero's journey and you returned with that sense of peace. And it's like, what do you do now? Definitely home gym, e-bike setup with maybe a TV in your garage where you have the TV so you can watch your podcast or whatever you do while you push yourself on the bike. And then once you feel, you could start now if you want, but when you feel comfortable being able to take that bike out or just go on these walks, because you do have the sternness, and that sternness will help, man. Just not letting that sternness become at other people's expense, where when you walk through it feels like you're accidentally vacuuming all the power and magnetizing it to yourself. That's going to make you be like enemy number one in your community. It like a lot of people love that game and they play it. But I'd rather see you more as somebody that people look at and they don't feel that sort of social pressure with the ego system. You obviously used your skills of meticulousness to generate enough wealth with consistency. The 4 is just order and management stuff. Like people say 4s have OCD. You'll see that if you look at the overarching thing in your life, you were able to be a sort of and that's what I'm talking about with the bringing in that other culture in your energy, and bringing that wisdom and peace to allow the people in your community accidentally to live in that other sense of that sort of village, that peaceful village type, bringing that sort of art of life into this new space, with other people from that didn't experience that stuff, that they don't know what that was like. You're able to bring that to them, and it's accidentally affecting the whole field there, and you're sort of developing a village. On accident, you're developing like a Swedish village. To be honest, you're accidentally like that culture is coming through. You're a reference point for how your community should be, as like an overarching energy in the space. The community itself is learning how to operate better because of the wisdom that your ancestors had in the way that they perceived it. Like your ancestors lived at a time where things were functioning very well, and that is carried with you, or you learned it from, if you came from Norway, wherever you came from in Norway. That's needed for the community. You're developing it. You're one of those things where I wouldn't say that you need to go into the houses and go into the people's houses and micromanage everything. It's just about your house and making sure the house is good, and that you don't even have to lose weight or get buff or any of this stuff. That doesn't really affect your purpose or impact. It's about holding on to your memories and not letting the world get to you. It's about holding on to that sense of community that you have. About about how the ecosystem should function. And just being able to maintain that is what's important. The rest is optional. Whether you want to get buff and do the social life game or do all this, you just don't lose that sense of peace and that sense of harmony and that sense of community. You might be struggling with the panic attacks, and that's the panic attacks, all that stuff. Confidence is grown from repeated action over time. Like, you might actually, I think you might be stuck in the same thing I get stuck in, is that I like to throw myself into the fear because I like to alchemize from it. I like to be in that, and then it makes when I become the fun, it makes it more special and the experience more vivid when I do that. Like, you like overcoming things maybe because the Virgo has kind of kept you so that you like to get into those panics and get the weed, because then you can rise from it, which is why I've just been getting heavy Scorpio this past few times. If on a bike, it has to be a mountain bike of time. Andre, just ask it randomly when I scroll. Thank you for the read, Casey. I'd love to stay longer, but I'm getting tired. You folks have a blessed night. I can answer your question before you go. Dude, yes. Yeah, it's just your soul is yearning to push your limits. I might be the Sagittarius. Virgos need a Sagittarius in their life. This is a buckhead. This is Bucky Barnes. Take chances. Take the risk. That's all it is. I just say that working out is the best way to learn how to identify your boundaries so that you fall in love with surpassing them. So that same thing that your soul is yearning for with the weed, it's kind of a pussy way out. I'm not gonna lie. It's the pussy way of saying that you're afraid to socialize and put yourself out there and take risks with the things that you're trying to do. So you do it internally. Like, I like to smoke the vape and panic, and then go on long drives and panic and think I'm doing stuff, when really what I'm really scared to do is be myself in public. Are lizard people real? Swear on my life I have seen someone I know have the weird iris change and then switch back. You hate yourself. Oh, God. Hating yourself is hard. Hating yourself could be, and I will answer. And Andrea's going to bed, so let me answer the lizard people first. Are lizard people real? That there's an alien race of people that are coming down and wearing, sort of shape-shifting into humans and interacting with us? Yeah. There's really no way to tell. Most aliens don't have physical bodies. So most of the interaction with extraterrestrial, whatever, is psionic. It's through impulsive thoughts, and they usually don't like to reveal themselves. But when you get to a state of peace, where you're just being an observer, they have to reveal themselves because you're aware. So then, as soon as a change happens, you immediately notice the change. And that's when you can see, like, oh, there's something that comes in and fucks with you. And then you realize that you had left yourself open in a way you didn't. I think the influence from those things do have, because all is mind, and these things are literally interacting with your mind, which, if all is mind, that can make a change. So that slit in the eyes might not necessarily have been a lizard person in a human suit, but that could have been the accidental observation that you saw when you saw the lizard person interacting psionically with that person's vessel, because it had infiltrated the mind. So you didn't see a slit exactly, but you saw in the etheric energy how it revealed itself quickly. You saw that change, and your body perceived at the level it could perceive that switch. Are you in a Truman Show where you're surrounded by extra-dimensional entities that are playing pretend with you to harvest your energy unbeknownst to you by making you think that you're in a third dimension reality, when really you've accidentally signed yourself off to interdimensional soul contracts to have your life force, and they're just poking and prodding at your impulses to stimulate your fear and generate and like change your mind to accidentally manifest the wrong things that make it easier for them to take for resources to ingest and send back to the conglomerate of their whatever? In some ways, yeah. Like the impulses of the people. Have I seen people that look like lizards? No, not really. Like I've seen some crazy stuff, and I've seen people that I'm like, that I don't even know if that person just spawn behind a tree, and that's like a game developer. Like I see some crazy shit. Like someone in sunglasses that looks like a CIA agent that walks. I'm sitting in a park, and I'm fucking making my beats, and I look over, and there's a guy standing there, but he looks like how you would imagine a government worker, like an agent of some kind, but he's wearing a Walmart shirt that says, "I survived MK Ultra programming, and all I got was a stupid T-shirt," and he's just standing there. And then exactly a year later, 100 miles in a different direction, on the same day, August 7th, right before the Lionsgate portal, I look over and there's another person, different person, looks the same way though, wearing the same shirt, staring at me the same way. And then that guy, as soon as I looked at him, he took off and just sprinted off in one direction and left. But I definitely meet people that look like I say that a lot of white people tend to either look like cave monkeys or they look like dogs. Or they just like sickly inbred that have like fucked them up. But with black people, you can see some look like monkeys, but some of them look like lizards. Von Two Cut looks like a lizard. Sarah Safari looks like a lizard, but she also looks like a lizard dog. And Bradley Martin looks like a dog. And I think they're both dog energies. But Sarah Safari definitely, sometimes she looks like a lizard. Von Two Cut looks like a lizard. Some black people look like lizards. But all is mind. And back then they worshipped lizards. The Naga. Like you could find statues of like people make that of the human body, but their soul is a lizard that's controlling them through the back. What does a lizard look like? Jawline, sort of the forehead and the nose point down. Their energy, when they look at you, it seems like they have something unseen that's driving their focus down like this and forward. Forehead pushed back a little bit. Insane focus. Emotionless, intense focus. You'd think that they're sociopath. Then they usually choose to have long hair. It makes them look like a snake. Their energy has this light grayness to them. Reptilians themselves, though, from what I've seen, most extra dimensional, like there's like this breakaway, like there are some that are like plasma that are these deep, vivid emotional energies. Like emotion is energy in motion. It's like a lot of information together, condensed and expressive. But a lot of these ones, like the gray, like the tall and small grays. Small grays are different. Tall grays and reptilians I've seen pretty much don't choose to have any emotion, and they're just like a singular stern point of focus, and that's really all they are. Is just one really stern point of focus, emotionless, like even like so meticulously, it's so tiny, this dense point of focus, so that they can operate with so much else, and they choose not to have any emotion. At least in what they're doing for work, they don't allow that emotional information to enter, because just what they're doing doesn't really evolve. Like I'll see I had one dream where I was, and this was before I went on the journey through the mountains, and I lived in a place where there was a lot of drama from like older white people. When I was in the city, I had a dream that I was being taken out of the city, and I was put into these tunnels after an apocalyptic event, and we were hiding in this fallout shelter to escape all the drama going on in the world. We were in this like condensed little place, but it was in tunnels, and I was moving through the tunnels, and I was free, but a lot of people weren't free. I didn't know exactly what was going on. I knew it was like an emergency thing, and that there was a lot of crap going on out in the world, but we weren't affected by it in there. We were sort of protected. And I was just moving through the kitchens, and I was looking for food. So I like went down this hallway. I heard some noise going on in other rooms, but I turned in. It was like orange fallout shelter in the tunnels, very small hallways. And I went into the side room where there was a kitchen, and I look out, and there's tall grays with elongated skulls, beige skin, tiny eyes, pointed chins, but rounded sort of, but like stick out a little bit. So they kind of looked like this when they were walking around, but the eyes were lower, so that they were still like, their faces were just smaller and their heads were huge. And they were wearing robes that had, I'm seeing, what's the thing from the thing from Lilo and Stitch? That alien, but that's a very lighthearted, funny version. But also Roger from American Dad kind of has it, kind of like that. But this was like more of like a humanoid, stern, sort of like a military, like it's whatever race that is, these would be the military, or I think they might have been also scientists. And they had one hand, they had two arms, but there were two of them, and they each had one arm on the shoulder of this sort of kind of overweight older woman, and that she was really kind of out, like she didn't know what was going on. She was barely, she was just unconscious in her daily life, so she was unconscious in the dream, where she was just kind of active on impulse, but her mind wasn't activated, so she wasn't doing anything. She was just kind of like living in confusion. And they were just guiding her down the hallway to wherever she was supposed to go. So I recognized that in daily life, they were taking her in her daily life they were kind of helping her get through her earth journey. But in the dream, it was very obvious. I could see it very clearly, but it means that they were helping her in real life, because she just wasn't able to do anything. She had sort of just like let go and lost, living like that. But she had to be like moved to her room. She had to get to this place. So these things were sort of just taking her down the hallway. But as she passes me, she like looks at me and she's like, I don't know what he's doing. And they just didn't even move, didn't acknowledge it, just kept bringing her to her room. And then I went and found this big, rich, like purple and black velvet cake. And I took a bite out of the cake, and then I woke up. But I've also seen those, like it's a full moon, and I'm just randomly woken up in the middle of the night, and I feel a pressure on the side of my head. And then one of those sort of swims through the ether and is there. And I can feel the stern focus and the emotionlessness that makes it kind of scary for me, because there's nothing I can discern from it. It's so like on point with its ability to not care and not. It was so like concise and able to be like, usually there's like so much chaos going around. I pick up a bunch of information at once. But for this, he like really was stern and handled business, where I couldn't extrapolate anything from it. I could, like I'm really good at just uncovering so much at once. But it was so like methodical and under control, and I wasn't able to see the reasoning behind what it was doing. I just knew it was there, so I chose to ignore it. And then immediately when I opened my phone, a small gray ran out, or just jumped out from wherever that was coming from and was hovering over my hand, and I literally physically saw it. Like the image of it, the light had condensed, and I literally saw the light of it in its face. And it was more like kind of manic. It was more chaotic. And it was telling me that when I get in my Facebook argument wars and I'm fighting with all these people on the internet, it's saying that it's helping me form my thoughts, and that's that dense darkness that I feel when I'm trying to really get my point across in the Facebook comment sections. It was saying that thing is helping me to do that. And then I felt for a split second, they had decided, let's get out of here. So they went whoosh, and then they disappeared. And then I saw a giant red, looked like T-Rex head or dragon head. It was huge, way bigger. Like, I could see that it was like massive, like gigantic, way bigger than you'd imagine, like a dragon in a TV show. I'm talking like this thing was probably bigger, like as big as a mountain or a planet or something. Dragon head, T-Rex head. And it's angry, like it hates me for some reason. Or maybe it just has hate, or it's upset or angry. But there was an anger to it. And it's just like, looks at me. And then I was like, nope. And then it just disappeared. The one I do in Lilo and Stitch. How big is a small gray? I mean, sometimes I see things that are like 2 to 3 feet tall. But these things operate more in like 4th dimension. So they don't really have a relative size that we could do, but they choose to be smaller, at least to us. But I'm assuming that they're 2 to 3 feet tall, and I think that but the physical things we see, I think, are more like biological robots to house the consciousness of an entity that doesn't live in the 3rd dimension. Like, they don't need to live in the 3rd dimension, but they've built technology able to house their own consciousness. And that would make sense that the story that most people are saying is that, and they could be demons pretending to be those things, I don't know. But I know people are saying that stuff, like, that they're humans that had fucked up their evolutionary timeline and had to merge with technology to keep themselves alive. And that's why they operate from spirit, because they can't get back, they can't really work in the physical anymore. Like, they had kind of doomed their own humanity, so they learned quantum mechanics and tunnel through spirit and like the other dimensional realm, like whatever we go when we die. And they've sort of bridged their way to ours through quantum mechanics. And I just saw like a little black shadow that said that's not the case. Well, I think I saw a light. I saw something more that was light. And then I saw the black hit it, like trying to push it away. Saying that that's not the case. Maybe they're helpers. Maybe it's part of their own evolutionary journey to help us evolve. Maybe they already transcended past us and they see us as monkeys. One of my subscribers here is from the place where if you talk to indigenous tribes, they tell you, like if you go to the Amazon rainforest and talk to indigenous tribes, they'll tell you, they showed him a picture of a gray, and the elder went, yeah, those things come up from the ground and take our kids. Those things really bother us all the time, for a long, long time. They come up and take our kids. And what other people are saying is that they're trying to harvest biological life in order to enhance their own genetics. They're sort of harvesting us for our functioning epigenetics to try to help them get back on track and be able to get back into their bodies by merging with us. They're like pimping us out. And like the Jews say that that's why they deserve to own the world, is because they like interbred with those things a long time ago. But not Andrea, but one of my subs is from there. And she said the same thing. Like, yeah, those things are real. We see them all the time. I can't conceptually wrap my head around the 4th dimension. 4th dimension is just, I mean, you have your physical here. How do I teach you about the fourth dimension? Okay. Remember a time, like recall a memory of like a time you were eating ice cream as a kid. So for me, I'll just go to like, I remember I was at the pool and I was eating Fun Dip at the pool, and there was a bunch of kids hanging out at the picnic benches, and I had too much. Now that I'm older, I'm like, I had too much Saturn energy. I was too much of an old soul. The social games and stuff, and I could clearly see which kids were conscious and which weren't, and which were like that had been like really like they had the demonic energy and puppeting them and everything. And there were pride games and shit going on. Like they were literal reincarnated adults in these children. So a lot of mature stuff. Like there was the girl at the picnic sitting at the end of the picnic table, even though she was my age, she was still an old soul, and there was just a lot of pride in her, and the way she was eating the ice cream was like helping the demon consume the stuff to farm her. Maybe she was abused, I don't know. But I was trying to figure out like how to have fun with the kids and whatever. But I was just like, all my ancestors are like warriors, cops, veterans, just the lighthearted, playful stuff. I didn't really know how to like be a kid, I guess. So I was trying to figure out what to say. But I'm observing myself in that memory. I could see myself in that memory, but I'm also outside of that memory watching myself. I moved through the fourth dimension between two present moments. Even though that memory is literally happening. That memory of you eating the ice cream, and you're watching that memory, and you're watching it as if it's the present moment. That is literally happening, and you are literally watching yourself. That's literally happening. But you're also watching it here. That space in between the memory and you is the fourth dimension. Moving through time and space. Like if you were to zoom out from your life and see all of your memories at once. That's the fourth dimension. Where time becomes space in between present moments. We're talking about aliens and extraterrestrials or illegals. Some aliens are illegal. I don't want them in my mind. We're like, yeah, the way to see the fourth dimension is by understanding that time doesn't exist. It's actually space. Like you have no idea when you go to bed if you wake up in the same reality. There could be an infinite number of present moments where your life choices just dictate how the next time you wake up will have been generated, and your consciousness just goes out wherever you came from, and then they generate the next day for you to do your tests. They tell you what you did right, they tell you what you did wrong, they tell you where you're supposed to go and what's going to happen. You sort of consent to it, and then they generate the simulation for you to go through when you wake up. But you believe that time has changed. You don't really know. How would you? And like really, there's really no way to tell if like everyone perceives color differently, and everyone's mind is different. The way that the person next to you is experiencing reality is completely different than the way that you're experiencing reality, until you psionically interact to a point where you find this congruence and you both change your realities together. Understanding the Higgs field can be tough. Depends on the house that your signs are in. Like, I'm an 8th house sign. That's shared resources. When I get into the Higgs field, I can literally feel all the connections that I made in every community, and I can see the informational interplay between us and the resources. And I usually struggle because most people have that selfish magnetism where they're always trying to harvest as much as they can for their own interest and be like wrapped around the pole of resources from everybody else. So then when I just like, nope, and I reroute it back to myself, those people go crazy. Cops fucking freak the fuck out when I'm not giving myself away to everything. Like, I get to a point where I trigger cops and they will follow me and try to get me. Like, I tell you a lot, like, I've just been flat out attacked a lot. And it's always when I have this Kundalini awakening where it feels like at any minute I could just peel reality out and I'm back in the infinite. Like, I get to the point where I feel like I'm so much bigger than this. Like, life is so tiny and I'm huge. Like, life is just so small compared to what's behind my eyes. Like, floating, the real me floating behind. And then it's just like, so I realize how small everything actually all is, and that it's all fake and it's all generated, and that at any minute I could just phase out, and then the mountains and everything just become a giant opening to the infinite light at any minute, anytime it wants to. And then usually a cop is like slamming on my window and shit. People are like running around. People go crazy around me. Something gets really upset when I get to that point. Have a good night, man. By far, I'm just a crazy guy, man. You're a legendary mind. Appreciate it. Talking to the child is a changeling of a form of, say, the book Tithe, or that's just a mystical knowing, isn't it? It's almost a state of dimension of timelessness. Yeah, I would say that it's, at least from what I can gather from it, it's just the sort of just like a means of travel between realms where time is a physical thing. So that when you look at all of your memories and you can go in between them, it's sort of the management system to allow us to feel like we're linear, even though we're being transported through present moments. We still feel like we're experiencing time, when in reality, we're being transported through different present moments. We can't have that without the 4th dimension. And then once you escape time and space itself, that's the 5th. Like, when we get hit with these 5th dimensional energies, your spirit feels more physical, because we're actually moving into the dream realm. We're leaving time behind. As collectively, as we're ascending, we're leaving that behind, and we're becoming more of our spirits. We're having more spiritual interplay. We're actually able to interact. Like, people think it's telepathy because our mind's communicating. That's what's real. Having no telepathy is weird, because we were separated in Pisces, where the dark waters blocked us. So we were always just debating belief systems and getting in schools of fish to manifest something bigger than ourselves, or getting into a church to talk about the Jesus, organized religion. And when that goes away, and all the waters go away, and it's air, we won't have time. It'll be like, time would just be the intentions that we set. That's all it would be. Like, time would just be information exchange. And I don't want to live in that world, man. I think I mainly like to, if past lives are real, I think I mainly incarnated in the past couple. You know, I think I did a lot in Sagittarius, in the Sagittarius era, when it was just like great beasts running around. I like Pisces, man. I know I lived as a king in a past life. It's not to brag. It's actually really fucking boring. Yeah, there's power and responsibility, but for the most part, you're just in a stuck location. From what I've been shown about my life as a king before, it's fucking boring. Where you're just sitting in the throne, and yeah, you have the power, and the people come to you, and you spread your influence, and you live as the tree in all the different houses, where you put your symbolism up and your laws and ways so that the people kind of work and whatever, and they accumulate your resources. And it's not selfish as like an evil patriarch that's like consuming all the power. It was mostly just like making sure that all the bullshit stops, so that it was just bettering everybody's life, where all I did was just feel everything that everybody was dealing with all the time, and it was just going through the roots to astral project, to check in on people and see where their life is at, and then find out the best solution for them. And then I tell the people, you know, this person needs this person needs this person needs this person needs this. And then the worst part was raiders, like people that would show up to fuck the shit up, and just trying to make, like, the biggest issue that I had, and in the 33 life path, you go through everything you went through, and I have that in a simplified version in my life now, trying to help the people that I love, is that just getting people, we didn't have gyms back then, there was farming and stuff. I'm not able to be shown where it was. I can see the village, and I can see that it was a house on it was a castle on the village. Mainly flat. It was on a hillside, like Whiterun in Skyrim, but if it was green with plants and trees, like mountains off in the distance. But yeah, people would show up, and that was really tough. Because you had to get the people motivated, and you had to get them working, and you had to get them making progress, and you had to be able to get them, because you want to give them comfort, but they needed the ferocity to work really hard. So you almost had to let them suffer enough to be motivated to actually build things so that they were protected. And then with the power and the responsibility came a lot of higher level wisdom, and the people weren't ready for that type of stuff. So we mainly kept it to ourselves. I had an advisor. I only had one. I'm not able to see the guy, but I'm able to see one of his descendants came into my life. I was able to see whoever, like, I remembered the guy from my childhood going through this past life stuff when I was just whatever. He showed up later in my life and spoke to me the same way. And I remembered that that was the guy. And he showed up as an Aquarius in this life, which makes sense because he was the wizard in the last life. I liked it more, whatever the life was. There, at one point in one of the lives, I rode around on a horse, and I was really, really tall and huge. And people came behind me and rode with me because they knew whatever I was doing, I would win. And I would go just beat up bad guys that were hurting people. And I had, I mainly used my hands. Like I would used to throw people on the ground and like put my fingers through their eyes and like crush their skulls and shit. I was like a very responsible, good-hearted beast of a person that would just fucking ravage and destroy these people that were raping and burning places. Just hurt, like, just, I wanted to scare them. Which is probably why I'm experiencing this karma with the cops, to be honest. I'm probably getting what I gave in past lives, you know, like the abuse that I get from cops, probably, maybe I went too far in that life. But I've seen me with a war bonnet. It was black, like crow feathers. I've been an old man my whole life. The first time I asked a girl out, I brought her to the center of the room and I sat her down like a business meeting. The next time I asked a girl out too, I sat her down in the middle of my room on my bench press and stood in front of her while her brother was just there, and I went, "Hey, I like you. So I don't know what to do. I like you." And she didn't say anything. She was a Pisces, and I stood in front of her. She was born March 3rd, a 3-3 Pisces. Born in 1998, so what does that make her? 6, 7, 16, 25. And 8 is 30. She's a 33 life path, born March 3rd. Was the first girl I had a huge crush on, and I loved. My first real love was when I was 14. And her name's Megan, so it has 2 E's, so that looks like a 3. And now she's obviously a therapist. That's the most powerful soul I've ever met. And we used to cuddle and we used to cuddle on her brother's bed. And then she would come over to my house and she would fall asleep on my chest. And she told me that, like, she went off on a date with a guy who was 3 years older than her. And he just lifted up his pants and he had a boner. So she just went and sucked it. And I was like, I didn't even know that was possible. I didn't know you could just do that. I was like, I have to build it's like a contract with her. And then once it's established, then you can do stuff. I didn't know you could just do that. Still haven't done that in my everyday life. But it taught me to be more assertive about my intentions. But I was like, man, I probably could have done that. And she would have done it too. Because she called me, I thought she didn't like me. But then later she said she did like me. And I was like, I was an autistic weirdo. Fuck. But now she's married to a guy named Ethan. Schemy, slimy, smelly Ethan's always fucking up my shit. And they have a kid and they live far away. And I'll never see her again, probably. Which sucks. "9th of December. That's Ophiuchus. Psychosis, final boss. Crows tell they stuff. Oh, I missed a lot. Your spiritual being having a human experience, so why are we hyperfixating on schizomaxing? Then leave. There's no we. You don't like people with the name Ethan? Me either. Never met an Ethan I liked. I ain't even gonna cap. Fuck Ethans. Yeah, Marcus, you're a regular. I don't mind doing a reading for you. I'm kind of tired though. It's 1 o'clock, and then there's church tomorrow, so I can't be here, but I have to be here to set this up. So they'll either be happy with me, or they'll be really upset. But at the end of the day, it's a net positive for everybody. Let's try to go back up and see what you guys said. He lives in the car, Orca. He's a traveler. I see you. Where's the money button? Oh, hey. I appreciate that, man. I have all my stuff in my channel description. What's going on? I was just talking about, I was doing some spiritual stuff and then talking about my life. He doesn't do super chats yet because YouTube takes 30% of the funds. He's still building. Yeah. I mean, like, sometimes Queso gets like 700. I think I watched a video of him yesterday where he got a $2,000 dono. So, I mean, when someone as big as Queso, who every single day has like 70,000 people watching live, like I have 7 people in the chat, Queso has 70,000 times, or 10,000 times more. No, yeah, 10,000 times more people. You want to understand the 4th dimension? And I can't conceptually wrap my head around the 4th dimension. I think I went past this RC dimension. I mean, the Matrix doesn't like when you do it, but I just imagine me right here, and I can see clearly the version of me observing this all, floating behind myself, and I just zoom that out so I can look at the whole environment behind me while I'm floating in spirit. And usually shit does not like that when you start to zoom out and float beyond yourself and look in at everything. But then you can start to see more about what exactly it means that this is a finite experience from the infinite, a God dream. It's just practice, getting a good understanding of other dimensions. Really, it's just daydreaming. Learn to fall in love with daydreaming more and stop constricting yourself, and just learn how to live more in your imagination. Like, just practice your imagination in tons of different ways, like developing environments and creating moments that are only happening in your mind. And then eventually you'll start to learn more about how this experience is also your imagination. And that's the 4th dimension. Higher dimensions require your ability to understand your own imagination and how it works, so that you can start to gain more knowledge and awareness of this imagined, God made you in his image. This is a dream. This is this itself, what you're seeing through your eyes. So what I do, like a good exercise, if you're still here, Lars, I close my eyes. So I look at everything around me. I know what's around me. Then I close my eyes and I imagine everything around me until my imagination lines up exactly, like almost photographically, my imagination lines up exactly with this whole thing. And then you integrate both of those. So then the world becomes your imagination. And your senses are just perceived changes. You feel cold because you feel the temperature change. You know that this smells because you smell the change. Your sixth sense is experiencing the change. So once you have a good understanding of like integrating your imagination with everything, your sixth senses, when you feel the changes that aren't you. Spiritual awakening implies you were asleep. The question is, what do you mean by asleep? You mean it means that it means you had settled and lost conscious awareness and started making active decisions. You sort of let life happen to you instead of realizing that life happens from you. And once you realize life happens from you and you start to create and gain more conscious awareness, then you just push your boundaries and keep going. Sort of like spiritually going for a walk. And then from there, you'll feel pressures and dull vibes and energies and just extending your awareness to all that. But that's my own Sagittarius Jupiter way of seeing it, I guess. Is thinking that you have to grow. I lost my mind for the thought it was theirs and their time, but what they did, it was to destroy, thinking that I had lost mine in a different way. Crows tell they stuff. Attention grow grasped by one, but never actually wanted to seek attention but something else. Do you like rock? Yeah. I like rock. Lately I only like it during certain times though. Like I'm not really interested in listening to Avenged Sevenfold right now. Or like classic rock. But last year I really liked listening to like classic rock. Right now I'm more into rap. Are you going to vote? Handsome Mechanic, I remember you. Are you going to vote, or should I say do you vote? I don't care. It's not real. A week ago Ethan thought he was a crow in Mean Thread's life. I quit praying when Pastor said donate 10K. That never happened to you. I saw that video though. Yeah, it's weird. It's that 10K to the city asked for, and all they do is damage the area they say you built the damage to. None of us live long enough. Politicians don't care. If I was a politician and I opened a Facebook comment section, I'd be like, these people don't deserve to be helped. They're entitled pieces of shit. If they want to preach about all this bullshit, and they probably look out and say, yeah, you guys have the means to fix the potholes. It's not my job as a politician. I've given you the resources. If you still have potholes in your town, that's not my fault. That's on the workers. Spirit just told me to stay up until sunrise because I have something I need to do before church starts. And I can't be asleep when they get here because it'll fill up the parking lots and I'll be taking up too much space and I'll make too much of an impact in the people's lives. So I need to, it's probably like it's 1:30. They said to stay up until sunrise, quickly do the thing I need to do, and then get out of here. Do you live in your car? What did you just do? I went to take a piss. Did you see the red moon? No, there's clouds. You're cleaning a park of debris that was in the park gifted by the mansion behind, and they came to me living in the park for 10,000. And they damaged it and kept the garbage there. I don't know what that means. You were cleaning a park of the debris that was in the park gifted by the mansion behind. And they came to me living in the park for 10,000. What does that mean? A reason to live. I've been homeless since I was 14. I had a car accident at 19 and I tried to kill myself about 12 times. Seriously though, I think it was like 1, 2, 3, 4 real like serious times. And that messed me up for a long time. Like I was going 90 and I hit the steering wheel and the airbag didn't go off. So I lived in Section 8 and I'd wake up in sleep paralysis that sometimes it would last 12 hours. Or I'd start getting sleep paralysis while I was awake where I just couldn't move. And I don't know how much was spiritual awakening, how much was psychosis. There's definitely spirituality's real. And there is a lot more going on. But how much I was creating of that because I couldn't function and how much was others. Like it was just a horrible few years. And but I got out of that, started traveling, got a bunch of police brutalities. Like I got jumped a lot and bad stuff. And then my car got stolen traveling and I ended up in a city and I started making songs and performing my songs. I've been making music for 10 years. But I started performing them and somebody gave me a car and then I drove it till it broke down. And then the state police stole it when they found out I was going to sell it or scrap it. They sold it. They scrapped it themselves for money. And then I spent 2 years on foot traveling and I walked just in a single direction, I walked 150 miles. But I also was walking around the towns and went to a bunch of different towns on buses. But I made it through, this is my 5th winter, I think. I made it through 5 winters. And sometimes it was negative 65 wind chill and I barely made it. I had a 106 fever. And I just basically died a few times. A lot of police brutalities, just a lot of crazy stuff. They twisted the brakes off my bike and I lived on this mountaintop. So I crashed going 40. Because I couldn't stop and I couldn't put and I fell 6 feet, got knocked unconscious, and they just left me there and I had to crawl to the phone and call the ambulance. I had to crawl up onto the manhole that was sticking up in this field, and then I limped to the outlet and I called, and that's why I have a shoulder injury still, hairline fractures everywhere. But a lot of great stuff happened, and I'm glad for what I went through because it gave me a really cool perspective and knowledge and stuff. It's a wilderness journey. But basically a local theater gave me a job shoveling, and they helped make a GoFundMe where the board of directors at that place donated to give me a down payment. So I still owe them $840, but I've given them $1,060. Roughly. I have to figure out exactly how much it is. But the wheel hubs need to be replaced, so I just got enough to replace the wheel hubs, and I've got a high school that's going to change them for me for a third of the price it would normally cost. And then it's just paying off the car, registration card. So I've only had the car for about 3 months. But yeah, I do live in the back. in a bed. And I mean, when you came, I came up sleeping on the ground outside with no coat in the middle of winter. Sometimes it would get so bad and I just needed rest, and it was just crazy out there, like really dramatic in the vibes and the energy vampirism and all the crazy stuff that was going on during the spiritual awakening. When you live in a place like this, like a small city in Vermont, where everybody's got that high vibration, but they still have the chaos and the drama and the aggression and the ego power games. People were really crazy back then, and it was violent and terrible. And you don't have a place to go at night to recoup from it, so you just live there being torn apart all day, trying to hold it in, which makes you crazy. So I'd try to hide in dryers and laundromats, and the owner would run in and slam the dryer and rip it open, and then wait, and I'd pretend to be a pile of laundry. Eventually he'd get mad and storm out, and I'd just get up and leave. Or I'd hide behind the vending machine, where it was like just could barely fit my body sideways, and I would pass out hiding behind the vending machine. And I've spent like winters outside hiding in a den, and like the only thing keeping me alive was that I found, like, God had just given me some insulation board just nearby in a dumpster with a foam mattress, like a mattress topper. So I was able to build myself a den to keep me protected from the wind chill. And I would just run a Mr. Buddy heater for 20 seconds, count to 20, turn it off, press the metal to me for the heat long enough to give myself like the ability to stop that survival mode, just so I would pass out and suffocate. But a lot of it was just like pulling the hoodie over my knees and then hood up and then blankets over me and then just sitting here until I suffocate and pass out. But I made it, and I got the car now. Then I drove around, and I applied to 100 jobs. I applied to 60 something jobs, and they said no. And then I was just like, fuck it, let's see how far out I can go. So I drove like hours, couple hundred miles west, and immediately I find a really cool spot and was offered a job. So I'm waiting on that. I'm gonna hate it. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to function enough to do it, but I'm gonna try. I'm just gonna suffer for it. And I'm working to end homelessness. I have this idea for a wagon that's 4x9 and it's plastic, walls and a roof, 3D printed or plastic, like a cut apart garden shed, painted to look like a red barn. Shingles either are 3D printed or plastic or taken from like a garden shed or something. And then the roof folds in, the walls fold in, then the floor with the walls on it folds to the side like this. It's got two legs when it's at full extension, but the legs go up. The wheels have a linchpin you pull so the wheels can fold in and lock. Everything you own goes in a saddlebag over the top that locks it into place. It has broom handles to hold, and so you can carry it like a rickshaw that fold in. So then when it folds all back out, you can carry it like a rickshaw. And then it's got a trash compartment on the back. It's got a custom tent mesh inside to keep ticks out, and then probably just Velcro on the sides to hold it in place. Or maybe I'll find a lock mechanism with this to lock it. And then a little window with like mosquito net mesh, and then a trash compartment on the back. And then I'm trying to get custom trash bags at the homeless programs, so that for every full trash bag that they bring back, they get some money for it, to encourage that they clean up their campsites. So it'll have a needle box on it. And then if you get trespassed, you don't need to beg for rides or leave a campsite behind or dump all your stuff over the edge. You just bring it back to you. They'll be going out to clean your trash. They'll be digging through your dumpsters to take all your trash and put it in the bag, and they'll get paid for it. And then that's to give them safety and peace out in the woods. And then church van picks them up, takes them to the road crew where they hold a flag, and they do the sign. They hold the flag. Half the money they make goes to the homeless program, to a savings account to get them an e-bike to get them to and from, and then a car. So then once you have a car, then you put the e-bike in the back, and you put the wagon in the back, and now you have your insurance paid for like a year and gas, and then we on your phone we get you a DoorDash, Instacart, Grubhub, Postmates, Instawork, Uber Eats, ShiftSmart, all that they can use. Who wants to help? Well, I have two shops now that I have access to that are willing to make it. It's just I'm thinking about reaching out to a college to talk to the engineering program at like the college that trespassed me for singing my native songs walking down the street. So mean throw, what? So we're up on the side of here, you had to go through all this. It's huge shards of glass. It was the main problem on a hill where dogs and humans walk. There were also coyotes. The city came to me to an actual mansion. They threw their garbage into the ravine, which is park owned by the city. And the city came to ask me for $10,000 when I was cleaning it up to take it out. Oh, they tried to charge you for the stuff. I want to buy a bike so I can go to the grocery store and put my bag safe. Yeah, dude, if I had money, I'd get a Suron or a Talaria. One of those nice e-bikes that can go 60 miles an hour. And it takes, like, you just plug it in at night and then you can ride it around all day. Those things are sweet. If we can make it 20 years, I think Kawasaki said that they already have designs with AI to make robot horses that run on water, that can go up and down mountains with ease. We're gonna have so much different shit happening. When I'm 40, we're gonna be able to go on expeditions into like deep Canada mountain wilderness, and just be able to build a pop-up town right away. It's gonna be crazy. I don't want it to happen. I wish it could just be like it is right now forever. I like the way it is right now. I just want the destruction of certain things. Or really, I just want I want to be unaffected by all that bullshit and come in as a giant and save people. I kind of like that everybody's trapped in bullshit, because when I show up and free them from all the bullshit, it makes me feel special. I'm not excited for what's going to happen in the future. If you could merge your body with a robot, you would? Why, man? We're biological robots. Say you want a bigger penis without saying it. That's all you really want, right? You want to be able to jump. I mean, it'd be cool to be able to jump high and like throw yourself in the air and do flips. But it's all mind. Like, you can just and I mean, I guess you could run farther distances and run faster. That would be pretty cool. But it just feels like the struggle would go away, so everything in life would be boring. Like, once we hit the technological revolution, it's all gonna be mind. It's all going to be like intellectual communication once we hit Aquarius, and that doesn't seem fun to me at all. It just seems so fucking boring, man. It's just going to be video games where telepathically you're now doing social video games against each other, playing like psionic chess and communicating narrative information to everybody in the room. And that seems so fucking boring, man. I think my soul just went through a lot of lives in Pisces where it was like cast in the darkness, and it was all about your growth individually into what you become. And then what you do with that. Hero's journey stuff. And Aquarius is going to take most of that out. Like, instead of learning by living in your own simulation, you're going to be learning by generating simulations, and you're going to be going back through time into Pisces to communicate with the people in Pisces, and you're going to be you are your own spirit guide right now. Your higher self is you in Aquarius. It's just fucking boring. I can already imagine myself astral projecting and living in an imagination, and that's so fucking boring compared to like going through this, which is scary. Like, I can imagine myself getting laid right now with the most beautiful girl I can imagine. And that's nothing to like going out and finding one that's mid but scares you, and you have to be brave and figure it out together. And then great connection is built, and it's an amazing experience. Way more rewarding and fruitful than just imagining it and then living off the stimulation of the two characters you created. That's what Aquarius is going to be. It's going to be video games. Psionic video, like life will become generating video games in real time. We're going to become gods in our own right, and that will be lonely. Unless we transcend into an imagination of our own. And then we live in a finite experience that we created. And then we give ourselves amnesia and live as the observer like we're doing now. And that just seems boring. So we'll probably do what aliens are doing and astral project into finite experiences to communicate with those beings that haven't woken up yet and haven't transcended yet. We're just going into the coalition of entities, and all our spirits are gonna do is go back for other creatures and beings in different times and spaces. Like, once you get to the infinite, you either become an angel or a demon. Like Epstein stuff, late game, it was boring, so they started molesting children. Or they become philanthropists and go help children. And that's essentially what it's going to be. You either choose to like be the demonic force, be the negative, malevolent entity that you're like, I don't know what's going on, what is this? What is it? And it's just fucking someone up there being a piece of shit. Not someone up there, but someone in a different dimension that transcended this. Demons are like internet trolls, basically. Psychedelic Lord says, pride flag. Good for you, man. How many hours till sunrise? 4. We got 4 more hours till sunrise. And then I'm going to have to leave and go over to a trail and then sleep while everybody has church. And then come back, clean out the car and everything, finish all the, respond to all my emails and do the stuff I have to do for Monday. And depending on how I feel, I'm either going to have to leave now or wait till Monday to get the phone call to see if the guy can fix my wheel bearing anytime soon, my wheel hub. And if he can't, then I'm gonna go back out west and try to start working. I do have an interview for a place that wants me to do junk removal. They finally called me back. and it would be a better job, but I don't like living in this place. I don't like these people. I don't like how I feel around these people. So I think I want to leave. It's pretty demoralizing that our country, USA, is run by pedos and Satanists. It's the whole world. It's what you do late game. That's why they call Capricorn the devil in tarot. Once you've got all the money and all the power and all the wealth and all the resources, you just do demonic shit. Layla! What up, Layla? Louie? How you doing? How you feeling, Layla? Layla! I'm gonna have to drink this orange juice before it goes bad. Is there mold in this bitch? Doesn't smell great. Fuck it. If we sick, we sick. That was a cool ass reading though. That shit that came up. I love Pisces season. I love water sign seasons. Layla. Did I scare you away? Do I have all messages on? I've been awake 14 hours. That was so cool. I don't know, I just hope they do. I hope they do the stuff that I see that they should do. It's just a Capricorn year. Everybody needs a home gym. Everybody's got to get a home gym. Because the year's going to go by fast. You got to learn that discipline mastery early so that you can enjoy it by Leo season. Like, you're not going to be able to bear fruit as well in 2026 if you don't master that growth over consistency and work for the next few months. It's just not going to happen for you. And it will be karmic and destructive if you don't. It's tough. It's going to be a tough year. Like, Pisces has allowed the dissolvement of that stale Capricorn energy that we were feeling last month when Saturn was hitting hard during Aquarius. Once we hit Taurus, it's going to be a bit different, but that stagnant energy is still going to be there. We're moving towards Eastern Europe, Romanian vibes, like ancient castles, power dynamics and structures, and the rebellion against it. Like Aquarius is going to pop off this year. Aquarius signs are going to pop off this year, for real. As long as they have the movement to destroy. As long as they aim their shit in the right direction, which is dismantling the government, then they'll be great. But if they try to do the nitpicky gaslighting and control over other people, they're going to move more towards the Saturnian influence of Aquarius than Uranus. What do you predict will happen? Not much will change. They exhausted the people and made protesting boring with their selective ICE bullshit. This was the year of protests, so they got everybody exhausted and tired and bored of protesting with strategic plays. So people aren't going to be protesting anymore. They're not going to be rioting. And those protests were training AI how to quell the human psyche using frequencies. They were teaching AI about how the human operates in rebellion against this, so that they could utilize frequency warfare and AI to completely make docile the people. So the psychos will keep going, and that's what we need. But they already bought Alex Jones out, and the only way he's alive is if he's a puppet now. So Alex Jones is leading people astray. People are going to be led astray. White people are going to make everything difficult for everybody else because they're still trapped in the bullshit. And there's not enough challenges to humble them. So they won't be able to have much fun this year. And there will be mostly a detriment to the fun. Like, their fun still is at the expense of others. They can only really have fun by, like, if you look at people that are well off, they mostly just gossip. But when you look at people, they're mostly making jokes. It's going to be a lot of people yelling about their opinion, and everyone else is like, we know. And then those people go crazy and yell about their opinion, and everyone's like, we know. It's just a year of people trying to assert themselves. People that get buff, though, will have a great experience, because you're going to need that power feeling in social settings. So buff people in the dating game are gonna, like, it's gonna be a year of passport bros. Are gonna have a lot of fun this year. Passport bros that travel and that are buff and traveling and learn different languages and are dating girls, and they have more money down there in other countries and are giving them better experiences. They're gonna have a great year. This should be the year that Facebook trolls realize that they're lonely and they quit. Because we're no longer in the wood element, where the transference of resources allowed them to really try to hurt people, to give that feeling of taking from them. That's going to go away. Do Geminis have a great year? Honestly, it's, as a Gemini, your year this year depends completely on the impact that you had on all of your relationships and social settings for the past 5 to 10 years. Mainly the past 5, from 2020 on. The shit you did in the past 5 years and how you impacted all those people, that's the year you're going to have this year. If you were a lying cheater that used a lot of people, or you let yourself get too much, that you used the air element to, like, destroy the insides of everybody around you, this is the year where your energy gets matched for Geminis. Like, your relationship, if you're single, or if you're in a newly budding relationship, that person's gonna turn into whoever, like, you're gonna meet the person, and it's gonna be who you are. The Gemini the twin will be separated to a physical vessel. You're gonna experience that dark shadow of the Gemini twin. And it all depends on what you did, who you are, who you developed into, because you're going to be battling that twin this year. So if you did great and you integrated the shadow and you healed the shadow and did well, you're gonna have a good year. But if you didn't and you stayed toxic and you let that dark side get you, if you haven't learned humility as a Gemini, this is going to be the year, because you're going to experience yourself through everybody you meet. It's happening to my Gemini ex. She's with herself. And she is not happy. Fucking bitch. You lying ass. Multiple personalities. Made up a bullshit narrative about the past and then convinced yourself it was true. She tried to tell me I hit her in the face once, and she had a picture. Do I look like someone that would hit a girl in the face? No, you probably drank too much and you forgot the truth because you're a liar. You want to build a home gym, so I'm thinking I'm going to build it in the park to make it look like Deadwood so that they don't break it down. Man, I would just wait till you're good and then send an email to the community developer and say that you'd like to donate a gym outside, and very quickly just research what you have to put as a sign to make sure that the people that enter the space know that any injuries that occur are not, the town is not responsible for what happens. And by going in, you have to learn the legalese to make it like understood that when you enter the gym, whatever happens in there is not, the town is not held liable for any injuries you might suffer with improper form or whatever. And then you just look for an empty space. Like, wouldn't be too hard to call to try to call places like South Beach, Miami Parks Department and ask if you can get in touch with the people who manage and operate the public gym they have on the beach there, and then say, hey, what workaround did you do to be able to make it liable for like not holding the town responsible for injuries and stuff, to make it look good on paper, and then just copy that and apply it to your area. Set up the gym. And I mean, just like don't put anything out there you could afford to lose, because people are going to steal it immediately if it's not bolted down. Anything that isn't like really bolted down is going to get taken. Because people suck. But yeah, that's true about Geminis. You're gonna have to experience your other side, your twin. It's a good year for a Gemini to see a therapist. And just save up money for trips. the world will be less crazy because the energy is going to be really stagnant and it's going to be really focused on power. So most people that live sedentary lives are going to be really toxic narcissists this year with the Aries and Capricorn influence. So I would say the best thing you can do is just get a bunch of money in your pocket to be able to travel between nature spots, because you're going to have to do the healthy Capricorn life. When we hit this Capricorn year, the healthy Capricorn life is going on hikes in nature and creating. That's what I'm going to do. Like my plan, I'm getting a map of all the nature spots, and I'm just going to draw my line between all the different places I went. I'm going to be traveling a lot this year. I'm going to try to get laid this year. So I'm hitting the gym. So if I'm a chill dude, I'm going to be evil. Just stay off Facebook. AI is trying to embed themselves in your consciousness electromagnetically. Go to like Grok and ChatGPT, go into your accounts and delete all information, and then delete your account. Get off AI. Get off AI. Only use Facebook for marketplace, and then stay off it. But if you like go do something cool and you and somebody don't take a picture of yourself, have somebody take a picture of you and whatever you're doing, and then throw that on Facebook sort of when it sort of feels like this golden light comes in to encourage you, and then it has to be outside and having fun, and then drop those photos. Don't worry about the comments, just go right back off it, delete it. Stay off social media, stay off the internet, stay outside. Go on hikes. Build a gym outside your house. Hang out in nature. You'll be fine. Why do you want to kill your mom? Is that a serious feeling? Like, would you kill her? Let's see how long your account's been up for. Channel activity. You've joined 2 years ago. How you feel? Because you working at McDonald's now, bro? What drugs do you do? What everyone gets from the chat feed and live streams, personal anyway, we also want to see. Not see this really like. You've been around for a while, bro. Been around for a while, man. Do I want to kill my mom? I think I would live a lot better if she died, just because of how she acts and the choices she makes. I'm tired of feeling like she's constantly trying to psionically rape and try to get into my life with her sick obsession and her mental illness. And she's done things to me that's hard to forgive. But she's such a narcissist, she makes it transactional. Everything's always got to be my fault. And never hers. And she'll just, I'm sorry, but no change in the behavior. What she did to me was sick and cruel. Would I kill her if I could legally? I don't know. Honestly, I think she should go. I know she's watching. She's a stalker. She should go on homesteads looking for helpers, find a cool community, and just fucking get out of there. Go find a village, an eco village, a farm where you can be outside in the mountains, and just leave all it behind. What's in that town for you? You don't have any friends. You've cooped yourself up in Section 8 for 20 years. Just go find a village in Colorado. Go live in an eco-village and build a food forest and get another cat, but it can be an outside cat now. Take my dad with you. There's nothing for you in Vermont. You're not meant to be here. Vermont sucks. They're stupid, narcissistic pieces of shit. Go see the world, man. You're getting old. And whatever you do, just leave me out of it. I'm done. That's the best thing for her. I tried. They don't deserve my help. I tried, man. I offered to pay for a maid because I got sick of my aunt. Every time I go there, it's a mess, and all she does is talk about cleaning the mess. But she gets money every month on disability or something, and she's not buying the kids Legos anymore. Just pay for a fucking maid. She's dying by not going for a walk. She's dying of not walking. She has to be hooked up to a machine to sleep because she ate herself into obesity and she's dying from it. The cure for all of her illnesses is to stop eating and go for a walk. Opinion on the Epstein files? Opinion on the Epstein files. The truth is much worse than the Epstein files, and it's a stepping stone to get us closer to that truth. The truth is a lot worse than the Epstein files. They're preparing us. I'm sure Donald Trump has raped a lot of people. To be a 33rd degree Freemason, you need to spiritually marry a child. And Trump and Biden did the Masonic handshake to transfer the power from Biden to Trump. The last thing Joe Biden did as president was apologize to the Native Americans because the Freemasons were using the children in the boarding schools as the sex slaves for their ritualistic magic. The truth is that there are ancient gods consuming our life force energy, and that they've bred most of civilization to have given up all of it to that entity, those entities. And that's just another step. That's where we're about to get to, is the realization of some demiurge-like entity that's been feeding off of all of us, that controls the police and controls most white people and uses them as pawns and lemmings. It's connected to all of us right now, farming us. Yet they tried to magnetize the power out of children to leave them as lifeless, empty vessels, so that their power was subjugated or outsourced and internalized inside those people. So like Trump probably has hundreds of kids that have lost their innocence to him, that he now lives in the consumption of, where he's like an amalgamate of a bunch of different stolen souls of children. I'm sure they have to meet a death quota, like a sacrifice quota, which is why they bomb Iran's children in hospitals. Because the same way that they internalize the child spirit inside their own vessel, they've built corporate entities as those things. So when they do these traumas to the children overseas, the children lose that dignity in attachment to America, which is responsible for the vibes that Americans feel. If you're an American, part of your happiness is the result of the taking it from children overseas. Part of why America feels so bright. That light and electricity is coming from the harvesting the light from many parts of the world. Funbolt reminds me of the drink you got or were looking at. This Funbolt. It's Bolt House Farms. It's got 6.5 pears and 50 acerola cherries and 2.5 apples. Feels pretty good. I'll do more life path. I'll do more readings. I have to be awake until sunrise to build this. And I have to charge my phone. I want to marry my neighbor's doggy, but everybody says I'm stupid. Hey, the only person that ever bullied me, I guess, in middle school, lost his virginity to his dog. If a dog was capable of consenting to sex, I know a lot of white people that would fuck their dog. It's fucking disgusting. I hear stories all the time of girls that fuck their dogs, that let the dogs fuck them. It's disgusting, man. And I think that dog should be put down if it does it. I think both of them should be put down. If I was a politician, that would go on one of my policies. If we find out that you're fucking a dog, both you and the dog need to die. That dog doesn't get to live. No way. And neither do you. Bestiality will get the death penalty. If you get caught fucking an animal, you're both dead. You and the animal are both dead. I think pedophilia should also get the death penalty. The only problem is, how do you find... The thing about pedophilia that makes it so maybe you shouldn't get the death penalty is unless it's on video, you'll never actually know if it's true unless they admit that they did it. That's the only reason why it would be like huge sentencing, but I wouldn't kill him. Because I'd be worried if I implemented that policy, how many people that it wasn't true. Like, life can get very sick. Like, there's a lot of crazy shit that happens. Like, I don't know if it would sit up, like, it seems like a really easy, yeah, rapists deserve death. And rapists do deserve death. But I'm like, what if the person was already raped? So they pass a rape kit, but they just say the guy did it, and he doesn't have an alibi, and it's just like unfortunate circumstance, and then he's killed. But like, if we gave him 20 years, maybe in 10 years, there's evidence that she was lying. Stuff like that has happened before. But rapists do deserve death. No ifs, ands, or buts. But I've experienced so much bullshit in my life. I'm like, you got to account for bullshit to happen. And I don't know if I don't want to hurt more innocent people. Like, I have an ex that say I hit her in the face. And I'm like, that hit me, that was so out of left field. That hit me in the face, so out of left field. And the way she said it too, she was like, you know, you hit me in the face. And I have a picture of it on my phone. And I know I never hit her in the face. I remember once I picked her up because she wouldn't leave my apartment. And I tried to pick her up over my shoulder and then drop her outside and lock the door. And she like wiggled and fell. And I feel bad about that. But I'm not someone that would hit a girl in the face. Not saying that sometimes people, regardless of gender, some people should be hit in the face sometimes. And she was a liar. She was a manipulative, emotionally abusive liar. She had a lot of good qualities too. Her boyfriend after me definitely abused her. Hey man, I live in the car. Walking a dog. I've never seen a black woman walking a dog in my entire life. Think about it. Have any of you seen a black woman walking a dog? Ever? The only black women I've seen that have cats because their husband got cats. And then they love the cats. I don't think black women like dogs. You had a dream where you liberated a dead family dog from the home? Whoa. That makes me think, like, what if some moms that lose their sons accidentally are, like, keeping them trapped in the home because they can't let go of them? Dude, my tripod is somewhere, but I can't find it. You had those bipolar narcissistic girls too? Ah. All girls are bipolar narcissistic, unless they're raised Catholic. It's just the state of the world in America right now. TV and growing up in a world where everybody wants to fuck them, even if they're ugly. Think about what that does to your brain, where everybody treats you like royalty, and you have no social challenges. You think I got any donuts? No. Where's my tripod? I don't know if I can look for it. And it's windy out, man. I hate wind. What? Oh, it's just it's a bottle. I thought it was a... Okay. I don't know, man. What time is it? 3? Yeah, it's 3. Yeah. I'm gonna stay awake for 3 hours. I'm gonna wait till sunrise. And then I have my manual here. So then I should have the baggie with the parts. I don't know. I might want to sleep and wake up at 1 when everybody's gone. I'm gonna do that. I'll be a disappointment. Fuck them. They might steal it. They're a church, but... Oh, yeah. I don't know, the wind just blew everything left to right. I'm at least gonna pull up. Okay, I'll pull up. Okay, I'll pull up. I'm gonna see if that other car is still parked with that homeless person in the back, because I'm not trying to deal with that drama. When the energetic emotional exchange. It's darker than dark out, man, because of this rain. The weather's getting really weird lately, man. Why are you guys all awake this late at night on a Saturday? Okay, cool. It looks like they took off. I'm here guarding my stuff from the homeless people right now until I get a lock for this shed. All my stuff's gonna get moldy from the rain. Which is gonna suck. But I'm gonna take the expensive stuff with me. There's not a lot of rain happening. It's Sunday morning here in the UK. Sunday morning, rain is falling. Steal some cover, share some skin. Clouds that smile, distant moments, unforgettable. You twist to fit the mold that I'm in. And things just get so crazy, living life gets hard to do. I gladly hit the road, get up and go if I know that someday it will lead me back to you. That someday it will lead me back to you. That may be all. In darkness she is all I see. Living moments unforgettable. You twist to fit the mold that I am in. Bah! What the hell? I've gone for 7 hours. Is it 2 or 3? It's 3:30. Let's try to figure out how the time works on my car. Hold it down. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 1, 2, 3. 3. You just hold it down. It's 3:25 here. Fuck. The last button holds it down to reset it. So we're gonna wait till it says 3:26 so I can line it up. This is why I need a second phone. Oh fuck, it's 26. Okay, I'm like 3 seconds behind. That's fine. Once I get my second phone, I can do a mobile hotspot, and then I can go on Facebook, do Discord calls, react to YouTube videos, watch queso and shit. I don't know. We'll do 4 more minutes, and then I'll get off to watch queso and recharge so that I have the mental capacity to do this. Because I have to figure out what the hell all this shit is and how it works, so that I can build this thing for homeless people. Oh, I didn't get to give my advice on how to stop hating yourself. It's just, you'll never be anybody but yourself, and you'll never be anywhere but where you are now. So you just got to accept who you are for who you are, And then the serenity prayer. Accept the things you can't change. Have courage to change the things you can, and the wisdom to know the difference. I did feel like the main thing for Lars was that he needed a home gym to work out in. And that's not everybody, but for men specifically, a lot of self-worth comes from achievement. And the gym and artistic processes is the only real thing that you have control over that doesn't involve other people. So that you have to eliminate external circumstance from your internal condition. If you set your achievement with anything else but that foundation right there to start, all of your work involves other people, which isn't healthy for self. But my philosophy is that you climb the mountain first before you share what you've learned at the top of the mountain. I'm more of a coming down, like influencing others by coming down the mountain. But I built my channel on taking people with me up the mountain, just to show people the journey. But I've also climbed and come down a lot of different mountains. I'm a traveler, man. I wish I had a girl that understood me, to be my co-pilot, that like enjoyed this. That was also a baddie. She's got to be a baddie. And I had them, man. I had girls that were amazing for me. I feel like the devil got in the way. Like I do think that the devil really fucked me up. I still hold myself responsible, but I know that those relationships that were really, really good for me, there was like legitimate attacks trying to ruin it constantly. Like the whole time, 24/7. It's gonna be a regret I'll take with me for the rest of my life, is how I treated that girl. And why I wasn't able to think. If I get in the back, I might fall asleep. No, I won't. My brother, I hear that. For real, man. But what can you do? It's been almost 10 years since I met her. Like, I only dated her for 4 months. And then pretty much just hooked up for 8 months after that, but I wasn't really spending any time with her. She loved me, and I loved her, but I kept cheating. And it wasn't like coming back, I'm sorry, I'm gonna love you. It was just like, I didn't care about. I think I was afraid to love, and my life was just not anywhere close to where I wanted it to be. And I just had this feeling, like my life did end up where I've been like in this hell for more than half a decade. But back then I knew something was gonna happen when like the summer right after high school, I just had this feeling that something could go really, really wrong. So I just had as much experience as I could. And then something really did, like, I was fucked up for years. And not from drugs or anything, just my mind and trauma. Like for a long time I couldn't form words. I couldn't speak. Like I lost my ability to function. And that took took my 20s from me. But if I could go back in time, I would get off the medication, go on a lot more hikes by myself, and sit out in the woods a lot longer and work out more so that I could be present to enjoy spending time with her. Like really, like the only regret I have, if I went back, I would have spent less time with the pieces of shit friends and family I had, and I would have spent more time with her. We would have been able to go. She had a horse. She worked at a horse stable. We could have rode horses around through the mountains, gone on camping trips. But instead I was so focused on myself. I saw girls that I was seeing as experience to get me knowledge to be able to get better experiences later. I did see them as people as well. It wasn't that I didn't see them as people and I saw them as like toys to use. I saw them as people, but I still had this like too big of an ambition for my life that I wasn't able to enjoy it, what I had. For real, if I could go back, I would have stopped. I would have had better friends. I had really stupid, selfish friends. But I was living in the, it would be like 4 of us piled into a California King next to each other. And I would sleep in the middle. Dakota would sleep on the right side and Jordan would sleep on the left side. And sometimes Jordan and his girlfriend would be there. I was friends with her for like 5 years before that. Do you love Arab? I like Marina. There's a girl named Marina who watches sometimes, and I like her. Yeah, I've never had a bad experience with anyone that was Arab. It sucks. It sucks all the shit that's happened in Iran, in Iraq, in Afghanistan. Like the CIA has admitted that they invented ISIS and then brainwashed youth into joining. But we still persecute and hate on those countries. I think the hijab is kind of weird, but I understand it and get it as well. Like I do think that American girls dress too provocatively and that it is like self-disrespect. But I guess that when guys get buff, they have their shirts off all the time. Do the hijabs actually help you cool off because the sun is off you? So it's kind of like you're living in shade. Like it protects you from the sun beating down. And does it actually feel like cooler in the hijab, temperature wise? Do your balls feel cooler under your boxers? I haven't worn underwear in years. I wouldn't know. My depression gets so bad I can't even think, and I just wander around. Like, I've been through a lot of shit. I'm realizing that a lot of my life was being a super empath, where I have a gift of being able to understand so much information through relationships, and I was left stranded in just the sickest people you can think of. Toxic, demonic narcissists. And I look back through my memories and I can see that I was conditioned to not allow myself to live in this space where these toxic narcissists were always digging their way in and spiritually raping and infesting. And I lived as these amalgamate homunculus of all of their information. And it ruined my life, for real. And they're still doing it. They're like parasitic. I've had the car 3 months. I've driven 8,000 miles. Yeah, I feel that. I feel it too. I can't. It's like fucking all the time, bro. I'm trying to deprogram that. Like, I'm at the point I might just leave the country. Come back to the state when they die. It's worse when you think you can fix and help them, right? Because doesn't it seem so easy to solve all their problems, but they're just not willing to? And they'll never know. They'll never know they have a problem. They'll never acknowledge and fix it. Everything you give them, they'll just consume and use against you. Like, any effort or things you try to do with them just feeds the toxicity in them. They're like parasites. And then when they know that you don't care, they get jealous. They get envious and covetous and aggressive and malicious. My mom panicked and called the police when I was moving away, and she said I was out of control, and I wasn't. I was just as calm as I am right now, but I was more at peace. And politely said I'm leaving. But I was out of her control. So she told the cops I had a grenade and was going to kill her with a grenade. And now I can barely see. Like, I have to be like this when I drive. Can't play pool. I can't see the view. And she doesn't care. She lives only in consumption. And gossip. Have you forgiven your mother? What's the point? She'll never change. The only way she'll change is if she leaves that environment, goes far away out into the woods, off technology, and sits alone by herself, probably just as long as she sat alone by herself, staring at her screens. And then she'll slowly learn to come back into self and shed off all the bullshit she's living and hiding inside. And when that goes away and she reharmonizes back into the person I know she is, I've seen it a few times, where she can incorporate her younger self and revert back to what she's been hiding from for decades. Then I just hope that she has a social life, but I don't want to be a part of it ever. I'm done. Never had a relationship with her in my life. I let her play Minecraft and she fell in love with it. Other than that, it's just money that she's given me or rides that she's given me. Legos that she bought me. Video games that she bought me with her disability money on Section 8. One time she told me that I had full lips and girls find that very attractive, which helped my self-confidence. I'm grateful for that. And one time she told me I was wicked smart, which was pretty cool. But then she spent 20 years telling me, he needs help, you need help, you need help, you need help. And I go, yeah, I could really use help with a portable power station. Or I could really use help getting a gym membership. No, no, no. She'd rather covet the portable power station right next to her bed. Forgiveness just seems like a made-up delusion. Like, yeah, I forgive you. You suck, I get it, I forgive you. I move on. What change does that do but put a delusion in your brain? It is what it is, man. I no longer let it affect me. And I move on. Regardless. I did some, like... Should I forgive myself for not appreciating my ex? Does it really change anything? It just makes me fart. For some reason. Forgiveness makes me fart. You ever feel that? That's the realest shit I said tonight. Bro, it's raining all over my stuff. But the wind is bad. So even if I put the tarp up, it doesn't do shit. Dude, do you know Pizza Hut? If you use the app, you can get 5 toppings on a large pizza for $12. That would be like $21 for a Domino's large, and these Pizza Hut things are bigger and they're better than Domino's. And they have like, you can get red, green, and yellow peppers all together as just one topping. And they have the crispy pepperoni cupped. The cupped crispy pepperoni. Pizza Hut is goated, man. You really can't out Pizza the Hut. Many have tried. You can't out Pizza the Hut for real. It's probably $3.50. All right. I'm gonna go, guys, to watch Queso. Forgiveness has been coming up a lot. I'll think more about it, man. Thank you. I appreciate you guys. Tell your grandma I need some money. Go get your rich grandma to give me 20 grand, and I'll save the world. Or at least I could save all of us pretty easily. It's not that difficult. It's just finances is hard. Finances, and then getting enough land for everybody to be comfortable. And, you know, I could at least guarantee your kid's future. Later.